Texaco Time with Fred Allen. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present our first program of the new year and bring you a man who, for 1944, has resolved to be with you Sundays, even if he can't be with you Mondays and always. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a happy New Year as of yesterday to you, Jimmy.
Well, thank you very much, Fred.
Did you have a good time this New Year's Eve?
Well, we didn't do very much. About 30 of us went up to Lake Placid.
Lake Placid, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we were skiing the New Year in.
Well, anything that we tell after that joke will sound good, Jimmy. That's an ideal joke to start off with. Skiing the New Year in. I get it.
Tell me, Fred, what did you do New Year's Eve?
Well, I went over to a little club on 52nd Street, Jimmy, the Broken Door.
The Broken Door?
Second one on the right,
Yeah.
yes. It's just a small place. The ceiling is so low, when they serve frogs' legs, the frogs' legs are kneeling down.
If the place is so small, how can people dance in there?
Well, it's rather hard to dance, Jimmy. The other night, a woman doing a rumba backed into a wall and rubbed off 2 murals.
Well, what did you do to celebrate, Fred?
Well, to celebrate, we just stood around till midnight, Jimmy. As the clock struck 12, we drank a toast to the German Navy. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up. That's good.
Yes, Jimmy, all that's left of the German Navy is 2,000 men in sailor suits treading water. That's it. England has a new naval slogan now, you know.
You mean for Germany?
Oh, yes, the slogan is from U-boats to few boats.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. You could have come in a little sooner with the applause on that other joke. We'd have saved the wear and tear on the audience. Well, Portland, did you have a nice New Year?
Yes, Mama had 2 stools reserved at Liggett's drugstore.
2 stools? You saw the New Year in at a soda fountain?
Yes, as the clock struck 12, Mama raised her milkshake and said, Happy New Year!
A frappe New Year. Say, what is that weird aroma that seems to be permeating the premises here?
Oh, it's my new Christmas perfume.
Oh, perfume. Evening in Yonkers, is it?
No, it's called Breath of Sinatra.
Breath of Sinatra. Well, I've heard him sing. I wondered what he had done with his breath.
They bottled it, and it's been selling like hotcakes.
It smells like hotcakes, too. Say, I met a girl, a Sinatra fan, the other day, who was carrying one of Sinatra's hangnails in her locket. But after that gag, Portland, I think we'd better run for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, you know, you may have seen in the papers, Mayor LaGuardia declared war on the loan sharks. To stop loan sharks from mulcting people with their high interest rates, the mayor wants the savings banks to enter the small loan business. And so our question is, how do you feel about this loan shark problem?
Shall we leave for the alley?
Well, why not? Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
There's a light in the first house.
Say, there's a new name on the door, Senator Blow. Let's see what the senator looks like.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
I'm Senator Bloat. You'll have to talk fast, though. I'm rehearsing a filibuster.
How do you feel about this small loan business?
Midgets have as much right to borrow money as anybody.
No, I mean loan sharks.
A loan shark is like a polecat.
A polecat?
If either one gives you a cent, you'll pay through the nose. I thank you.
Well, so much for Senator Bloat. Say, there's a new name on this second house, Portland, Mrs. Prawn.
Well, what is it?
Well, tell me, Mrs. Prawn, how do you feel about loan sharks?
Don't talk about loan sharks to me. I'm married to one.
Well, isn't it embarrassing?
No. To the rest of the world, he's a loan shark, but he takes no interest in me.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Cron. I'll try this next house here. Socrates Mulligan. Well, Socrates, what do you think about this loan shark business?
I once bought an iron deer on the installment plan.
An iron deer, huh?
For 8 years, I had to borrow $10 a week from a loan shark. An old man.
An old loan shark, I see.
They charged me 6%.
6%.
Then the loan shark died. I went to the funeral. I was a pallbearer.
You were a pallbearer?
I figured if the loan shark could carry me 8 years, I could carry him 8 blocks.
A nice thought, nice in the spirit of levitation.
That's what I thought.
Well, who took over the business?
The loan shark's son.
Oh, fine.
The next time I went in, the son tries to charge me 9%.
9%? Well, didn't you protest?
I said, wait a minute. For 8 years, I've been loaning $10 a week, and your father charged me 6%.
Good for you.
I said, what does your father think when he looks down from heaven and sees you charging me 9?
What did the loan shark's son say?
He says, when my father looks down from heaven and sees this 9, to him it'll look like a 6.
Well, that brings us to the last house in the alley.
Falstaff, beaming at his door, wishes all a happy 44.
Well, Falstaff. Tell me that with the new year you have resolved to give up poetry.
Au contraire.
Really?
I have been composing as I have never composed before.
More new poems?
Indubitably. Have you heard, as I sat there reading Omar Khayyam, she opened my sandwich and took out the spam?
No.
Or, come out of that dumbwaiter, mother dear. I'll never let you down.
No.
Or, everyone said they saw Hitler's end when he lost his panzers in the Dnieper Bend.
Now wait. Tonight we are talking about loan sharks.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
Except what?
Recipe for a loan shark.
Recipe for a loan shark. How does it go?
If you take the eye of a cobra and the heart of the tiniest flea, and you add the soul of a vulture and the nerve of the bumblebee, if you take the mind of the lowly worm and the character of a swine, the tolerance of a buzzard, the warmth of a wildcat's whine, then add the manners of a skunk, the principles of a rat, the goodwill peculiar to vermin, the sincerity of the bat. When my recipe is completed, you'll find with venom it's rife. For you've got yourself a loan shark, brother, the lowest form of life.
Falstaff has lost interest in the loan shark and vice versa. We turn to Al Goodman, who turns to Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. The kids turn to their music and sing for us, People Will Say We're in Love. Thank you, Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. People Will Say We're in Love is from the hit show Oklahoma from the state of the same name. That was I've Got Sixpence, played by Al Goodman, and is there either too sharp or too flat orchestra? Mr. Goodman only had time to play tuppence of the sixpence, so he really...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
There's a man with a violin case out in the hall.
A man with a... Well, so what?
Well, he says he's Mr. Albert Spaulding.
Albert Spaulding? I don't know any Albert Spaulding. Did I know him?
Well, he said something about an audition.
Oh, an audition. Well, I guess word has gotten around the Musicians Union that I'm getting a new band.
Whose band are you going to get?
Well, my own band. I play the banjo, don't forget. Why, around the Steinway building, they call me the civilian Eddie Peabody.
Are you going to be the leader?
The leader? Why not? What has Stokowski got that I won't have if I stop going to the barber shop for 2 years?
Well, what kind of of a band are you going to have?
Well, a hillbilly ensemble, Portland. I'm calling it Lum Allen and his Barefoot Bobcat. Swing and sway with your teeth full of hay. You know, hillbilly bands are cleaning up today.
Really?
Oh, say, I read this week that Al Dexter, you know, the fellow who wrote Pistol Packin' Mama, is getting $3,500 a week for personal appearances with his hillbilly outfit. Now, for $3,500 a week, I can walk around the Capitol Theater with my shirt tail out and sing off-key, too.
But you haven't any band.
I'll have a band. I have a booking agent over in New Jersey with a bear trap and a jug of corn liquor. Now, as soon as he catches a mess of hillbillies, he's bringing them over here. Hey, this may be Mr. Badu, the hillbilly agent now. Come in. Ah, Mr. Badu.
Okay, Alan, we're going to start auditioning right away.
Have you got enough hillbillies for my band?
No, not yet. You're going to need 3 washboards, 2 sweet potato players, a washtub bass, you on a banjo, and a hold-down fiddler.
Well, who have you got?
3 of the hillbillies got away coming through the Holland Tunnel. I managed to hold on to 2.
You held on. Well, who are they?
Well, I got the greatest washtub bass in the country. The whole country. Jughead Jones.
Jughead Jones?
Yeah. Zeke Manners and 2 defense plants was bidding for him. But I promised to get Jughead some old Esquire, so he's going with you.
Fine. Well, where is he?
Jughead! Hey, Jughead! Jughead, I want you to meet your new boss, Lum Allen.
Put it there, Jughead.
Well, you can shake that in as hard as you like.
What bands have you been with, Jughead?
I played first slot bucket with Xavier Culpepper and his Meadowmaniac. I also played alto jug with Pinky Barnes and his Wahoo Serenaders.
Well, tell me, is this your instrument here, this wash tub?
You bet your ever-loving Dee Dee. It's a genuine hammocker slimmer.
A genuine hammocker slimmer, eh? Well, you know all of the standard calls and hoedowns, of course.
Well, you try me.
Well, I'll try you with one of the calls. You swing me and I'll swing you.
And we'll dance the same old tune.
1 and a 2 and a do-si-do.
Stand back, Roots, because here we go.
Well, that's music. That's really music, Jughead. You're hired. Now, Mr. Badu, who is that other musician you have?
Oh, he's a washboard player. Come on in, Elton.
Come, Mr. Badu. I'm fit as an owl and ready to hoot.
This is Arkansas Elton, Alan.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Elton. What bands have you been with?
I was with every major Bowes unit from 1 to 20.
From 1 to 20, every major Bowes unit. Say, that's a nice instrument you have there.
Yeah, I was formerly concert master with the Rinso White Philharmonic.
The concert master with the Philharmonic. They've been so white. Are you ready to audition, Elton?
I'm ready to go. Let her rip.
Yes. Elton, you are the Oscar Levant of the washboard. I have never heard a tone like that. That melody.
Well, you're going to have the best hillbilly band in the country, Alan.
Well, so far I have a washtub bass, a washboard tenor.
Next, you got to get a hold-down fiddler.
Now, where can we get a hold-down fiddler?
Say, some guy in the hall just braced me. He
Yeah?
was carrying a fiddle case and a copy of Downbeat.
Yeah?
He said his name was Albert Spaulding.
Albert Spaulding. Say, I think Portland mentioned that name before.
Yeah, he gave me some line about being at Carnegie Hall.
With your all-time hit parade, is he with?
He didn't say. I should have asked him if he knew Mark Warno.
Yes, you should have. Well, tell me, can he play?
Who knows? He's got a fiddle. Leave him audition. What could we lose?
All right, bring him in.
Folks, I want you to meet Mr. Albert Spaulding. Spaulding, this is the new hillbilly sensation, Lum Allen.
How do you do, Lump?
No, not lump, Mr. Spaulding. It's lump.
I'm sorry, old man.
Mr. Badu says that you'd like to audition, Mr. Spaulding. You play the fiddle?
Yes, I'm a violinist.
A viol. Hey, Badu.
All right, so he don't look like a hillbilly. You can take his shoes off, stick a corn cob in his mouth, we'll know him from Spike Jones.
All right. Well, you have heard that I'm getting a band together, Mr. Spaulding.
Yes, I'm anxious to play for you.
You know all of the hoedown calls and musical terms.
You mean like allegro, pianissimo, pizzicato?
Hey, you know calls I never even heard of. Say, how how do you play your fiddle?
In the orthodox manner, I draw the bow over the string.
I mean, do you play the fiddle behind your back and under your legs, you know?
No, I'm afraid I'm old-fashioned. I hold the instrument under my chin.
Under your chin. Well, I saw a fiddle player with Elmer Pincus and his Hayloft hoodlums. He played the fiddle with a glass of 7-Up balanced on his head. He did somersaults and played Annie Laurie. You don't do any of that, huh?
No, I'm not versatile. I just stand still and scrape away.
You just stand still. Well, that's too bad. You see, this band I'm getting together, Lum Allen and his Barefoot Bobcat, is going to be the last word. I have got to have top men.
Perhaps if you heard me play something, it would give you an idea.
All right, have you got something low down?
How about Rimsky-Korsakov's Hymn to the Sun?
Hymn to the Sun. Well, I tell you play it with the sun setting, it'll be low down. Take it away, Mr. Spaulding.
How's that?
What did you say, Mr. Spaulding?
How's that, I said?
Mr. Spaulding, I don't want to discourage you, but, frankly, have you ever played in public before?
Yes, frankly, I have.
I mean, indoors.
Yes. Yes, I've been playing the violin for 30 years or more.
Well, it goes to show. You see, Jughead has only been playing his wash tub 5 years. Elton's been playing his washboard 2 years. You've been playing 30 years, and you're still playing it under your chin. Where have you been playing?
Well, I've been on the concert stage for the past 20 years. I've toured the world. I've played at Carnegie Hall 30 times.
Carnegie Hall. Let me ask you one question, Mr. Spaulding.
Yes?
Have you ever played on the National Barn Dance?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. If you only had a name like the Hoosier Hotshots or Rubinov,
a hillbilly band has got that name?
oh, big names. How would my band look on the marquee at Elkhart, Indiana? Jughead Jones on the washtub bass, Arkansas Elton on the washboard, and Mr. Albert Spaulding.
You can call me Alabama Al.
Alabama Al?
I'll play a wash ringer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Spaulding.
We can make a fortune doing laundry on the side.
No, Mr. Spaulding, why do you want to give up your concerts in Carnegie Hall?
Well, I read about that hillbilly who wrote Pistol Packin' Mama getting $3,500 a week.
I see.
Fred, you've got to make me a hillbilly.
Well, if you think you can learn those barn dance calls...
I'm sure I can. Try me.
All right. Wave the ocean, wave the sea.
Wave that pretty girl back to me.
Swing 'em round and round we go.
1 and 2 and a do-si-do.
Hey, that's great, Mr. Spaulding. Let me tell you, Mr. Spaulding, your lean days are over. You are hired.
Even with the violin under my chin?
What violin? With a voice like you have, you're going to be the vocalist with my hillbilly band.
Right, I start on a new career.
You will be the barnyard Melchior. You are going to complete my band. And now for our first public appearance, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the world premiere of Lum Allen and his Barefoot Bobcat, featuring the singing voice of Choo Choo Spaulding. Let her rip, Professor. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Albert Spaulding for his visit tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ed Gardner, the famous Archie at Duffy's. Incidentally, I'm going over to see Archie on his program Tuesday, and I'm getting my English broken so Archie will know what I'm talking about. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, Ed Gardner, the popular Archie, man about Duffy's, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the OPA designated Spare Stamp 2 a special point stamp with a value of 5 points.
We ask you now to mail in your 5 points for the ham you're going to get on this program tonight. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're not kidding about the ham surplus. I read that in Chicago last week the packing plants turned out over 2 million yards of pork.
Oh, no. You mean pounds of pork, don't you, Fred?
No, yards of pork, Jimmy.
What is a yard of pork?
3 pigs' feet. We're starting off like, can't you top this? You can't help topping this. You know, the paper said that Chicago was full of pigs. Razorback hogs were stropping themselves against leather stores in the street. Kiddies were cutting holes in little hogs and making homemade piggy banks out there. Over 200,000 pigs were killed, Jimmy, and not one part of any pig will be wasted.
How do you mean?
Well, the inside of the pig is used for food, of course.
Mm-hmm.
The hide is used for luggage.
Yeah.
The bristles are used for brushes.
Yeah.
The pig's eye will be used.
The pig's eye.
The pig's eye will be used in conversation, of course. Nothing will be wasted.
Well, what about the squeal?
The squeal? If he runs for a 4th term, the Republicans would use the squeal, Jim. You know, when you
Mr. Allen!
well, Portland. Well, Portland, what's new with you?
I heard Mayor LaGuardia's broadcast today.
Oh, did you? It makes a lively afternoon, doesn't it? I heard it last Sunday. The mayor said eggs should be cheaper.
Well, I heard he went over to the poultry show and gave the poets a pep talk.
That's right. The mayor said New York will have cheaper houses if he has to build them, cheaper coal if he has to mine it, and cheaper eggs if he has to lay them. He was over yesterday getting a fitting for a nest, I guess. The mayor is very popular now.
I know. It's his big hat.
His big hat?
Mm-hmm. People think he's in the show Oklahoma and can get them tickets.
Oh. Well, now, if we only had a joke, we could sort of finish this routine. Do you know a joke offhand?
Did you hear that last week Eisenhower had indigestion?
Well, what caused it?
Things in general.
After that riotous observation, Portland, we'd better get down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question?
Well, this past week, as you know, New York had the heaviest storm of the season. Snow, sleet, and heavy rain swept the city, slowing transportation and sending pedestrians scurrying for shelter. And so our question tonight is, how did the season's worst storm bother you?
Shall we start for the alley?
As the 2 pieces of neon said when the dim out was over, let's glow. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley, where the people are fur-bearing. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. The Dies Committee may close in on me any minute. What is it you want?
It's about the season's worst storm. How did official Washington react to the storm?
The administration was glad to see the snowfall.
Why?
It's the first thing that's come down since the OPA was started.
Well, it proves you don't have to be earnest to get in the White House. You have to be frank. Now, let's see if Mrs. Prawn is in.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, did the big storm bother you?
I was better than a mermaid's hip.
You mean you were out in the storm?
No, the rain broke the skylight. It started raining inside the house.
Inside? Well, what happened?
The water got so high, I opened the ice box.
Yes?
A herring came to life and said, "Which way's Lindy's?" and swam off. The cuckoo clock struck, the cuckoo came out.
And?
It was a duck.
Well, you were flooded inside. Wasn't the water deep outside the house?
I heard something at the door.
Yes?
I opened it.
Uh-huh.
A big wave came in.
A big wave? Well, weren't you drowned?
No, the big wave was my sister.
Well, I'm sorry I brought the whole thing up. I wonder what will happen next door here.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum.
Who else? You're expecting maybe H.B. Kelton calling?
Tell me, Mr. Nussbaum, did this storm bother you?
What is happening to me shouldn't happen to a water buffalo.
What happened?
Tuesday night I am invited. I shall go to Brooklyn to playing this People Gin Romy. Also, on the side, maybe have a good time.
Accidentally.
Yes.
I see.
I am driving down the concourse in my Chevy. The wind is blowing. Outside is a lizard.
The wind was bad, eh?
Oh, bad, he said. The Chevy is blowing up on the sidewalk, then across the street.
Well, how could you drive in that terrible wind?
Confidentially, I am packing. I am packing my time.
I see.
I am coming downtown, Little Spittle. I shall go and see Brooklyn.
Yes?
Passing the Holland Tunnel, is coming a tycoon.
Yes?
It is blowing me, the Chevy, also with the gin on it deck through the Holland Tunnel.
You didn't get to Brooklyn. What did you do?
Locally, I am having also friends in Jersey. Happens Schlossberg by name.
Uh-huh.
So a good time is eventually had by all.
You got your gin rummy game.
Well, I am losing conservatively $40.
Uh-huh.
Also, my host Schlossberg is providing a midnight snack, cold cup.
Well, you came out even.
Even, he says. Who could eat $40 with a cold cup?
At the last house in the alley.
Greetings all, alack-a-day. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
Tell me, Falstaff, are those some new poem titles you have written on your cup there?
Indubitably.
Uh-huh.
Have you heard, when she twisted my neck, love wasn't the factor? I learned too late she was a chiropractor?
No.
Or, the little goose said, what the deuce, as he stuck his foot in the Charlotte Russe?
No.
Or perhaps, Hitler's army is fleeing, says a commentator. To the Germans, the Russian steps must look like an escalator.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. Tonight we are discussing the big storm we had here last week.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your storm poem called?
'Twould be gay to be an icicle.
Would be gay to be an icicle. Gay is near. Well, how does it go?
'Twould be gay to be an icicle suspended from a roof. In frosty isolation, I'd just hang there aloof. I'd need no food, I'd pay no tax, for me there'd be no ceiling. While Congress froze all other things, I'd just hang there congealing. Shortages wouldn't worry me, I'd want no roast or joint. If I was an icicle after all, you would see my point. With liquor hard to get today, an icicle can still get tight. All I need is a brisk north wind, and I'd be stiff every night.
As Falstaff leaves on his icicle built for two, Al Goodman leaps agilely, he should live so long, upon his podium to prepare for High-Low Jack and the Day. Their song is Take It Easy. That was Paper Doll, played by Al, just a bit of a dash of confetti from Paper Doll, played by Al Goodman and his They're Not Sensations, but They're All My Relations Orchestra. And now, Portland, what are you staring at?
Is that a bump on your head?
A bump? Yes, a dimple backfired. Forget about my bump.
It's a pretty big Trump to forget. How did you get it?
Well, it's rather a long story, Portland.
What happened?
Last Tuesday, I took a walk. I heard there was butter in the neighborhood, but I couldn't locate it. Well, I walked and walked and finally found myself in a shabby section of the city. As I went across the street, a brewery truck backed into the sidewalk. I heard the driver yell,
Hey, look out, that barrel's falling.
"Oh!" The barrel hit me on the head, Portland, and I was out cold. The next thing I remembered, a policeman was there. I heard the driver saying to the policeman,
It was an accident, officer. A barrel of beer rolled off my truck and knocked this guy out.
Look at him floating around in that foam. What a wonderful way to die.
I bet he can hear the angels playing Sweet Adeline on them harps.
Come on, driver. We'll carry him into the cabin.
Okay, I got his feet.
Up to Daisy. Open the door now.
Okay.
"Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you leave me, Steve?" Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? There's no customers here tonight, Duffy. Well, these rainy nights, who wants to go out and lay in a gutter? Huh? We should put a marquee over the gutter? Yes, good idea. Well, there was a couple of people in here. Yeah, the Siamese twins. Very nice couple. They bought a glass of beer. Huh? I put 2 heads on it.
All right. Lift him up now.
Yeah, handle him tenderly.
All right. Lay him on this free lunch counter.
Hey, wait a minute. What is... Just a second, Duffy. 2 guys just carried in a drunk. Look, I'll call you back.
Move the coleslaw, officer.
Okay. Now put his feet down.
Hey, look, what goes on here?
Hello, Archie.
Look, Clancy, will you tell your needle-nosed friend here that this ain't no bum shelter?
Archie, he's unconscious.
He's still a bum. Why don't you leave him where we got that load, Clancy? Remember our slogan. This is where the elite meet to eat, not where the rip meets the rep.
Hey, Archie, he got conked by a barrel of beer I was delivering in here.
Try and revive him, Archie.
I think it's too late, Clancy. It looks as though Richard Moore has set in. However, we will have it a try. I'll get out my first aid book here.
Well, in that case, I'll call an ambulance.
Look, Clancy, before you go, take his head out of the potato salad. He might come to and start eating. Oh, Flanagan?
Oh, gee, I'm hungry. Hey, can I have some of that on the counter?
Flanagan, that is human.
Yeah, it's a big one, ain't it? Hey, Archie, how many points did it cost you?
Flanagan, you talk like a headhunter. In this case, a pig's headhunter. But leave us concentrate on the first aid book here.
Yeah.
Let's see now. There's appendectomy, chilblains, epilepsy, minute rub. Wait a minute now. This guy was hit by a beer barrel. There it is. Beery. Where am I?
Hey, he's moving, Arch.
He's moving. Let's see, the book says the victim must lie perfectly still. Then again, hand me that bung starter. Thank you. Hey, who are you? How did I... Hey, this book is wonderful. He's perfectly still again.
Oh, he sure looks pale.
Yeah, he must be losing blood. Let's look under L here. Losing blood. Losing blood, apply a tournament.
Tournament? What's a tournament, Arch?
It's a thing the Boy Scouts invented. You put a piece of cloth around them and you twist it.
Oh, yeah.
Finnegan, reach down and hand me my shirt tail.
Here's the bar rag, Arch. It's cleaning.
Well, I haven't had my shirt tail on the bar, Finnegan. Now, the book says apply tournament to point nearest the injury.
Well, he got hit in the head.
Well, then we got to stop the blood from going to his head. Twist the bar rag around his throat. Give it a good twist, Finnegan.
Hey, Arch, wait a minute. Do you know what you're doing?
Finnegan, you're not talking to a man who for 4 years has studied Dr. Kildare pictures. Twist it tighter, Finnegan. Boy, look at that color come back to its face.
It's nice and blue.
I think you better loosen the tournament, Finnegan. You're ripping the bar rag. This is the last time I'll come on Truth or Consequences. Finnegan, he's raving. Acute case of dementia prefix, sir. Tighten the tournament again, Finnegan.
Okay,
Huh?
That does it, Arch. See, back to that nice blue again. Arch, you think you live, Arch?
Oh, Finnegan, that is a matter that's strictly between him and Mother Nature.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah.
What do you say we roll the guy?
Please. At Duffy's, we have ethics. We don't roll a customer until he has been taken drunk. And besides, we haven't got time. He's coming to him.
Hey, look, he's trying to talk.
Loosen up the tournament. Oh, my head. Oh, my head. Look at my suit. Where am I? You're in Duffy's. I'm Archie the manager speaking. Oh, what am I doing in this steam-fitter store club? Somebody will pay for this. You're right, and here is your bill, sir. $18.50 including first aid, cover charge, and state tax. Now, wait a minute. $18.50 in this Mickey Motel? This Sandhog Salon? Do you know who I am? I'm Fred Allen. Finnegan.
Yeah.
Mark the cash register. You don't know this guy. This guy would throw a termite onto a lame man's cane. Now listen, you. Listen, I'll slap you flatter than Jack Denny's archers. I'll pull your nose down your vest so fast you'll think it's a zipper. Why, you emaciated shield for Bacchus, if I come... Alan, don't finish till I get off the phone. I don't want to miss a word of this. Oh, Duffy. Fred Allen's insulting me here. Well, a barrel of beer fell on him. First time what? First time the drinks was ever on Allen, huh? Well, look, Duffy, I'm afraid the guy is going to sue. Huh? Yeah, it's a good idea, Duffy. Okay. Fred, Duffy's got the solution. What? The French make a bureau. He owes us a barrel of beer, right? Uh-huh. They owe you for a clerk on a cut, right? Right. We're both going to collect. How, Archie? You and me is both jointly going to file suit against the French Make-a Bureau of Greater Staten Island. No, wait a minute. Not me. I'm not getting involved. Rely me, Alan. Believe me. Come on in the back room. We'll plan our strategy. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go in, I'll drop a nickel in the jukebox. Oh, yeah. While we're talking, you can listen to me new song, Leave It Faces. We're in love. Well, Portland, I finally got out of Duffy's. 2 days later, I got a subpoena to appear in court. Archie was waiting for me outside. When we got into the courtroom, Archie said... sit down here next to me, Alan. Hand me my briefcase there. I got to get out some habeas corpuses. Your briefcase? Well, you said Duffy was getting me a big lawyer. Duffy's lawyer got pneumonia. That's the sad thing, too. He thought he was hanging on to the back of an ambulance, but it turned out to be a good humor truck. So I'm taking over. But, Archie, what do you know about law? What do I know about law? For 10 years I worked for Muleback, a bushwhacker, Millstone, and Briggs. Doing what? I used to paste the ipsos on the factos. But, Archie... Quiet, here's the judge.
Court is now open. First case, Fred Allen versus the Fine Schmecker Brewery of Greater Staten Island.
Get a load of that stuff he just did. This case is in the bag.
Is counsel for defense of the Fine Schmecker Brewery present?
I'm right here, Your Honor. Well, Uncle Phil, I didn't know you were sitting on this case.
Well, Julius, my favorite nephew. I thought you were still in law school.
What is this, one man's family? If you're not the judge's son, Archie, we're sons.
Case is open, Julius.
Uncle Phil, I mean, Your Honor, why waste the court's time? My client, the Fine Schmecker Brewery, will buy the plaintiff a new suit and close the case.
The court appreciates the defense's attitude, nephew, counselor, and so I hereby close this case.
I object. Archie, I'm getting a new suit. I'm satisfied. You're getting a new suit, but who's paying Duffy for that barrel of beer and me for the first aid bill? I object.
Order in the court. You in the dirty white apron. Did you open your bazoo?
Not yet, but that is irreverent material and unreasonably facsimile. My client demands a trial. Archie, wait a minute.
Very well, you asked for it. The case is reopened. Go to it, Julius. I'm all for you.
Well, there goes my new suit.
Quiet, you. Proceed, Julius.
Your Honor,
I will prove to you that this man, Fred Allen, hijacked a Feinschmecker truck, tried to steal a barrel of our nectar Weehawkenlager beer, and when this contemptible crumb was discovered, he hid in a nearby saloon.
I object. Well, it's about time.
What's your objection?
Duffy's is not a saloon, it's a tavern. Yes, proceed. But Archie, he called me a contemptible crumb. That's slander. I know, but we might have a tough time proving it.
Order in the car. Quiet, loudmouth.
Your Honor, am I recognized by the court?
Yes, shyster.
Thank you. I wish to present my first witness, Clifton Finnegan.
Clifton Finnegan.
Finnegan, wake up.
Oh, where am I?
You're in court.
Court. Guilty, Your Honor. Take the stand.
Yes, sir.
Latest attorney, take the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Finnegan, is it not a fact?
I object.
I ain't answered nothing yet.
Objection sustained.
Your Honor.
Quiet! All right, that concludes the testimony. Your witness, Junior.
Now watch yourself, Finnegan.
Don't worry about me.
Mr. Finnegan, isn't it true that you are completely unqualified to be a witness, as you are a subnormal chowderhead, a dope, and a low-grade moron?
What?
He's got me cornered.
Your Honor, this trial is a farce. I demand to be heard. Let me take the stand.
Think you can handle him, Junior? With your help, Uncle Phil? Yes, I think so. Proceed, Junior. Is it not true, Mr. Allen, that you had to be carried into Duffy's on the day of question?
Yes. The driver yelled, "Look out!" The beer barrel hit me on the head and broke open. I was carried into Duffy's unconscious.
Aha! And is it not true that approximately one half of that barrel of beer had soaked into your suit?
Yes?
Do you have a liquor license?
No.
Very stands, Your Honor, a confessed criminal.
A confessed criminal?
You admit carrying half a barrel of beer on your person into the saloon. By your own words, you're guilty of violating Federal Law 65B.
What is that?
Transporting liquor without a license.
Now, wait a minute.
Are you kidding? The court finds the prisoner guilty as charged.
Now, wait a minute, Your Honor. Guilty? What about my lawyer's defense?
I'll give him 2 minutes. Get going, stupid.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. As I stand here in defense of my client, I hope the court will remember the words of the shining legal light, Mr. Anthony. I quote him to wit from a recent court case, whereas no man is guilty until he is presumed innocent, and then not until the jury appears on him.
Do you deny that the barrel of Feinschmecker beer in this case is still in your client Allen's clothes?
Am I to refute the obvious?
Do you deny that the beer is still the property of the Feinschmecker brewery?
I deny, but with dictum ad nauseam.
Well, honey spots you might have for verbatim.
True, but the caveat emptor, 6 cents a Judge Allen, don't forget that.
Well, under duress, yes, but now Potsy, there is left to be pure of mandamus on a promise card.
The point is well taken, I understand. Now, Archie, what happened here? Take off your clothes, Alan. Feinschmecker gets your suit. My suit? How can I go home? I got custody of the beer barrel. You can go home in that. Oh, I get it. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Ed Gardner for his visit tonight. Ed appeared through the courtesy of the Bristol Myers Company, makers of Sal Hepatica and Minute Rub. Next week, our guest will be America's sweetheart, Miss Mary Pickford. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. This is Columbia.
The Fred Allen Show. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
Tonight we pay tribute to the Boy Scouts and bring you an old boy who is still a pretty good scout. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're not kidding about my scout background. I started in as a Cub Scout, worked my way up to be a tenderfoot, and then on account, a little later on in my adolescence, on account of my buck teeth, they put me in the Beaver Patrol. As a boy, I looked like...
Why, Fred, did you have buck teeth as a boy?
Buck teeth, Jimmy. I could eat an ear of corn through a knothole when I was... When I left the... Now I could if I could get the ear of corn. I can still get the knothole. When I left the Beaver Patrol, I became an Eagle Scout. For 2 years, I lived in a nest, Jimmy. Those were molting, and part-time work. Those were happening. I didn't lay eggs until just tonight. As long as I was an eagle, I never thought of it. But those were the happy days, James. Tying knots, doing good deeds.
Fred, what was your outstanding good deed, would you say?
Well, as I think back hurriedly, Jimmy, I would say my outstanding good deed was consummated during the last war. I was over at the Grand Central Depot. A lot of soldiers were leaving for camp. They were kissing their girls goodbye. And at the edge of the crowd was a little midget.
A midget soldier?
He was in the infantry, Jimmy. This midget soldier had a girlfriend 6 feet tall. He couldn't kiss her.
Oh, you helped the midget kiss his tall girl.
I put him up to it, Jimmy. And that was my good deed for...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, here you are. Portland, you're just in time. Jimmy and I have been discussing Boy Scout Week. Have you ever met any scouts?
Papa was a Boy Scout.
Really?
That's how we met Mama.
Oh, how?
Papa followed some bear tracks in the woods. When Papa overtook the bear,
Yeah?
it was Mama.
Well, that's silly. How could your mother make tracks like a bear?
Mama was walking in her bare feet.
Bare feet.
That's one on you.
That's one on me, huh? Brother, this program is starting to sound like it pays to be ignorant. Tell me, where is your mother tonight?
Well, Mama and I were going to see the new Frank Sinatra picture, but Mama had to stay home.
Well, why?
Mama has laryngitis. She can't scream.
Oh, well. There's no fun seeing Frank Sinatra if you're no fun, huh? An old R I had left over from last year's oyster season. There's no fun seeing Frank Sinatra if you're just going to sit there. I mean, after all.
That's what Mama says.
Well, you know, Frank has a swell radio show of his own now, and it won't be long before he's another street singer. And street reminds me we'd better start for Allen's Alley.
What's your question tonight?
Well, last week, the War Production Board said that this coming year, there's going to be a shortage of alarm clocks. People are going to have to make their old alarm clocks do. And so our question tonight, appropriately enough, is, now, how is this alarm clock shortage going to affect you?
Shall we go?
Well, if Mr. Goodman, who has been in Florida, with Tampa with the music, wheel away. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, what is your reaction to the shortage of alarm clocks?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through, a signal will be given in Washington. Every person in America will be awakened mornings automatically.
You awaken people automatically? Well, how are you going to get 130 million people out of bed at the same time, Senator?
Short wave.
And if the short wave doesn't work?
I'll get a tall whack.
Well, there are no flies on the Senator. There are some things even flies won't stoop to. Let's see what's cooking next door.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, has the alarm clock problem bothered you?
Yeah, my alarm clock broke last week. I had to get something new.
Well, what did you finally work out?
I took the cuckoo out of my cuckoo clock and put in a live rooster.
A live rooster, huh?
Yes. Across from the cuckoo clock, I put a sun lamp.
A sun lamp.
When the rooster comes out at 6 o'clock,
Yes?
he sees the lamp shining.
Yes?
The rooster thinks the sun's rising.
Uh-huh.
The rooster crows. I wake up.
Now, wait a minute. How do you get the sun lamp to shine at exactly 6 o'clock?
At 5:30, I get up and turn the sun lamp on.
Well, when the rooster wakes Mrs. Prawn, there are 2 crows in the room. Let's try next door.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, how are you making out with this alarm clock business?
My alarm clock, a Big Benjamin, is for 6 months not working.
Well, how do you get up mornings?
Where I am living is next door, Mrs. Mankiewicz, a delicatessen.
What delicatessen?
Mrs. Mankiewicz, who is confidentially an early riser, is waking me.
Mrs. Mankiewicz sleeps in the back of the delicatessen?
And the coleslaw.
On the coleslaw.
Yeah.
Well, what happens when Mrs. Mankiewicz gets up?
She is putting her kitty, a little pussycat, out in the hall.
And?
From upstairs, from downstairs is coming dogs, all sizes, to chasing the kitty.
Uh-huh.
The kitty is yowling, the dogs is barking, Mrs. Mankiewicz is yelling, the neighbors is screaming.
And this terrible racket?
That is scaring my canary, who is eating his breakfast. From the canary's beak is dropping on the floor one bird seed.
And this one bird seed dropping?
It is waking me up. I'm a light sleeper.
Well, again, we find ourselves at the end of Allen's Alley. What lurks behind this last door?
Good evening, all. Up's a daisy. Falstaff's here to make like crazy.
Please, Falstaff, tell us that you have no poems tonight.
Au contraire, old boy. Have you heard who put the kipper in Mrs. Murphy's slipper? You haven't heard that?
No. There's an egg to go with it now. No?
Or,
should have put a sturgeon in there. It could have laid its own egg as long as it was. No, I haven't heard that, Falstaff.
how about this? She blushed and said you couldn't be ruder as I tweaked the fin on her barracuda.
No.
The party broke up. Guests reached for their coats when Mother started singing Mersey Dote.
Now, wait a minute. For your information tonight, we are talking about the shortage of alarm clocks.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your alarm clock poem called?
Man's Best Friend.
Well, how does it go?
The poet says woman is man's best friend. The cynic says a dog, any breed. The sportsman says his best friend is a horse, any species of steed. But my best friend is an alarm clock, and I am a man among men. You can have dames, dogs, and horses. A true friend is my little Ben. In the morning, a woman will call you. A dog will start licking your hands. A horse will neigh neath your window. But my little Ben understands. I've overslept every morning this week, and my little Ben never has spoken. I say a man's best friend's his alarm clock, but only if the darn thing is broken.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Minnesinger Openshaw struts into the night, Maestro Al Goodman rises baton akimbo to welcome Hilo Jack and the Dame, the song San Fernando Valley. Thank you, Hilo Jack and the Dame. That was Mersey Dote in synopsis form, played by Al Goodman and his Swing and Sway for $2 a day orchestra. I have had a hard week.
Oh, did something go wrong?
Oh, everything has gone wrong. Last Thursday, I bought that new book by Luella Parsons, you know, The Gay Illiterate. When I got the book home, I found 4 pages were missing. Well, I went back to the bookshop. They sent me to the publisher.
Did he tell you where to go?
In no uncertain terms. By now, I was pretty mad. I read that Luella Parsons was here in New York, so I took my book and went over to her hotel to see her. As I entered the door of Miss Parsons' suite, a voice said,
Why, Fred Allen.
Luella Parsons. Well, Luella, I came to ask you.
Oh, why, do you have a copy of my new book, The Gay Illiterate?
Yes, Luella, that's why I'm,
We have something in common, Fred. That title should fit you, too.
Gay illiterate? Well, I'm not gay, Luella.
Oh, I know. But you see, I heard you on Information Please last week.
You heard me on Information Please, huh? You mean I sounded illiterate?
Well, you reminded me of Dr. IQ when he was just an intern.
Well, it's very hard to make good on Information Please, Luella. John Kieran carries birds' eggs in his pockets, and the birds' eggs keep hatching, and Kieran's pockets keep peeping, you see. FBA wears cheap union suits. When he starts to perspire a little, his sleeves shrink and his arms keep flying up. Fadiman's nose is too smooth. His glasses keep slipping down on his nose. So between the peeping in Kieran's pockets, FPA's arms flying up, and Fadiman's glasses sliding up and down, it's very hard to keep your mind on the questions. That's what my alibi.
Fred, you didn't come here tonight to complain about information, please.
Well, no, Luella. It's about your book.
Oh, well, that's really very nice of you, Fred. The Gay Illiterate is on the bestsellers list.
Well, I know that. I know you've been auctioning off copies of your book autographed by the leading Hollywood stars at war bond rallies around the country. I saw all of that in your column.
Oh, I didn't know you read my column, Fred.
Oh, I read your column every morning as soon as I finish Dick Tracy.
I'm glad to know you're one of my fans.
Oh, yes, Luella. My two favorites are you and Flat Top.
You read The Gay Illiterate,
Well,
Fred?
not yet, no. Is it anything like that sequel to Undercover, In Bed We Cry?
There's nothing undercover about my book. It's the story of my life.
The story of your life in how many volumes?
One volume. How old do you think I am?
Shall I be brutally frank, Luella?
No, for heaven's sake, no.
The real reason I'm here, I bought a copy of your book, and 4 pages are missing. Now, with 4 pages gone, it's like getting a copy of Esquire with just the stories.
I have my book here. I can read you the missing pages.
You can read me the missing pages? Well, that would be swell. Let me see. The missing pages are 187, 88, 189, and 190.
Now, wait till I find those pages.
Shall I wet your finger?
No, thanks. I have damp hands.
Oh, lucky you. Good.
Ah, here we are.
Page 187. What does it say there?
The chapter's title is A Star is Born.
A Star is Born. How does it start?
On Valentine's Day, 50 years ago, in a tiny town north of Chicago, one of the screen's greatest stars was born. The tiny town was Waukegan.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, no, wait, please. Luella, you mean on page 187?
The Life of Jack Benny stars.
And it goes on for 4 pages?
Yes, it's all about Jack.
Well, I will keep my copy, thank you, Luella. If your book sells for $2, my copy of Gay Illiterate with those 4 pages missing is worth $100. If you'll tear those 4 pages out of every book, you'll make a fortune.
Now, look here, Fred. I have my own private feuds. You're not getting me mixed up with you and Jack.
I see your point. You have to draw the line someplace.
Yeah, I certainly do.
Well, before I go, Luella, I know all your life you've written about movie stars. Haven't you yourself ever wanted to be a glamour girl?
Fred, to glamorize me would be a retread job.
Wouldn't you like to be a star in pictures?
I confess, I've always wished to be the heroine in one of those rip-roaring Western pictures.
In a Western. Well, tonight you're going to get your wish, Luella. I have written a Western picture, and you are going to star in it.
But, Fred...
It's too late, Luella. As your picture starts, a fanfare is heard.
Luella Parsons presents
Luella Parsons in.
Luella's Last Stand.
starring
Luella Parsons.
produced by
Luella Parsons.
directed by
Luella Parsons.
dialogue by
Luella Parsons.
additional dialogue by
Luella Parsons.
The story by Luella Parsons was based on an original idea by who else?
Well, Luella, how was that?
I can't complain about the billing, Fred. What part do I play?
Part, Luella, you play 4 different parts. 4 different parts in the picture. You're the star. You see, you play 4 different parts.
4 parts?
I thought you were quitting on the picture already before you...
Four parts? Well, say, I don't want to hog the whole picture.
Well, you're the star, Luella. As the picture opens, you are Alkali Annie, a hostess at a desert oasis. Ladies and gentlemen, Luella's Last Stand.
This is a story of the West. Sheriff Allen and his posse have been trailing Killer McGonagall for 2 years. We find the sheriff and his men in the desert, their horses plodding on toward the Purple Hills and Killer McGonagall. The sheriff is having a tune.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
Hey, Sheriff.
Whoa. What is it, Big Belly?
Hey, look over yonder, Sheriff, a campfire. The embers is still a-glowing.
Killer McGonagall just broke camp, Sheriff.
You're right, Bullethead. The killer ate a gopher for dinner. The gopher weighed exactly 1 pound.
How do you know it weighed just 1 pound?
Well, look, the killer left 8 red points in the gopher hole.
Hey, look, Sheriff. There's something moving behind that cactus.
It's Killer McGonagall. Men, surround that cactus.
Hey, it ain't the killer.
It's a woman laying there.
Well, it's Alkali Annie. She looks like she's a-dying.
She must have seen which way the killer went.
She's trying to speak. Annie, was the killer.
He went that away.
Let's go, men. Killer McGonagall is moving.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it.
Just a minute. I'm not going to
Hold it, Mr. Goodman. Yes, Llewellyn. Is something wrong?
Fred, you said I was going to star in this picture.
Well, yes. Why?
Well, in that whole first scene, I spoke exactly 1 line.
But, Llewellyn, you stole that entire scene.
All I said was he went that away, then I died.
Well, I know. But as you say he went that way, you point, you see. The camera comes in, and we show a big close-up of your finger. We fade out on your finger, and you're through as Alkali Annie.
With a part like this, I'll be through as Luella Parsons.
Well, you'll be another Slim Somerville. In this next scene, you're Cold Deck Dora, the female card shop. The camera fades in on the Big Nugget Saloon at Devil's Didy, Arizona.
Hey, look, man, Sheriff Allen and his men are coming. They must be on the trail of Killer McGonagall.
Well, howdy. Bartender, drinks for the house. It's on me.
Name your poison, man.
Well, we're all drinking the same, bartender. Make it 3 mountain martinis.
What's a mountain martini?
A tall glass of buffalo drool with a puma's eyeball floating in it.
A puma's eyeball?
Here, when I say here's looking at you, I like to have something looking back at you. Now let's get down to business. Barkeep, have you seen Killer McGonagall?
Yeah, just left. The killer was playing Red Dog with Cold Deck Dora. Here comes Dora now.
Careful, Sheriff. She's a slickin'.
I know she's a slickin', but I can handle a bullet head. Come clean, Cold Deck Dora. Was Killer McGonagall.
He went that away.
Let's go, men.
Stop.
Now, hold it.
Stop that music just a minute.
Yes,
Stop
Mr.
it.
Yes, Llewellyn. Hold it, Mr. Goodman. Yes, Llewellyn.
Is that all I do is Cold Deck Dora?
All you do. Llewellyn, you were magnificent. The way you played that female card shark. Why, Ida Lupino could pull up an option and learn something. Well, you'll get an Academy Award.
You think so?
Why, you motivate the entire story.
That's all I said.
All you said. You told us which way McGonagall went. You'll get credit for direction.
Oh, I was gone before I began.
Oh, now, look, Llewellyn, all these parts so far are just little teasers for your next character, Two Gun Lou. Do you know the Lou type?
No, but I bet I know what she's going to say.
No, you're wrong. This is the climax. Sheriff Allen and his men have finally cornered Killer McGonagall in a moose nest. The scene opens with a big gun battle. We hear shots.
Oh, you better come out of that moose nest, Killer. We got you. Up. Well, that cures my sinus. My nose is gone. Well, here's some lead back at you, Killer.
Hey, you got him, Sheriff. There's a white shirt tail waving in the moose nest.
Yeah, the killer's giving himself up.
The jig's up, Killer. Come out of that moose nest, McGonagall.
You got me, Sheriff. I surrender.
Hey, Sheriff. Look who's in the moose next with their killer.
Two Gun Lou.
Yeah, Lou made me surrender.
Why?
Two Gun Lou wants to marry the toughest man in the West. You and me has got to shoot it out.
You reach for your gun, Killer.
I'm a reaching. Oh, you got me, Sheriff.
Two Gun Lou, I claim you as my bride.
Start staking your claim, Sheriff.
I'm telling the world you and me is getting hitched. I gotta find me a telephone.
There's a Forest Patrol phone right over on that tree.
Lucky, a Forest Patrol phone, a pay station, too. I'm phoning. Operator, give me Bryant, 90000.
No, you don't, Sheriff Allen.
Put them two guns down, Two Gun Lou.
I'm not Two Gun Lou now. I'm Luella Parsons.
Oh, Luella,
You're a widow before you're a bride. Why did you plug me?
You were going to phone in the scoop about our marriage. Now, weren't you?
Yeah?
Nobody scoops the Weller Parsons.
You mean Bryant 90000?
That's Walter Winchell's number. Take that, you dog.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, George Rapp, Man About Hollywood, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Last Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, a certain comedian dreamed he was on Truth or Consequences. Well, when he woke up, he was a mess. The comedian is back again tonight. Here he is. He's still awake and still a mess. Fred Allen.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, you're not kidding about that Truth or Consequences program. Ralph Edwards broke 4 eggs in my hair, put molasses in my shoes, ducked my head in whipped cream, and squirted seltzer water all over me.
Yes, I know. You look like a fugitive from the Mystery Chef.
When he got through, huh? I have never... services for that line will be held tomorrow morning. I look like a fugitive from the Mystery Chef, eh?
Yes.
Well, I tell you frankly, Jimmy, I was so covered with food, when I started to walk home, 2 mice followed me up Broadway.
Well, did the whipped cream, the eggs, and the molasses bother you?
Well, I went to sleep, Jimmy. The room was warm, and when I woke up, I couldn't move. I was a big cake with arms in it.
You were baked inside of a cake?
Now I know how a raisin feels, Jimmy. You know, when Truth or Consequences is over, the studio looks as though a mixmaster exploded in there. If I ever have another...
Allen!
Well, Portland, geez, yes. You never can tell when you're going to meet a person with some straight lines, can you? Well, Portland, what's new? What's new tonight?
Did you read about that 12-year-old boy who's going to Yale?
12 years old? I hope he doesn't go out for football. You know, it would be terrible to see a Yale man running down the field carrying the ball in one hand and a lollipop in the other.
Can a little boy like that win his letter?
Oh, he's too short for Yale. The end of his Y would be dragging. He'd do better at Michigan or Ohio, where he could turn the O around and get in it, you know. But tell me, were you smart when you were 12 years old?
At high school, the class voted me most likely to.
Oh, really? Most likely to what?
They didn't say.
Well, you certainly haven't let them down. I will say that. Would you say that you were smart now?
Mama doesn't think so.
Well, why not?
Mama says I'll never be Miss Rheingold of 1944.
Well, why can't you be Miss Rheingold?
Mama says I haven't got enough head.
Well, you don't, That's the same man who wrote that line for Wallington. He's got another line in here when I wasn't looking. Well, you don't need much head to cover your brain, Portland. I think Joel Kupperman's tooth would about do it. And speaking of heads, I'm about to head for Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you picked out a question?
I certainly have. You know, next Wednesday is March 15th, Income Tax Day. And this year, the taxpayer is confronted with the most complicated tax form yet devised by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And so our question tonight is, how are you doing with your income tax?
Shall we start?
As one Beguine said to the other Beguine, let's begin. There's man just fell off the Fitch bandwagon.
Portland, at long last, a stranger just passed in the alley here. At long last, here we are back in Allen's Alley. Now, let's see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, what is your reaction to the new income tax return?
It's too complicated.
Complicated, eh? Can you simplify it, Senator?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
the next income tax blank will ask the taxpayer only 3 questions.
And those 3 questions are?
How much money did you make last year?
Yes.
How much have you got left?
Yes.
How fast can you get it out of your pocket? Thank you.
I don't think the senator will get in the next election, something tells me. Now, let's try next door here.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, did you have any trouble with the new income tax return?
My husband's nearsighted.
His eyes are bad?
He mistook the laundry list for his income tax blank.
Really?
He sent the laundry list to the income tax office.
Yes.
He sent his income tax blank out with the laundry.
Gosh, what a mix-up.
Laundry, income tax, what's the difference?
You mean?
Either way, he loses his shirt.
Well, March 15th, Mrs. Prawn won't know her husband from Adam. Well, something may turn up next door here. Let's see. No. Mr. Nussbaum, did you make out your income tax?
I am Einstein, maybe.
What did you do with your blank?
Well, I am going first to Moskowitz.
Oh, Moskowitz, the delicatessen man, hey?
Need the delicatessen. Moskowitz is also on the side a notorious public.
A notary public, eh?
Moskowitz is adding up my tax. He is getting $42. This, to me, is seeming a little high.
So?
I'm going to Goldberg.
Well, who is Goldberg?
Goldberg is running a cigar store. As a hobby, he is taking numbers.
Only as a hobby,
Yes.
huh? Good.
If Goldberg is taking numbers is in Texas, he can total.
Oh, he can total.
Uh-huh.
Well, what was his estimate?
Goldberg is getting $800.
800, and Moskowitz got $42?
This is mixing me up all together. I am going to a fortune teller, a gypsy.
Uh-huh.
The gypsy is feeling my tea bag, also asking a few questions.
And?
The gypsy is getting $18.
Well, that's 3 different totals.
That is making me disgusted. I'm saying to myself, I will make out my own income tax.
You went to work?
I am up all night with 2 pencils and a bottle of celery tonic.
You can get a return with the celery tonic on the bottle. How did you... Tell me, you figured out your own tax. How did you come out with your figure?
Well, Moskowitz is getting 42.
Yes.
Goldberg is getting 800.
Yes.
The gypsy is getting 18.
And when you figured out your own income tax, what did you get?
30 days.
Well, that brings us to the little break front shack at the end of the alley. Now, what can possibly happen here?
Let the trumpets blow, don't be aloof. Falstaff's here to raise the roof.
Bard Openshaw, are those more poems peeping out of your cement bag, Inverness?
What else? Have you heard, my girl has a glass eye, I'm nearly nutty? When my girl cries, her tears are puppy?
No.
Or, said the lighted cigarette to the tray on the shelf, I'm afraid I'm making an ash of myself?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, don't worry, Judge, if Mother looks pale. She's been drinking buttermilk through her veil.
Now, wait a minute. Falstaff, you will be the death of me if natural causes don't beat you to it. Tonight we are examining the new income tax blank.
Precisely why I am not elsewhere.
You have written a tax form. What is it called?
A fig for the collector of internal revenue.
Well, how does it go?
A fig for the collector of internal revenue. I'll tell you, sir, what you can do. Your new tax return, sir, you can take with your clauses and instructions and jump in the lake. I refuse to be concerned about Schedule B, losses from fire or other casualty, fiduciary income, charity donations, medical expenses, dependents, if relations, victory tax, surtax, withholding tax too, unpaid balance, notes, and monies due. Item 10, totals. Turn to page 3. None of this Hassenpfeffer means anything to me. So a fig for the collector of internal revenue. I've intimated, sir, what you can do. You can examine me, grill me, and sue me, chum. I didn't earn a cent last year. I'm just a happy bum.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff gathers up his tatters and flaps into oblivion, Maestro Al Goodman sets aside his police gazette and nods to Hilo, Jack, and the Dane. Their song, No Love, No Nothing. And now, what the boys could do if the instruments were picked. But when you're looking over your shoulder much, concentrate. And now, Portland, is that a program?
Mother and I went to hear the new New York City Symphony.
Oh, say, I read that New York City now has its own orchestra. I hear Brooklyn is terribly jealous about it. You know, Brooklyn is organizing an orchestra, the Flatbush Philharmonic. They'll probably be called them Beethoven bums before they get through.
Why did Mayor LaGuardia start the new symphony orchestra?
Well, the mayor wants to have one city project where he can be sure there'll be a little harmony, Portland. I guess I'll start working on my...
Do you have another crime show?
Admit this show is a crime. It's a gang story about this gang story of mine on the air.
Gangbusters, by it?
Well, I saw the man, and they're Colonel Schwarzenegger. So I'm going to...
Can you find any gangsters?
Always plays those gangster parts in Pickle. I knocked on the door.
Yes?
George Raft. Well... Mr. Raft,
If you're the reporter from the Times, my latest Universal picture, produced by Charles K. Feldman, directed by Eddie Sutherland, and soon to be seen at your neighborhood theater, is Follow the Boy.
Now, wait, please, Mr. Raft. I'm not a reporter. I'm Fred Allen.
Allen? Oh, I've seen your face someplace. Was it on a bottle of iodine?
No, it wasn't.
Or was it under a table at the Star Club?
No.
Well, were you that singing waiter at the Mayflower Donut Shop?
No, wait a minute. I'm Fred Allen. Don't you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, I only listen to one guy on the radio.
One guy who?
The Smiling Irishman. Oh, that guy's a riot.
Yes, I know. Well, look, Mr. Raft, I have a radio script for you. It's a gangster story.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred, but I'm through with gangster parts. Gangsters are passé.
You mean that Humphrey Bogart?
Bogart used to have a Tommy gun in his lap 24 hours a day, but no more.
Well, what does Bogart have in his lap today?
Ingrid Bergman.
Is that bad? Well, how about Edward G. Robinson?
Well, Robinson's clothes used to be lumpy from carrying gats.
And today?
Robinson's clothes are still lumpy.
Well, from what?
Carrying yo-yos.
Oh, I see. The whole... Well, what about Cagney? In every picture, he used to kill squealers.
Oh, today there aren't any squealers left in the underworld.
Well, where are they?
Well, the squealers are all at the Sinatra broadcast.
But, George, you know, you still look like a gangster. Your hair.
Well, what's wrong with my hair? The girls think it's romantic.
Romantic, George? It's the fat shortage. When a girl runs her fingers through your hair today, she's just trying to pick up a little grease.
This isn't grease on my hair, Fred. It's a special preparation.
Something special? No kidding. What is the preparation?
You promise you won't tell? Hope to die?
Hope the cat will spit in my eye, George. What is it you put on your hair?
Perfume and chicken fat.
Fine. You know, you look like Flat Top's brother, Grease Top. But, George, you are not the romantic type. You'll be a sensation in my radio play. Why, you and I will make gangbusters sound like life can be beautiful.
Look, Fred, why don't you get an old door with rusty hinges and call yourself in a sanctum?
Oh, fine. Please. That guy got another line in here. All through the thing, this Hope writer got in here and wrote things. Please, George, before, you know, I have to stay in one place week after week. Benny and Hope move around. I have to have better jokes. I will be here next Sunday. But please, George, before you give me a definite maybe, let me tell you my story.
Okay. It looks though I'm stuck. How does it go?
Well, first, my program starts with a fanfare.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mob Busters. Mob Busters is brought to you each week at this time by the makers of Pepto-Burp. The effervescent tablet with a new built-in feature. Other tablets, when dropped in water, fizz, bubble, and sizzle, but not Pepto-Burp. Drop a Pepto-Burp in water and watch it. There's no fizzle, no sizzle. It just lays there. Absolutely no other effervescent tablet can make this statement. Try a Pepto-Burp today. You'll be sorry! And now for tonight's thrilling Mob-Buster story. And here is your host, that eminent criminologist, Colonel J.J. Schmilling. Good evening, friends of Pepto-Burp and murder lovers. Tonight we bring you one of the most ghastly episodes in the annals of crime, the Black Market Murders. And here is the man who broke the case, Police Inspector Timothy McAllen.
Hi, folks, and hello to the boys in Precinct 2.
Inspector, how did you solve the Black Market Murder?
Well, Colonel Schmillick, my story starts on the morning of December 3rd. Me boys and me were sitting around the station house. One of the boys had just got his induction notice. We was watching him puncture his eardrum. He was using a salad fork.
A salad fork?
He had a cauliflower ear. Well, he starts working on his third ear when suddenly a police call comes in.
Attention, Inspector McAllen. A farmer has just been murdered in a barn in Westchester. Inspector McAllen, report at once. Inspector McAllen.
McAllen? What are the initials?
LS, MFT.
That's me. It's me, man. Let's go.
Gad, Inspector. What happened? What happened when you got to that barn in Westchester?
Well, there, laying on the floor of the barn was a farmer, Colonel. He was deader than the first 10 minutes of a Jack Benny program. Not only he was dead, his cow was gone.
Yes?
In 4 days, 236 farmers was found dead. Their cows was gone.
Who did you suspect, Inspector?
Well, a big suspector. A big butter-legging ring was cow-napping the cows to make butter. And the mastermind of the black market gang was...
Who, Inspector?
Pepe LaRaft.
Pepe LaRaft?
Pepe LaRaft.
What did you do, Inspector?
Well, I knew the gang would start strong-arming delicatessens with their black market butter. So one morning I hides myself in the icebox at Hershkowitz's Delicatessen on the east side. A big black limousine pulls up. Pepe LaRaft and two of his gorillas come into the delicatessen. Pepe says,
Hershkowitz, you and me got a little difference of opinion.
No, Pepe, please.
Shut up. Take that. Lay off, boys. This is my pigeon.
Okay, Pepe.
Hershkowitz, my boys tell me you suddenly don't want to buy no butter.
Pepe, I can't buy black market butter. It's against the law.
You know what happened to Garfinkel when he didn't want any butter?
No, you wouldn't do that for me.
Yes, we untied the ends of his balonies.
Hey, boss.
Yes?
Should I start untying his baloney now?
I'll give him one more chance. Hershkowitz, how many pounds of butter do you sell a day?
5 pounds.
Starting tomorrow, you're buying 200 pounds a day.
200 pounds?
At $2 a pound.
I'm ruined. Help, police.
Quiet, punk. Take that.
Oh!
Hey, boss, Look, the icebox door, it's opening.
Reach for your rods, men.
It's too late, you rats.
It's Inspector McAllen.
Drop them guns. I got you covered, Larap. Take that and that and that. Oh, shucks.
What's wrong, Inspector?
I've been in the icebox too long. Look, me trigger finger is frozen. I can't shoot. Look.
We got him, men. Now, let him have it. Yeah, Inspector. With all those guns blazing point blank at you, you must have been riddled.
No, the shots just bounced off me, Colonel. I was in the icebox so long, I was bird's-eyed. I was as hard as the $64 question.
Did Laraft and his gang flood the city with black market butter?
Well, no, Colonel Schmillick. The gang never showed up with no butter. I knew Peppy had the cows. I knew something was wrong.
And what was your next move?
Well, a stool pigeon tipped me off. There was a lot of mooing coming from a deserted warehouse over on Avenue B.
Aha. So you went down there and quietly keeping under cover.
Bud.
Yeah.
Was you there?
No.
Then let me tell the story. Do you mind?
Go right ahead, Inspector.
Well, I went down to the warehouse. It was packed with cows. Looking in a window, I seen Peppy Laraft. He's got the mob on the carpet. Laraft is saying...
Now listen, you mugs. We got 200 hot cows. How come we ain't getting no butter?
Butter comes from milk, Peppy. I heard it on a quiz program.
So what?
Well, nobody in the gang knows how to get the milk out of the cows, Peppy.
Yeah, I had them cows sitting on bottles. Nothing comes out.
I threatened to take one cow for a ride. She wouldn't come across.
Maybe the cows are organized. Maybe they want a cut of the butter take. Who's the head of this cow mob?
A cow named Elsie.
Well, get Elsie in here. Maybe I can make a deal.
Okay, boss. Come in, Elsie.
Come over here, Elsie.
Hey, watch yourself, boss. She might be packing a rod.
Cow packing a rod?
Look under there. She's packing something.
Quiet. Now, listen, Elsie. Come on, come clean, sister. We know you got the milk on you. Where is it? How do we get it? Point to the gimmick. Come on, play ball, baby. Peppy can put you on Easy Street. And Merriman Stall, I'll put caviar in your cud. What do you say? Why, you dirty double-crossing Jersey? How would the milk around Ginger?
Hey, look, boss. She's getting frightened.
Sister, come cleaner. I'll cut you up and tear you into little pieces and sell you to lint.
She's shaking all over, boss.
She's starting to sling something around. It's butter.
Oh, look out. It's flying this way.
Oh, right in me kisser. Hey, it's delicious.
We're all set, boys. We don't need the milk. All we got to do is start stirring in the cows. We got to get butter. Well, what was that?
The jig is up, Laraft.
Inspector McAllen.
Reach for the stratosphere, you rats.
Okay, McAllen, you got it.
Cat. Oh, cat. I'm covered with butter. Look at me. You're under arrest, Laraft.
Okay, copper, if you want me, we're going to shoot it out.
You asked for it, Peppy. Take that and that. Oh, jeepers, with this butter. Me fingers keep slipping off the trigger. Look at me.
I mean my blackjack.
Here, boss.
Hold that blackjack, Laraft. Oh.
Ha, copper. That's the last time you'll try to double-cross Peppy Laraft. Let's go, boys.
Okay, let's go. Gosh, Inspector, what happened then?
Well, Laraft and the 200 cows made a clean getaway, Colonel. He started selling his black market butter all over the state. He made millions. From butter, he went into nylon stockings, liquor. He was the king of the black market.
But how did you finally break it?
Before I could break Laraft, somebody beat me to it.
What happened?
Well, yesterday I'm walking along the Bowery. I'm trailing a kleptomaniac from the Navy Yard. He sneaked out with 300 anchors. He's got him under a raincoat. Suddenly, I feel a tap on my bag. I turn around. It's a tramp. The tramp is Peppy Laraft.
Peppy Laraft?
Peppy Laraft.
The king of the black market was a bum. What happened?
I brought Peppy with me tonight to the studio, Colonel, to tell his story. Step up to the microphone, Peppy.
Yes, Inspector.
How much money did you make in the black market?
I made $18 million in butter.
Yeah?
I made $10 million in nylon.
Yeah?
I made $22 million in black market liquor.
$50 million.
Yes, sir. Up to yesterday, I had $50 million, all in silver. I had it on me. I couldn't walk. I had 4 guys carrying me.
Yesterday you had $50 million, and today you're a bum. What happened?
Tell him where your money went, Peppy.
I was a victim of the biggest hijack in history.
You mean?
They got me for my income tax.
Well, there's your story, Colonel Schmillick.
And Inspector McAllen, the moral is...
Crime still pays, but not like it used to. Before we close the Mexico Star Theater, I want to thank George Raft for dropping by tonight. Next week, our guest will be the star attraction at Broadway's famous Hurricane nightclub. Is everybody happy? Ted Lewis. That's Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you that the most we can give is the least we can do for our Red Cross this year. Thank you, and good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, everybody's favorite, Ted Lewis, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first day of spring.
Yeah.
The day when Mother Nature awakens and the sap stirs in the trees. Now, we can't bring you Mother Nature tonight, but we can bring you the sap. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I certainly enjoyed your rather dull tribute to spring. Spring in New York. So much has been cut out, I don't even know what's left here. Spring in New York. The birds, the trees, the green things shooting up, Jimmy.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York.
Did you see the St. Patrick's Day parade last Friday, Jimmy? That was a man left over from the parade. I told you people were getting pushed into places with the crowd. Well, that's the parade was certainly green, Jimmy. It was greener than a grasshopper's instep and had twice as much kick in it.
Say, that was some parade. You know, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 7 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did, Jimmy.
How did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, I joined the Knights of Columbus, marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle, and stepped out on the other side of the street.
Say, Fred, how come every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen stop traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Jimmy, do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen? Unless, of course, it is 50,000 other Irishmen who might... Spring, you know, it rained all day of the parade. The parade shrunk 3 blocks, I think. It shrunk up from the rain. Spring, when a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of his induction day. Spring is when...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, tomorrow is the first day of spring.
Tomorrow starts National Donut Week, too.
National Donut Week, that's right. This week, all the Dunkers come to New York to hold their convention. New York will see some of the biggest drips in the country this week. Do you like to dunk?
Do I? I've been put out of Shraps 3 times.
Put out of Shraps 3 times. Is that little old lady with the shawl still the bouncer in Shraps? You mean you were caught dunking in there?
Yes, and I'm a sneaky dunker.
How do you mean you're a sneaky dunker?
I stand my menu up in front of my coffee.
In front of the coffee, yeah?
Then I slip the donut over the side of the cup. Sneaky-like.
Oh, sneaky-like, eh? Well, that's fine.
Do you dunk?
Oh, yes, but I don't horse around. I put 4 or 5 donuts in the cup. When the donuts soak up all the coffee, I eat the whole thing with a knife. And leaving you with that soggy thought, I think I'll be off to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, spring is with us again, and the government is asking all of the people who can to start victory gardens this year to grow their own vegetables. And so our question tonight is, have you started your victory garden yet? And if you have, how are things growing?
Shall we go?
As one strapless evening gown said to the other strapless evening gown, what's holding us up? Well, looks like something fell off the Fitch bandwagon. Strange people pass here in the alley. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, are you taking action in this Victory Garden campaign?
Yes, indeed. If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
from now on every taxpayer will get the same seed.
The same seed? You mean that in the past there has been seed discrimination?
Last spring, a certain Republican wrote his congressman for seed. The congressman was a Democrat.
Yes.
The Republican planted his seed.
Yes.
2 months later, a bush came up.
Mm-hmm.
On the bush hung one little piece of fruit.
Yes.
That expressed the congressman's sentiment.
Well, how could a Democrat express his sentiments toward a Republican with that one piece of fruit?
It was a raspberry. Right, Hector?
Well, the senator looks like something the president just vetoed. Well, let's try next door.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. You name it, we've got it. Mrs. Prawn, how do you... The old record man. Mrs. Prawn, how do you feel about Victory Garden?
For the last 2 years, I've had Victory Garden.
Good for you.
But something always happens.
Well, how do you mean?
Last year, my husband threw some old Vitalis bottles out in the garden.
Yes.
When the lettuce came up,
Yes.
every head had hair on it.
Well, that couldn't happen with the apples. The apples are Baldwins, aren't they, that you have? So tell me, have you...
That's a pippin.
Have you planted your Victory Garden this year?
Yes, I stepped in it yesterday and nearly got drowned.
Well, how could you step into a garden and almost get drowned?
There was a leak in the watercress.
Mrs. Prawn had better put pontoons on her carrots, I must tell her. Well, what will happen if I knock at this next door, I wonder?
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, are you doing anything about a Victory Garden this year?
Victor Garden, it says. My whole house I'm turning into a farm. It is strictly rural.
It's rural, hey?
Mm-hmm. In the dining room, I'm keeping chickens. Plymouth Rock.
Good.
In the bedroom, I'm keeping a cow, a Hoboken.
A Hoboken cow?
It's a Jersey.
It has dawned on me.
Yeah, I thought it would. The kitchen, I am covering with dirt and planting.
You're planting? What did you plant in the kitchen?
All kinds of crap. Carrots, Brussels sprouts, rutabagas, radishes. Cuke should be with cumbers.
Gosh, you must be getting plenty of vegetables.
I'm getting nothing.
Well, why?
Why the canaries escaping the cage and eating up all the radish seeds.
Ate up all your radish seeds?
Instead of all day chirping, the canary is all day boiping.
Well, what about your other seeds, Mr. Nussbaum?
One of the chickens is pecking out the turnip, carrot, and spinach seeds.
How do you know?
This morning, the chicken is jumping on the table.
And?
The chicken is laying a vegetable dinner with an egg on it.
Well, that brings us to the little FHA job at the end of the alley.
A toast to all. Clink your glasses. Falstaff's here to please the masses.
Ah, Minnie Singer Openshaw. You have more new poems?
Oh, yes. Have you heard Nellie raised a terrible fuss when that stranger kissed her on top of the bus?
No.
Or, the stale glass of beer to the pretzel said, "Forgive me, Cookie, I lost my head."
Not by Tennyson, is it?
No, straight Openshaw.
Openshaw. I haven't heard it.
Or perhaps they wanted my mother to shinny up a steeple before they'd put her on We the People.
Now, wait a minute. If I stick to you, I will be the man in the street. It so happens that tonight our subject is Victory Garden.
Precisely why I am here. I have contrived a poem.
What is your garden poem called?
My Victory Garden's a great success.
How does it go?
My Victory Garden's a great success. My crops have exceeded my hope. My beets are as big as basketballs. My string beans don't have string, they have rope. My asparagus stalks look like buggy whips. My corn is as big as a bunion. people start crying 10 miles away when I take the skin off an onion. I defy you to lift one of my peas. My rhubarb's as high as a pole. If you want to boil one of my cabbages, you'll have to use the Yale bowl. Yes, my victory garden's a great success. There's only one fact I bemoan. When I want to get a tomato, I still have to call her by phone.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff holds his sacroiliac while he bows, Maestro Al Goodman lays aside his racing form and makes ready for our next entry. High-Low Jack and the Dame. Tonight the kids sing Chichi Castanango. Thank you, High-Low Jack and the Dame. That was swell. Say, Jimmy, what are you writing there? If you're filling out your income tax, you're a week late, you know.
Oh, no, Fred. I'm working on the last chapter of my mystery.
Oh, no kidding. You've written a mystery story?
That's right.
What is it about?
Well, I call it The Strange Case of the Missing Motor.
Oh, Mr.
Or Who Tried to Kill Lizzie Carr.
Oh. That was Little Lambsy Divey from You Know What, played by Al Goodman and 20 pale men who are appearing through the courtesy of the Red Cross Blood Bank. Well, I guess we'd better...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Portland?
Have I any more jokes to say tonight?
No, not tonight. Why?
I'm going to turn my script into the waste paper drive.
Well, that's a good idea, Portland. We all should conserve paper.
Oh, the big stores have stopped wrapping bundles to save paper.
I know that.
Yesterday, Mama bought 10 pounds of roast beef.
And the butcher didn't wrap it?
It was terrible.
What?
2 buzzards followed Mama up 9th Avenue.
2 buzzards, really? Well, I know a man who bought a bottle of liquor, and they didn't wrap the bottle of liquor, and 4 bums followed the man right into his house. One mendicant had a corkscrew. Well, I've got to get busy, Portland. Our guest should be here any minute.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Ted Lewis. You know, Ted is packing them in at Dave Wolper's famous nightclub, the Hurricane, and he's going to run over here between his shows. I have to see Ted tonight. It's very, very important.
Why?
Well, Warner Brothers just made Shine On Harvest Moon, you know, based on the life of Nora Bayes and Jack Norworth, and the picture is such a big hit, another company wants to make the life of Ted Lewis.
Who's going to play Ted Lewis?
Well, I am. Is everybody happy? Yeah? The first picture that got laughs before it was made I ever... What are you laughing at?
Does Ted Lewis know it?
No, I'm going to tell him. This is Ted now. Now, don't crack. Come in. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Ted Lewis.
Is everybody happy?
Ted, before we get started, there's one question I would like to ask you.
Yes, Fred.
Today, the nations of the world are beating each other's brains out. Food is scarce, you can't get a seat on trains, taxes are high, and you're still going around the country saying, is everybody happy? How come?
Fred, do I tell you how to run your radio program?
No, Ted.
Well, please, let me husk the corn my own way.
Well, now, look, please. Now, let's not start with an argument. There's a big deal on the fire. Have you seen that new picture, Shine On Harvest Moon?
Why, yes, Fred. You know, it's a great tribute to Nora Bayes. A picture like that will perpetuate the memory of any artist.
Well, how would you like to have a picture glorifying your career?
Fred, you're kidding.
No, Ted. You have been one of America's favorite entertainers for many years. Now, Hollywood wants to make a picture called The Life of Ted Lewis.
Well, who's going to play Ted Lewis?
I am.
With that face?
Well, now, wait a minute, Ted. Look, as faces go, you are no Robert Taylor.
Yes, and I'm no Boris Karloff either.
No, frankly, you look like an old Mickey Rooney. Or an old Mickey. I could have stopped at that.
That's not in the script.
So, you know, those makeup men out in Hollywood can work wonders, Ted. They can make me look exactly like you.
But you're 8 inches taller than I am.
Why, they can take out my shin bones, Ted. Now, look, if my kneecaps rest on my ankles, I will be just your height. I may have some skin hanging down around my shoes, but who will notice it?
But, Fred, you know, I thought a person had to be dead before they eulogized him in a picture.
Well, that's right. The company sent a man to New York. He looked you over, and they're going ahead with the picture.
Oh.
I will play you to perfection.
That's just my luck. Alexander Graham Bell gets Don Amici to play his life, and I get a schnook like you.
If you don't like the grain, we could make that whole wheat in there. I mean, if you didn't... Well, don't worry. Ted, don't worry. Your life will be a sensation.
But what company, Fred, is making the picture?
MGM.
Great. MGM make terrific musicals. Metro Golden Mare.
Well, look, Metro isn't making the picture, Ted.
But you said MGM.
This is another MGM. Muck and Fuss, Goldblatt, and Mandelbaum.
What, they're in the picture business now?
Well, you know the boys?
Well, look at the label in this coat.
Muck and Fuss, Goldblatt. Believe me, Ted, the picture will fit you better than that suit.
Those three tailors aren't making any picture about me.
But, Ted...
I don't want the story of my life to come out with a belt in the back.
Ted, this picture will make you. If I'm going to lead your life, of course, I should know a little something about you. You know, after your early days being with carnivals and medicine shows in the Middle West, you came to New York.
Yes, I had a band at Rector's, and later the Old Parody Club.
Well, who played with you, Ted?
Well, a boy named Benny Goodman played the clarinet.
Benny Goodman?
Another boy named Jimmy Dorsey played saxophone.
Benny Goodman and Jimmy Dorsey.
You know, Fred, I often wonder, what became of those two boys?
Who knows? You know how it is. They're probably with Spike Jones or Zeke Manners by now. So who else was at the Parody Club, Ted?
Well, there was a kid named George Raft dancing at Charleston. I fired him, though. I figured he'd never amount to much.
George Raft? Why, George Raft was on our program last Sunday.
You see, I was right.
Well, Ted, so much for the plot of the picture. About here in the picture, I think we'll need one of your old songs.
Well, how about Sunny Side of the Street?
Say, that would be great, Ted. How did you used to sing it?
Well, as I remember, Fred, it went something like this.
Say, that was great, Ted. You know, you can't beat those old songs. Tell me, what happened after you got your band together?
Well, I played around the country in shows and in vaudeville.
In vaudeville, hey?
Yes.
You know, I was in vaudeville years ago, Ted. Remember some of those old acts we used to play with? Remember Happy Saul Klein, the glass eater?
Yes, I was on the bill with Saul in Duluth when he got ptomaine.
Ate a dirty window or something like that.
Yes, you know, they operated on Saul, the glass eater.
They operated on Saul,
yes,
did they?
Yes.
What
they
happened?
took out 3 fruit cups, 2 water pitchers, and a set of Japanese chimes.
They remember some of those other acts we used to play with? Fields and Fink, that snappy duo. Honey Shapiro, Southern aristocrat of songs.
Uh-huh. And do you remember Mahatma, the tightrope walker?
Oh, Mahatma. He
Yes.
used to drink a lot.
Well, yes. One night Mahatma was tight, and the rope wasn't. Well, so long, Mahatma.
They remember that other old act, Shimmick, the fire eater?
You know, I haven't seen Shimmick for years.
Oh, well, he went to pieces, Ted.
Yeah?
The last time I saw Shimmick, the fire eater, he was hanging around French restaurants, snapping at crepe Suzettes. Absolutely true. Do you remember that contortionist, Ferry the Frog?
Say, I knew Ferry the Frog when he was only a tadpole.
No kidding. Whatever became of Ferry?
Well, Ferry retired, Fred. He's living in a swamp down in Florida.
He's got his, huh?
Yes.
Ted, remember some of those boarding houses we used to stop at?
Did you ever live in that boarding house in Cheyenne, Wyoming, Mother Boone?
Oh, Mother Boone's. Dan's niece, as I remember.
Yes.
For dinner, every guest got a whole steer. You could back the steer into the fireplace and roast as much of it as you wanted.
Yeah, they used to make wheat cakes as big as manhole covers.
Ah, that was some eating in those days. They had Indian waitresses at Mother Boone's. When a waitress brought your coffee, her papoose would lean out and drop 2 lumps of sugar in it.
Say, you know, this stuff is going to be swell in the picture.
Ah, the life of Ted Lewis. It'll be bigger than Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, Ted.
Say, are you sure that you can play me, Fred?
Is everybody happy?
Uh-huh.
Why, I'll play Ted Lewis, so you'll come out like Danny Kaye. Now all we need is a theme song for the picture.
Well, why don't you do When My Baby Smiles at Me?
All right, Ted, you sing a chorus and show me how it goes.
Okay, Fred.
Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Ted Lewis for dropping in tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ed Gardner, the popular Archie at Duffy's Tavern. And incidentally, I'm going over to Duffy's Tuesday night to talk things over with Archie. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you to help the Red Cross, help the boys who need your help. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, Ed Gardner, the popular Archie at Duffy's Tavern, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the Brooklyn Dodgers, them bums, started their spring training. Tonight, we bring you a man. He isn't from Brooklyn. He isn't one of the Dodgers, but he's still a bum. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, I certainly enjoyed your subtle mention of baseball there. Baseball, the harbinger of spring. Spring, when the birds return from the south and the Brooklyn Dodgers go north to Bear Mountain.
You know, it's funny, Fred. The Dodgers leave just as the first bird arrives.
Well, don't worry, Jimmy. When they play their first game with the Giants, the bird catches up with the Dodgers. I hear the Dodgers are so short of men, they've got 3 guys from the draft board playing the outfield.
Say, Fred, aren't there a lot of old men training with Brooklyn at Bear Mountain this spring?
Old men, Jimmy. On a quiet day, you can hear arteries hardening as far south as Yonkers. And believe me, when it comes...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Say, Portland, do I smell camphor?
Yes, I've been helping Mama unpack her spring things.
Oh, really? Getting ready for Easter, huh?
Yes. Mama packed 12 dresses in a trunk last fall.
I see.
Yesterday, when we opened the trunk...
What was inside?
300 moths and 12 zippers.
I had a Homburg hat in the closet all winter.
Did the moths eat it up?
No, the moths wouldn't eat the Homburg without the onions. You see, it was... Well, Portland, what's new this week?
I read a baby was born in North Carolina with a full set of teeth.
Really? Well, that's what happens to people who listen to Bob Hope. You see, their children are generally born with teeth so they can start using Pepsodent right away.
Bob certainly goes to plenty of army camps.
Oh, yes, he has a GI complex. You know that Hope won't tell jokes to civilians anymore? About civilians are barred. This short pause will not be used for station identification. I'd like to meet you outside and discuss this joke a little later on. Have you beginning to sound like Hope's program? Have you any other hot news?
Well, they say so many fathers are going in the Army this year, they may have to postpone Father's Day.
Oh, really? I tell you what you do. You laugh at everything, and you and I'll just go along with it. Say, that is the straw that siphoned the milkshake, Portland. I am now off for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this week news came from... week almost slipped by before I got to it. This week, news came from Hollywood that Benny... Well, so much is cut out. You see, they cut the things out. Sometimes you read a blank line, it gets more than what they leave in, you know. It's a gamble, the way the thing turns out. Well, this week, Portland, news came from Hollywood that Benny Goodman is breaking up his band. You know, Benny was the original king of swing, and Benny has millions of fans in America. And so our question tonight is, what is your reaction to the news that Benny Goodman is going to break up his band?
Shall we go?
As the 2 men who were eating the hot soup said, let's blow. The face on the barber shop floor. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. Walter Winchell and Martin Dyes just spoke on the radio.
Oh, and you?
I'm speaking in rebuttal.
Oh, really?
The Bolivar Watch people are giving me their time.
You're practicing already. I see you have to work fast, Senator.
Yes, I know. I'm speaking in shorthand.
I sensed that when I couldn't understand what you said before there. But you know, it's nothing new, this Winchell and Dyes thing. Jack Benny goes on the radio every Sunday night and then dies. Well, tell me, Senator, how do you feel about Benny Goodman disbanding his outfit?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
Yeah?
Benny Goodman will be restrained from breaking up his band.
Why?
Without Goodman's band, the Republican convention will be a shambles.
Well, how do you mean, Senator?
Benny Goodman is supposed to play Wilkie's campaign song.
And Mr. Wilkie's campaign song is?
Just one more chance.
Well, the senator is a little excited tonight. He just broke with Alf Landon. It isn't in the papers yet. Now, you want to have another go at that first joke, Senator? Get the senator. Let's try next door here.
Well, what is it?
I give up. What is it? Mrs. Prawn, how do you feel about Benny Goodman breaking up his band?
The sooner the better. He ruined my musical career.
Well, how?
I used to play with Phil Talney.
Oh, Phil Talney, hey?
One of Benny Goodman's musicians proposed to me.
Really?
We've been married 10 years.
Well, how did this ruin your musical career?
When I was with Phil Talney, I played first trombone.
And since you're married?
I'm playing second fiddle.
Well, Mrs. Prawn must be a musician. She looks as though she has one foot in the groove. Now let's try next door here.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, how do you feel about Benny Goodman disbanding?
So, my brother-in-law will committing suicide.
Your family likes swing music?
Last year, Downbeat, a magazine, is voting me for 1943 Mr. Hepcat.
You were Mr. Hepcat, eh?
Yeah. I am doing the Big Apple so hot it is coming out a baked apple.
You know all of these swing bands, I suppose?
Bands, yes. I'm dancing to Tommy Dorsal, Cap Caraway, Spike Shapiro and his Catskill Slicker.
What about Sammy Kaye?
By Mary's Way with Sammy Kaye. Dance a bissel with Noble Cecil.
You are really on the beam.
Oh, to swing is in my blood. My grandfather was hung in Odessa.
Well, that would do it. Well, this is all very illuminating, Mr. Nussbaum, but what about Benny Goodman's band disbanding?
Oh, my brother-in-law will committing suicide.
He is such a swing fan?
What swing fan? My brother-in-law is renting Benny Goodman's band at Tuxedos.
Oh. Well, that brings us to the little reconverted garage at the end of the alley.
Yoicks away and tally-ho. Falstaff's here to save the show.
Falstaff, you haven't more poems tonight.
Oh, yes. Have you heard, no matter how badly a horse's feet hurt, he can never take off his shoes?
No.
Or, the girl I was with thought I was a banker when I ordered 2 magnums of Cresta Blanca?
No.
Or, Mother has no teeth, but it doesn't upset us when Mother gums the mayonnaise off her lettuce?
Now, wait a minute. Tonight we are talking about Benny Goodman's band disbanding.
Precisely why I am in the immediate vicinity.
I get it. I get it. And what is your poem called?
In Memoriam.
In Memoriam. How does it go?
Mute the trumpet, muffle the drum. Sorrow has spread o'er the land. A recent report to the nation says Benny Goodman's disbanding his band. The flag over Roseland flies at half-mast. The Paramount's draped in black. Carnegie Hall has a wreath outside. Benny's band will never be back. Yes, gone is Goodman, the king of swing. The jitterbugs all lament. Gone is the wail of his clarinet. For the last time, the cats have been sent. But the grief of a jitterbug isn't enduring. He must cut a rug with his dames. So the jitterbug says the king is dead. Long live the king, Harry James.
That was No Love, No Nothing. Mostly No Nothing. Played by Al Goodman and his Won't You Tell Us When We'll Get Paid Again orchestra. And now, ladies...
Mr. Allen.
But not now, Portland. I have to take an aspirin.
Did something happen?
Oh, happen. Things have been happening all week. I had some friends coming over to the house Wednesday night to listen to the Sinatra broadcast, and I knew I'd have to go out and get a bottle of liquor to revive them when they started to swoon.
Did you find any?
Well, that's what happened. You see, I drove around to every store and saloon in the neighborhood. I finally saw a shabby-looking little tavern on a baffles description, even a shabby-looking little tavern on a side street. As I opened the door of the tavern, I heard...
Hello? I think I heard a phone ring.
Why don't you wait it out? I'll have it ring for you.
I'm phoning you, Jenny. Hello, Duffy's Tavern with the elite meat tea. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Business here? Very slow, Duffy. Yeah. So quiet the pig's head on the lunch counter just nodded and dozed off. Yeah, by the way, that blind rat was in again. Yeah, I caught him at the lunch counter nibbling the cheese. Huh? How could a blind rat find the cheese? He carries a CNI mouse with him. Well, you know, Duffy, business is always slow in the spring. You know, most of the customers is home changing their underwear. Okay, Duffy, I'll call you later. Hey, Finnegan.
Yeah.
Finnegan, there's a strange guy coming in there. If you, Oh, please, Finnegan, if you wish to keep your feet on the lunch counter, please put your shoes on.
Pardon me.
Oh, good evening, sir. I take it that you wish to partake of some of our notorious cuisine?
Well, no,
Well, our food, you know, is nothing but the best. Pig's feet from contented pigs. Right, Finnegan?
Yeah. The potato salad untouched by anything but human hands. Yeah, very good.
That's right, Finnegan. To say nothing of our 15-cent blue plate special. Of course, with dessert, it's a dime.
Oh, a nickel less with dessert?
The dessert is brutal. You know, that's one thing about Duffy's. If the chef has a bad day, we give the customer the benefit.
Well, look, I'm not hungry, gentlemen. I just want to get a bottle of liquor to take out.
A bottle of liquor? Please, this is where the elite meet to eat, not where the riff meet to get stiff. However, if I can be of any service, sir... Yeah, Finnegan?
Don't show him no liquor. This guy's got a sneaky look. He might be a flatfoot.
Ah, you're nuts, Finnegan. This bum is a bum.
No. He looks like a guy who helped my mother out of a patrol wagon one time.
Now, look, fellas, I am not a policeman. If you know where I can get a bottle of liquor...
Liquor? Now, leave us see. What other places is there in this neighborhood? Have you tried Houlihan's Hawaiian Hacienda?
Yes, they were all out.
All out, huh? How about Dinty O'Reilly's Upholstered Foxhole?
Yeah, O'Reilly might have some.
Well, where is O'Reilly's? On 2nd Avenue?
Yeah, you can't miss it. It's a big hole in the ground with the cerise canopy over it. Tell O'Reilly that Archie told you to drop in.
Well, thanks a lot for the favor.
Hey, check on Clancy the car.
Oh, hello, Clancy. What's up?
Don't hello, Clancy me. Whose car is this parked outside next to the fire plug?
Well, it's my car, officer.
Well, you're getting the ticket. What's your name, baggy eyes?
My name is Allen, Fred Allen.
Fred Allen. Here's your ticket. I'll see you in court in the morning.
Clancy, you going nuts arresting a customer of Duffy's?
Now, this'll teach you a lesson, Archie. The next time you buy tickets for the policeman's ball, you buy them from me.
Clancy, the next time you make a pinch, I hope the wheel comes off the patrol wagon.
The tail of me coat to you, Archie, me bucko. Fuckaballa.
A fine thing, Archie. Clancy's teaching you a lesson, so he gives me a ticket.
Look, don't worry, Alan. I got you into this trouble. I'll get you out.
How?
Well, me and the mayor is pals.
Really?
You know, now here's what we'll do. Wait a minute while I drop a slug here in the jukebox.
Well, Portland, the next morning I drove down to the city hall. Archie and Finnegan were waiting near the information desk.
Hi, Alan.
Hi.
Hello, boys.
You know, Alan, Finnegan and me has been looking at the criminals wanted here on the bulletin board.
Archie's aunt is wanted in Denver.
Yeah, she was posing as a nurse, you know. She rolled some guy in an oxygen tent.
Look, Archie, I called my lawyer about that traffic ticket. He said I should pay the fine, so let's forget the mayor.
Now, look, Alan, I told you I'm fixing your ticket, and I'm fixing it. You know, me and the mayor is pals, like Davis and Goliath, you know, like Vernal and Equinox, sure. Wait a minute. Here's the mayor's office now. Say, miss.
Yes, sir.
Will you kindly to inform His Honor the Mayor that Archie, his old goon companion, would like to bid him hasta mañana?
One moment, I'll phone.
Uh-huh.
A man named Archie to see the mayor.
I can see his honest face lighting up there.
I'm sorry, sir. The mayor says he doesn't know you.
The mayor don't know Archie?
Archie, are you sure you know the mayor?
Do I know the mayor? Look, Alan, Jimmy Walker and me is like that.
Jimmy Walker? Archie, Jimmy Walker hasn't been mayor of New York City since 1932.
Jimmy is out? What happened?
The little flower buttonholed the job. Now give me my ticket. I'll beat it over to the traffic court.
Holy cat, Jimmy Walker's out. One day you don't read the papers, you're a recluse. The next thing you'll tell me Hoover ain't in.
Archie, give me my ticket.
Arch, I just remembered.
What, Finnegan?
My uncle is a big shot here in City Hall. Maybe he can fix Mr. Allen's ticket.
Hey, this makes of an idea. What is your uncle's name, Finnegan?
I don't remember his name. If I see him, I'll know him.
Yeah, well, it's in the bag. All we got to do is find Finnegan's uncle and Europa. The ticket is fixed.
Let's look in this office
Now,
here.
wait a minute. This is the Board of Health in here.
Oh, you better put your shoes on again, Finnegan. Okay, come on in.
Well, what is it? Make it snappy. We're short-handed and busy, yes?
This gentleman is looking for his uncle.
Well, he's not in here. Stand back, everybody. The mayor. Mr. Mayor. Shucks, I missed him again.
Gosh, that was a close one. His sandhog helmet almost took my kneecap off. Now, Archie, I've only got 10 minutes to get over to the traffic
Now,
court.
quiet, Alan. I might be able to fix your ticket right here. Now, say, Bud.
This is the Board of Health, brother. If you have any complaints...
Well, look, you see, I'm Archie, the Bistro d'Hotel from Duffy's Tavern.
Yes, yes.
Remember, I come down here last August to get you to okay a pig's head that was a little, gamey?
Yes, I remember. Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't okay it.
Well, this is Fred Allen.
I won't okay this one either. Good day, gentlemen.
Archie, give me that ticket.
Now, quiet, Alan. When we find Finnegan's uncle, he'll tear this ticket up and throw it in the judge's kisser.
Maybe my uncle is in here, Rod.
This is the Marriage Bureau.
Well, leave us look in.
Yes.
Pardon me, Justice. Do you...
Hurry, I'm rushed. Your name?
Archie.
And your name?
Clifton Finnegan.
Do you, Archie, take Clifton Finnegan to be your law...
Now, wait a minute. it,
load of
Justice.
this character. He thinks it's a wedding.
Well, I'm sorry. People rush in, people rush out.
Justice.
Yes.
I do.
Finnegan.
Well, Arch, we're married.
You keep your mouth shut, Finnegan, or I'll have you know.
Now, look, boys, I've wasted enough time.
Stand back, everybody. The mayor. Mr. Mayor, I want to... Oh, I missed him.
Gosh, right through my legs that time. It's a good thing I wasn't wearing my long coat. I'd have a hole in the back by now.
Well, your uncle ain't here, Finnegan. Leave us blow, huh?
Archie, will you give me my ticket and let me go to the traffic court?
Say, Arch, maybe my uncle is in here.
Oh, this is the Court of Domestic Relations.
The quarter relay, yeah. maybe that Mr. Anthony is Finnegan's uncle. Come on, Fred.
There's a case on.
And so, Mr. Schmillick and Mrs. Schmillick, I'm glad you've listened to my advice. I didn't talk you out of the divorce you came for. No, it was you yourselves who realized that a love that blossomed for 22 years is not to be denied.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Take each other's hands. Go back to your little love nest in Jackson Heights. Matrimonial love is greater than any...
William!
It's my wife. Mabel, I've told you 1,000 times to stay home when I'm on the bench.
Home when you leave me with no money in the house? Why, you cheap judicial jerk.
Mabel, I warn you, if you don't shut that big flat mouth of
Why,
yours...
you overgrown slob, I'm going back to Mother.
Good, only this time, stay with that old buzzard. Next case.
This is Fred Allen, Your Honor.
Divorce granted.
Now, wait a minute. I don't want a divorce.
I'm the judge in this court. You're divorced. Now get out of here.
Well, that's the last straw, Archie. You not only haven't fixed my ticket, now I'm divorced.
Now, calm down, Allen. Once we locate Finnegan's uncle, he'll square the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll know my uncle if I see him. I'll know.
Maybe he's in here, Finnegan.
Well, this is the commissioner of motor vehicles.
Yes, what is it?
Is this your uncle, Finnegan?
No.
Thank you. Is there something you wanted?
Well, Mr. Allen here has got a ticket for parking.
Parking? I'll have to call Commissioner Case on that. He won't. Look out, everybody, the mayor.
Finnegan.
Say, yeah,
Did you have to stick your foot out?
Gosh, he rolled up into his big black hat. Let's get out of here, boys.
Here's Commissioner Case. Parking violation, Commissioner.
Yes, yes.
Now, look, Mr. Allen ain't guilty. He was driving around looking for some vital information, and he stopped into Duffy's Tavern.
I see. And what was the vital information?
Well, I was driving around trying to find out where I could buy a bottle of liquor.
Aha! Pleasure driving.
Now, wait.
Quiet. Alan, where did you get the gas you used to drive to Duffy's?
The gas at a place right around the corner from Duffy's. I don't know the name.
I know the place, Fred.
Well, fine. You tell him, Archie.
Black Market Sam's.
Archie!
Black Market Sam's!
Yes, sir.
Non-essential driving, buying black market gas, and sneaking around City Hall trying to get a ticket fixed.
Just a second. Don't forget parking near a hydrant.
Now, wait a minute, Archie.
I'm just giving a guy enough rope here.
Alan, it's men like you who allow black markets to flourish. Men like you who cause shortages, high prices, inflation.
Archie, you got me into this mess. Do something.
Don't worry, Fred. I'm waiting for a loophole.
Come with me, Alan. I'm taking you next door to the traffic court.
Archie.
Well, let's go, Fred, just for the laughs. You know, when Finnegan's uncle hears about this, City Hall will be a shambles.
I'll know my uncle when I see him.
Well, he better be in here.
Quiet. This is the traffic court.
And in summing up as judge of this
Hey,
court...
I wonder if...
Quiet, Finnegan. The judge is just about to sentence somebody.
And so the defendant, Fred Allen, having failed to appear in court, I sentence said Fred Allen to a fine of $500 and 90 days in jail.
Archie, that's me. You got me that ticket. You said you'd fix it. Now I'm divorced, and I've got to pay $500 and spend 90 days in jail.
Well, I ain't licked yet, Alan. If we can only find Finnegan's uncle.
Stand back, everybody.
Hey, Arch.
Yeah, Finnegan?
I just got a good look at that guy who's been running through here. He's my uncle.
Alan, it's in the bag. Finnegan's uncle is the little flower.
But he's gone again. How can we get him back?
Don't worry, we'll get him back.
How?
I'll set the joint on fire.
Before Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, a short announcement. Ed Gardner appeared tonight through the courtesy of Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica and Minute Rub. Next week, our guest will be our old friend, fresh from Hollywood, Jack Haley. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you that you can be with your boy over there by giving generously to the Red Cross over here. Thank you and good night. Thank you. Thank you.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guests, the popular screen and radio comedian Jack Haley, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was April 1st. Now, it may seem a little late for jokes, but tonight we bring you radio's funniest and most hilarious comedian. April Fool, it's only Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Jimmy, April is finally here. With the rain and these new taxes, people are sure going to get soaked this month, don't you think?
Why, Fred, you should welcome the rain. The rain makes everything beautiful.
Jimmy, it has been raining on me for 40 years. I still look like a man from Woodlawn Cemetery out on a 2-hour pass.
Oh, well, Fred, don't be discouraged. You know the old saying, let a smile be your umbrella.
Jimmy, I have tried letting a smile be my umbrella, too.
And what happened?
I got a mouthful of rainwater. You know, there's been too much rain lately, James. I turned on my radio the other night.
Oh, was it raining?
Oh, it was pouring. I tuned in the Lux Theater. In 2 minutes, the room was full of bubbles and foam. Cecil B. DeMille was treading foam around the room there for quite a while. You know, it rained so hard down around City Hall, they say the little flower grew 2 inches this week. He has to take his hat off when he walks under a Pekingese now. He can't... It shows that the...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Portland, I'm glad you have your wedgies on. You give the show a lift just when we can use them. What's on your mind?
How do you pronounce Domanevka?
Domanevka?
Yes. It's a town the Russian army captured today.
Well, why don't you wait until tomorrow? The Russians will be 20 miles past there. It may be someplace you can handle if you just lay over. Say, is that a letter you have there?
Yes, I'm mailing it for Mama.
Oh, really? Well, don't forget the postage rates went up last week.
Oh, it doesn't bother us. Mama has a system.
Oh, what system?
Mama puts a 2-cent stamp in the icebox.
Yeah?
When Washington turns blue, Mama uses it for a 3-cent stamp.
Well, that's a new thing, a postage stamp with goose pimples. What, make a steeplechase for your tongue when you lick it. Say, what, You know what a goose pimple is. It's a dimple that blew out. Where was that? Well, what else is... It doesn't make any difference with our program. You can open any script. I'll read a thing here. I'll show you. It doesn't make any difference. What else new happened, Portland?
My uncle Phil in the army is sick again.
Sick? What's wrong now?
The doctor gave him some blood plasma, but he made a mistake. It was baking powder.
Oh, they gave Uncle Phil a transfusion of baking powder?
Yes, and he's all covered with lumps.
Lumps, huh?
Uncle Phil has biscuits in his bloodstream.
He's lucky he hasn't got cookies in his kidneys. Well, after that half-baked gag, Portland, I'm off to Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, as you know, the World Food Administration announced that this year's record egg production is demoralizing the egg market. The WFA is trying to adjust prices to help the wholesaler, retailer, and consumer. And so our question is, how has the egg surplus affected you?
Shall we go?
As the two customers in Duffy's Tavern might say, leave us leave. What a fat handle our mop has. Well, here we are. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. I've got to rush over to the White House. FDR has bronchitis.
Well, how do you think the president caught cold?
The White House is very drafty. Eleanor rushing in and out.
I see. Well, tell me, Senator, isn't there some way we can stop the egg surplus?
Yes, if my bill, the bloat bill, goes through, no more eggs will be laid.
Well, how can you stop hens from laying eggs?
Instead of corn, the hens will be fed old rubber plants.
Rubber plants, eh?
When the hen lays an egg,
yes,
the egg will bounce back into the hen. I thank you.
Well, if the senator's bill goes through, hens will think they're laying ping-pong balls, I guess. Well, let's knock at this next door.
Well, what is it?
I give up. Mrs. Prawn, tell me, how do you feel about the egg surplus?
I was crazy about eggs when I was single. I had my own chickens.
And now that you're married?
My husband won't let me keep chickens.
Well, why not?
My husband says one old cluck around the house is enough.
Well, it's my own fault. I shouldn't have egged her on, I guess. But what's going on next door here?
No?
Oh, wait a minute. This is a new here. Who are you?
My body, you are looking on Digby Rappaport.
Digby Rappaport. What became of Mr. Nussbaum?
That's a military secret.
A military secret?
Nobody knows where Nussbaum is but Nussbaum and his draft board. Thank you.
I forgot to ask him about the eggs. Well, that brings us to the little toadstool-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
P5 full thumb. Falstaff's here to join you, chum.
Well, Falstaff?
I cannot tarry tonight, old boy. I'm busy working on my new radio program.
Your radio You have a sponsor?
Indubitably. Falstaff Beer is sponsoring Falstaff Openshaw.
Congratulations.
Thank you. My program starts tomorrow night. I shall be heard 3 times weekly.
Well, I guess you're too busy to give us a poem tonight.
Au contraire, old boy. Have you heard she said she was Ruth? That she came from Duluth? But it wasn't the truth? She was full of vermouth?
No, I don't think so.
Or, when Mother gave me her locket, she didn't think I'd hock it?
No.
Said the timid skunk to the little mink, confidentially, do you think I...
Do you think I what?
The skunk didn't say.
Now, wait a minute. Now that you have your own radio program, you're trying to ruin mine. Tonight we're discussing the egg shortage.
Precisely.
Why, you are here, I know. What is your egg poem called?
There's simply no solution.
How does it go?
The WFA tried egg control. The WFA is ruining it. For today, eggs flood the market. The hens are overdoing it. These eggs must stop, bureaucrats cry, or there will be arrests. We'll subpoena every Plymouth Rock and padlock all the nests. But the nation's hens go blithely on and daily do their stuff. For hens are hens, and every hen must lay on like Macduff. For a hen has no alternative, and threats serve to provoke her. A hen can only lay an egg. If she coughed up the egg, it would choke her.
Falstaff, adding his over to the ovation, rushes into the arms of his new sponsor. Maestro Goodman puts down his jackknife and raises the baton he has just whittled to summon High-Low Jack and the Dame. Tonight the kids sing Louise. Hey, Portland, what are you doing? Are you studying something? Is that a racing form you have there?
No, I'm trying to figure out these new tax taxes.
Oh, they'll take a little figuring, Portland. If we all start paying through the nose in a few months, everybody's going to look like Jimmy Durante.
The tax on cosmetics is doubled.
I know that.
Mama's cutting down 50%.
Well, how?
Mama's only making up one side of her face.
Oh, one side. Well, as long as it's the outside. From now, liquor taxes went up, too. Every man from now on who says, here's looking at you, will see Morgenthau's face in the glass. And I guess I'd better get busy.
Who's our guest tonight?
Well, we haven't any guests.
Why?
Well, it's a long story. I couldn't find a guest anyplace. Friday, I went over to the broadcasting building. Actors are always hanging around the hall. Sometimes you can pick up a talking bird or a guest chief over there. And as I walked into the building, one of those sightseeing tours was just about to start. The guide was barking.
Step right up, folks. A complete tour of the radio studio. See a radio broadcast. See the announcers in their cages. See them writing jingles.
Well, I decided to take the tour, Portland. I paid my 40 cents, and the tour started. The guide said...
Now all join hands and follow me. Don't speak to strangers in the hall, and keep away from open doors. Somebody might pull you into a quiz show. Okay, we're off.
Well, this is going to be mighty interesting.
Now, on your right, this room is where the radio vice presidents are kept.
What do the vice presidents do, Guide?
Nobody knows, lady. On ships, they call them barnacles. In radio, they cling to desks that are called vice presidents.
What's in this room, Guide?
This is where they make up them radio jingles. I'll let you hear a jingle. Listen, I'll open the door.
Twinkles, vitamins you can get in any letter of the alphabet. Twinkles come from A to Z, also LSMFT. Twinkle, 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 twinkle.
Now, in this studio across the hall, there's a broadcast going on. Quiet, everybody. I'll let you listen.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Forceps.
Forceps.
Sponge.
Sponge.
Suture.
Suture.
Too bad.
Too bad.
Let's scram.
Let's scram.
What program was that?
Young Dr. Malone. Here's another program on the air. Quiet, please. I'm going to open the door.
I want my alimony. Give me my alimony.
What program was that?
John's other wife. Now, folks, over here we have the Dumont Television Studios. Television is the entertainment of tomorrow.
Say, Guide, I just saw a friend of mine in that television waiting room. I've got to stop and talk to her.
Okay, I'll slow down the tour. You can catch up with it. Now, over here, folks.
Say, Jack.
Fred.
Jack Haley. Jack, I haven't seen you
The last time was Kansas City. We played that benefit together. Remember, Fred?
That's right.
Remember Shapiro and his seal were on the bill.
Uh-huh.
I met Shapiro last week. His wife was wearing the seal.
Say, the great Limbo. The great Limbo, the contortionist, was on the bill. Remember, Limbo used to twist his body into all different letters, A, B, C. Whatever happened to Limbo?
Fred Limbo finally went too far. He made a nest of himself. Say, wasn't Flanagan and his midget on that bill?
That's right. The midget was drowned in a USO clubhouse. He was asleep in a chair, and a big wave came in.
Did you stop at that hotel, Fred, in Kansas City with a small room?
Oh, say, the walls in my room were so close together, Jack, the mice had to walk around on their hind legs. Say, how was your room?
Fred, the furniture in my room was so small the bureau didn't have drawers. It had shorts.
You know, the pillow on my bed was a tea bag, Jack. It was that small. But this is a lot of fun talking over old times, Jack. But what are you doing up here in this television studio?
I'm waiting to audition.
For television?
Why, television's a coming thing, Fred. After the war, the stage, the movies, the radio will be gone. It'll be nothing but television.
Well, Jack, you're a big success in radio with Joan Davis.
I know, and Joni's interested in it, too. Really? I'm not taking any chances, Fred. I'm looking ahead. I'm getting ready for television.
Well, say, perhaps I ought to look into that, too, Jack. Do you think I can get into television?
I don't think so, Fred.
I don't think so.
You see, in radio, you get a break. Nobody sees you.
You mean...
How will it look? People will turn on their television set and bang, there's your puss right in their living room.
Well, so what?
Why, you'll set interior decorating back 200 years.
You mean I'm just not the television type?
Fred, those bags under your eyes.
Yeah?
When your face shows up, people will think it's the front of a pawn shop with a third ball missing.
My bags are that bad, hey?
Your nose looks like a banana holding up two sad sacks.
Well, I'm not the only homely person in radio, Jack.
Fred, television will ruin half of the actors in radio.
Oh, brother, wait till people get a load of those kisses on information, please. Fadiman always looks as though he smells a platitude and can't locate it. And Levant always looks as though he spent the night in a briefcase.
There's only one actor in radio who doesn't have to worry about television.
Who?
Jack Benny.
Jack Benny, huh? Well, that's right, too. Everybody, the name that I missed it for a minute, just occurred to me. Everybody will expect Benny to show up a cheap, old, broken-down ham with flat feet, no teeth, and no hair. When people see Benny in television,
yes,
nobody is going to be disappointed, Jack.
That's your trouble, too, Fred. Unfortunately, you look like you sound.
Now, Jack, look. There must be some way I can get into television.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks, Fred. You'd have to learn a new technique.
But I've been acting in radio 12 years.
Nobody acts in radio, Fred. The sound man does the acting.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'll show you. Sound man, will you step over here?
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Now, here's the love scene, and here's how one is played in radio. I'll be the lover, and you're my sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
I come in, I say, Gwendolyn.
Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, darling.
Willoughby.
Oh, my beloved, let me pat your cheek.
Oh, Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, my love, let me run my fingers through your hair.
Oh, Willoughby. Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, my own, may I kiss you?
Yes, Willoughby.
Ah, Gwendolyn, may I kiss you again?
Yes, Willoughby. Oh, Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, I will smother you with kisses. There, Fred, see what I mean? In radio, that is a passionate love scene.
Uh-huh.
We stand around like a couple of jerks while the sound man is kissing the back of his hand.
You mean in television the actors will have to act?
Yes. Now, the same scene will look like this. I come in, I say, Gwendolyn, darling, at last, Willoughby. Gwendolyn, my pigeon, let me pat your cheek.
No, what?
Oh, Willoughby. Gwendolyn, my precious, let me run my fingers through your hair.
Oh, Willoughby. Willoughby.
Gwendolyn, may I kiss you?
Yes, Willoughby, kiss me.
Wait a minute,
Fred,
Harry.
I'm only showing you.
What goes on here?
Fred, I'm only showing you what a love scene will be like in television.
Well, look, if that's television, the mayor will never let it into New York.
In television, actors will have to do their own lovemaking.
Uh-huh.
No sound man will be standing around with wet knuckles.
Now, look, Jack, romance is not for me. I'm a comedian. For television, what do I need? A couple of new jokes.
No, Fred. In television, everything is sight. You have to use jokes so old, they don't even get laughs in radio.
There are jokes that old?
There must be. Let me see. Do you know that old gag?
Which one?
I say, hello, Fred, I'm going to Chicago.
Are you going by Buffalo?
No, I'm going by train.
Well, you see, now, radio... This is a television audience. Audiences won't laugh at that. It's too old, Jack.
But here's how it'll be done at television. Let's do the same joke again. Hello, Fred. I'm going to Chicago.
Are you going by Buffalo?
No, I think I'll go by train. See, for television, you just tell an old joke and put on a funny hat.
But you can't keep putting on the same hat after every gag.
No, well, I'll show you how it works. Let's try another joke. Hello, Fred. Do you file your fingernails?
No, I cut them off and throw them away, Jack.
Oh, you do? Yeah, well, there you see that. See? See, Fred? A joke like that, and then you just put on a false
Oh,
face.
Jack, look, you go into television. I'll stick to radio.
Fred, you're not mad, are you?
No, I'm not mad, Jack. You go your way, and I'll go mine.
We'll still be pals?
Yes, Jack.
Well, I hope so. I don't want anything to disturb our friendship, because many years ago we met in Boston. In those good old days, we didn't have a bean.
And when you didn't have a bean in Boston, brother, you just didn't have anything to put under your ketchup. We'll always be good friends, we made a vow. We meant it, that's why we're together now. Pals, pals, we'll always be pals. What you do is okay with me.
Pals, pals, just regular pals. What you do suits me to a T. You can have all my money, my silver and gold.
I'll give you my jokes, the ones that I've told. Good friends, we'll be till we're old, because we're pals, pals, pals.
You know, Fred, we really have been pals for a long while.
That's right, Jack.
You know, to be good friends like we are in this hectic show business, I think it's quite an accomplishment.
Yes, I guess it is.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to state publicly just how I feel about you as a very good friend.
Well, I appreciate your sentiments, Jack.
Fred, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I know that.
I mean, I don't want you to feel that I'm over-emotional, but...
No, I know how you feel. It's just...
do you like this tie?
Yes, it's a
Fred?
beautiful tie, Jack.
You may have it.
No, please, Jack. Don't give me a tie, Jack. I don't want your tie.
my friend.
Oh, well, there is a friend. The tie from his own neck. Look at that, a friend.
There's nothing I wouldn't give you, Fred.
Oh, I know that, Jack.
Do you need any money?
No, Jack, I don't need any money.
How about some blood?
No.
You look awfully white.
Well, I know, but I'll get by some way.
Won't you take some blood?
No, please, Jack. I don't know. I don't care for any blood.
Anybody out there got a razor blade?
Now, wait, Jack. Jack, don't open a vein just for me now, please. I know how...
Just one or two corpuscles?
No, please,
Haven't
Jack.
any, but...
No, I know. I have your tie. That's enough. And believe me, I feel the same way about you. You are my friend. There's nothing that I have that I wouldn't... I'd give you the shirt off my back, Jack.
I know you would, Fred.
Now, you're laughing.
Oh, no.
No, you don't think I'd give you the shirt off
yes,
my
I
back.
do, Fred.
Oh, now, wait. When I say I'll give you the shirt off my
no,
back...
Fred.
I'm not kidding. I'm not fooling you. You can't...
He's taking his shirt off. Oh, you can't do that.
There's the shirt off my back. You can't tell me.
Isn't that wonderful?
You're my friend, Jack.
Isn't that wonderful? He gave me the shirt off his back. Least you could have done is have it laundered. Well, I'm not going to stand here and see you give me the shirt off your back without my reciprocating.
Now, Jack, I don't know, please, Jack. I don't want the shirt. I don't want anything from it. I have the necktie, Jack. Jack, that's all I can do. Look, you've given me the shirt. There's only one thing I can do, Jack. There's only one thing I can give you. There's only one thing I can give you now, Jack. I'm going to...
That's your trousers, Fred.
Good friends, we'll be till the end, because we're pals, pals, pals. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Jack Haley for coming over for the SEAL Test program to help us kill a half hour tonight. Next week, our guest will be the popular man about Monaco, Reginald Gardner. And now, this is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you that gasoline powers the attack. Don't waste a drop. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, the popular cinema chap Reginald Gardner.
Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the technical workshop players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Easter Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, the day the little bunny leaves his colored eggs at your door. Tonight we can't bring you the little bunny and the eggs, but we can bring you a man who will give you a few old jokes. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and I just bit my tongue, Jimmy. The first piece of tender meat I've had for 2 months. Well, thank you, and good. I owe myself 7 points now. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I know you had a big day today. I saw you this afternoon in the Easter parade.
Oh, yes. Did you like my outfit, my silk hat?
Oh, Jimmy, your head looked as though it was hanging out of a ship's funnel there. And those tan shoes you had on were snappy, too. Your feet looked like 2 omelets with buttons on them as you...
But how about that Easter lily I was carrying?
The Easter lily, Jimmy?
Yeah.
You had the pot for it, James.
Say, Fred, did you hear the people cheer as I went by?
Oh, Jimmy, when your shirt front lit up and said, "Follow me to a Texaco dealer," I was proud of you.
Oh, that was some parade today. It was a little chilly marching.
Well, I know. It was so cold, some of the girls were mixing Sterno in with their liquid stockings to keep their legs warm. It's a new wrinkle they have with... It was really a lot...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, your left shoulder blade is in bloom, I see tonight. You're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were talking about the Easter parade.
Oh, Mama and I were in the parade.
Oh, were you really?
Uh-huh. Mama had a new hat. It's an off-the-face model.
Oh. Well, some of those off-the-face hats should be worn off the head from the look. I saw a woman with a hat today. It looked like a pot roast relaxing on a pen wiper. And the other woman with her had one of those little fur hats, you know, it looks like a blowout patch from a raccoon coat. Well, the woman had this little fur hat on. She looked as though a muskrat was backing out of her hair. It was quite a thing.
Mama bought me a new hat.
Really?
It's a bread crust.
A crust of bread is a hat?
Mm-hmm. I go out wearing the bread crust.
Uh-huh.
In 2 minutes, my hair is full of sparrows.
Oh, it's sparrows, huh?
It's a pretty effect.
I'll take your word for it. You know, you could go out with nothing on your head, and in 2 minutes you'd be wearing woodpeckers. Well, this has been a great Easter, Portland. It certainly was a big egg week. A big week for eggs, wasn't it?
Mr. Wilkie laid a big one in Wisconsin.
I know. Yes, but Mr. Wilkie took his medicine like a man. That reminds me, Portland. I think I'll see how the Republicans are doing down in Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, the OPA launched a drive to curb eating places throughout the city that had increased their prices. And so our question is, have you eaten in any restaurant lately where the food price ceilings have been violated?
Shall we go?
Well, as Mrs. Cassidy said to Mr. Cassidy, let's hop along. What a fat handle our mop has. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. I'm working on a presidential campaign slogan for Governor Dewey.
But no one knows if Mr. Dewey is going to run.
That's my slogan.
What?
Dewey or don't he?
Very good, Senator. Tell me, are you doing anything about restaurants violating food ceilings?
Yes, all food should be conserved.
Conserved? How do you mean, Senator?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through, all eating places will be closed except Chinese restaurants.
Chinese restaurants? Well, what will people get to eat?
Dehydrated egg fooyoung.
What is dehydrated egg fooyoung?
There is no egg in it.
No.
There is no young in it.
No.
It's all food. I think so.
Well, I hope the senator remembers you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Let's try next door.
Well, what is it?
I give up. I don't know. Mrs. Prawn, have you been victimized in any restaurants?
For 20 years, I've been having tea for nothing at the buttered color tea shopping.
Tea for nothing?
I bring my own tea bag. I order a pot of hot water. The hot water is free.
Well, what was the violation?
Yesterday, I went in with my tea bag.
Yes?
I ordered a pot of hot water.
Yes?
The waitress said hot water is 10 cents a pot.
And?
I refused to pay.
Well, when you refused to pay the waitress 10 cents for hot water...
She left me holding the bag.
Mrs. Prawn should report that to the OPA, the Orange Pico Association. Well, what can happen next door here?
No?
Ah, Mr. Rappaport, tell me, have you had any trouble with these food violations?
Violations, he says. Only today I'm a victim.
Well, what happened, Mr. Rappaport?
I am going into Shapiro Salami Shangri-La.
Shapiro Salami Shangri-La?
It's a delicatessen.
Oh, I see.
I'm ordering a jumbo tongue sandwich. It should be with pumpernickel.
I see.
The waiter is bringing the jumbo tongue sandwich, and on the check is marking 20 cents.
You suspected something?
I am lifting up the pumpernickel.
Yeah?
I am looking on the tongue.
Uh-huh.
I am saying, for this, Shapiro is charging 20 cents.
Yes?
The tongue is saying, confidentially, I am formally only 15 cents with mustard.
The tongue was a stool pigeon, hey? Well, what did you do?
I'm calling back the waiter.
You bawled the waiter out?
I am ordering a bottle of seltzer water.
You let them overcharge you for the tongue and you didn't say anything?
No. First, I am drinking the seltzer water.
And after you drank the seltzer water?
Did they hear from me?
Well, that brings us to the little mock stucco cottage at the end of the alley.
Rent the air with trumpets brassy, Falstaff come home again like lassies.
Falstaff, you were concealing something under your loincloth there. More poems?
Ah, yes. Have you heard? My dentist is dead. I have no regret, for my false teeth clicked like two castanets.
No.
Or, he's cursing his draft board out at Fort Dix. If they waited a week, he'd have been 26.
No.
Or, my mother's beard grows longer daily. She's had 2 offers from Barnum and Bailey.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. You're turning this into a horror program. Why don't you pay attention here? Tonight we're discussing the OPA's campaign against restaurant violations.
Precisely why I confront you.
All right. What is your food violation poem called?
The Meatball's Lament.
The Meatball's Lament. How does it go?
A little meatball on a plate ruefully started to meditate. The meatball sobbed, for my plight today, there's no one to blame but the OPA. Cooked weeks ago, I'm still not sold. My outside is lumpy, my inside is cold. The meatball continued, its voice was tense. On the menu, I'm listed at 60 cents. But the OPA says 30 cents is my ceiling. That's why I'm here with my gristle congealing. Doomed for the nonce on my plate to stay until my status is checked by the OPA. The OPA head, Mr. Chester Bowles, may think that meatballs have no soul. But I'll wager him odds at 10 to 7. When a meatball dies, it goes to Hamburg heaven.
Thank you, Falstaff. Now, Falstaff, the meatballs champion, proves that he knows his onions. And at the mention of onions, Maestro Goodman brushes a furtive tear from his eye so that he may see High-Low Jack and the Dame approaching. Tonight the kids sing, Wish I May, Wish I Might. That was not Very Mucho, of Besame Mucho, played by Al... Wait, Mr. Goodman wants to laugh. Now, everybody quiet while Mr. Goodman laughs. All right. Played by Al Goodman and his serenading son-in-laws, or sons-in-law. I don't... say, Portland, what are you reading there? Is Dick Tracy in trouble again?
No, it's a program.
Oh.
Mama and I went to the racetrack opening.
Oh, that's right, Jamaica. Jamaica track did open yesterday. Did your mother win any money?
Well, Mama only made one bet. She lost.
Oh, her horse was slow, hey?
Mama said he ran like a Crosby horse with Sinatra riding him.
Well, that should be a new record in something, but Frankie would make a great jockey. You know, Sinatra only weighs about 80 pounds with his pivot tooth in. Tell me, did the new racing taxes bother the crowd at the track?
Oh, not the people, only the horses.
The taxes bothered the horses?
In the first race, when the winning horse came down the stretch,
Yeah?
on his back he had a jockey and 2 tax collectors.
On the one horse. 3 men on a horse. I saw the play years ago. Well, I'll buzz along, Portland. I have to do some research on my Sherlock Holmes play.
Are you an authority on Sherlock Holmes?
An authority? Why, I got Dr. Watson to join the Needleworkers Union. If I can find an... Why don't you go over in the corner and enjoy it alone? I'll just... Look, if I can find an actor with an English accent, Portland, for my mystery, I'm all set.
Well, can't you get Nigel Bruce?
No, Willie, as we call Nigel in Hollywood, Willie is tied up out there. He's making a sequel to I Walked with a Zombie. It's called The Zombie Came Back Without Me.
Isn't there another actor with an English accent you can get?
Well, I read in a gossip column in Pravda that Reginald Gardner was in town. I think I'll go over to Reggie's hotel. I'll see you later, Portland.
Yes?
Well, Reginald Gardner. Reggie, what are you doing sitting on that hot water bag?
Well, I've just finished a USO tour in the Arctic regions, Fred. I can't get thawed out.
Oh, really? And are those goose pimples on the end of your neck?
Yes, this big goose pimple that's doing the talking is my head.
Oh, I see. Well, Reggie, while you're getting defrosted now, if you're not doing anything the next few days...
Well, I'm pretty busy, old man. I'm getting ready to play some more army camp.
Oh, I see.
I was just rehearsing my imitations as you came in.
Oh, really? What do you imitate?
Oh, different things. Have you heard this one? Hi there! Hi there!
What is that?
That's one end of a worm greeting his other end.
Is that all there is to it?
Yes, for reasons known only to itself, the other end of the worm never replies to the greeting.
Oh, I see. It's blunt with the first end. Well,
And now here's another one of my impersonations. Wiggle, wiggle, brrr. Wiggle, wiggle, brrr.
Wiggle, wiggle, brrr. What is that?
That is a snake crawling over an ice cream cone.
Well, in your imitations, it seems, everything talks.
Yes. Have you ever heard a little windshield wiper on a cheap car?
The windshield wiper talks?
Of course it does. It says, it isn't you, it isn't you, it isn't you, it isn't you.
Well, that's swell.
And then there's the windshield wiper on the big car or a truck.
Well, what does that say?
Beef tea, beef tea, beef tea.
You know, I do imitations too, Reggie.
Really?
Oh, yes. Would you like to hear one?
I'd love to hear one, Fred.
Bob White, you all. Bob White, you all.
Bob White, you all.
It's a southern Bob White. But, Reggie, I didn't come over here to bandy impersonations. I want you to appear in a new mystery play I've written.
Oh, no, but I'm no dramatic actor, Fred. I'm a comedian.
Well, you can play this part.
No, I'd probably get a lot of laughs and crumb it up.
Did you say crumb, Reggie? Where did you, an Oxford man, pick up a word like crumb?
Lend-lease, old boy.
Well, look, Reggie, if you'll do my play, we can make a picture out of it.
I've just finished making a picture, Fred.
Oh, a mystery?
No, it's a comedy. It's the new Jack Benny picture.
Well, if there's any comedy in a Benny picture, it's a mystery, Reggie.
Oh, no, really. Jack's swell in this picture, Fred. It's called The Horn Blows at Midnight.
Look, they have to blow a horn in all of the Benny pictures to keep the audience awake. They have a man named Hornblow there who just works on Benny pictures. When Benny's pictures play in New York, they even let civilians in for 28 cents. Look, Reggie, everyone knows you can do comedy. You should try a dramatic role. Now, you might be another Basil Rathbone.
Fred, do you think the world is ready for another Basil Rathbone?
I think some post-war plan about Rathbone should be brought up. You know, you can get your eyes pulled out a little and your hips lowered and be another Peter Lorre.
Well, what's this play of yours about?
It's a murder mystery solved by a man the world has never heard about until tonight. Sherlock Holmes' brother-in-law, Fetlock Bones. This case is called The Pekingese of the Baskerville. As the play starts, we hear a crescendo of dramatic music.
In the annals of crime detection, no figure looms larger than Sherlock Holmes' brother-in-law, Fetlock Bones. As our story opens, it is a foggy night in London. Fetlock and his friend, Dr. Potson, are at home in their little flat on Baker Street. Dr. Potson is deep in the study of anatomy. An Esquire lies open in front of him. Fetlock Bones is pacing the floor, playing his violin.
I say, Bones.
Yes, Potson?
That tune you're playing, what is it?
It's a new American tune called Mersey Dotes and Does Do Likewise, and little Lamsies are up to something. I see the telephone. I shall take it, Potson. Are you there?
Are you there?
Yes, are you there?
No, I'm here.
Well, you must be there. I'm here.
Can you come here?
Where is here?
Not far from there.
Well, I shall be there.
Well, I shall be here.
Righto.
Righto.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Potson, quick. Me Rayon Burberry, me peaked cap, me needle, me Spike Jones records. I'm off.
Where?
There's been dirty doing. I'm off to Baskerville Mansion.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. I am Fetlock Bones.
And I am...
I know. You are Mr. Baskerville's butler, Rancid. You were born near Surrey with a fringe on top. You have no shin in your right leg. Your father raises aspidistras, and you have a cousin Cecil who has a punctured eardrum.
Amazing, Mr. Bones. How did you know?
I'm on your draft board. What is the to-do here?
Well, two of Mr. Baskerville's guests have disappeared. This house is cursed, Mr. Bones.
Isn't there some legend about Baskerville Mansion?
Yes, sir. Whenever the Pekingese is heard barking, someone dies.
That's it, the Pekingese of the Baskerville.
I don't like it, sir. The Pekingese has barked twice tonight.
Where is your master, Barclay Baskerville?
He's in the trophy room. I shall announce you. Announce him, Mr. Fetlock Bones.
I'm Barclay Baskerville. Come in, Mr. Bones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I say, what magnificent trophies you have here on the wall. That lion's head is a ripper, old boy.
Yes, potted the beggar with my second shot.
And the first shot?
Potted my guide.
This is the guide's head mounted on the other wall, with the cowlick and the dimple.
Yes. Fortunately, he was smiling at the time. Brightens up the room, don't you think?
Rather. Who does your taxidermy?
Moxton, the bird stuffer on Fleet Street. You can't miss Moxton. He has a weasel throttling a young rabbit in the window.
Oh, I see. What are these trousers you have mounted over here?
I fired at a panther. The panther got away, but he lost his pants.
Lost his pants? Lost his pants. That's a rouser, Baskerville.
It is a bit of the old rowdy dow, what?
Right you are. But let's get down to business. I hear you've had unpleasantness here tonight.
Unpleasantness?
A bit of it, yes. 2 house guests done in. A bit of the old Erie or Delaware Lackawanna or something.
Oh, that? Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about that, old boy. You know the curse of Baskerville Mansion.
You mean the Pekingese of the Baskerville?
It's been going on for centuries. Whenever the Pekingese barks, someone dies.
I understand the Pekingese has had a go at the acoustics tonight, old boy.
Twice, old man. My party is going to the dogs.
Party is going to the dogs? Who are your guests, old fruit?
We're holding a class reunion.
What school? Oxford? Cambridge?
No, Chiswick on the Uppage.
Oh, Chiswick. Topole Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you holding the reunion?
In the turmoil room. Through this door. I believe my mates are singing.
Here's to thee, our alma mater, to our classmates, young and old. Here's to Chiswick on the Uppage, Your traditions we uphold. Wrong, wrong, wrong. We don't want from wit. Chisel, chisel, chisel it. But definitely. Oh, jolly.
Classmates of Chiselich on the Uppage. May I present Fetlock Bones? Bones, this is Pippi Hollister.
You do.
Marmaduke Smith Smythe.
You do.
Pennington Fumfit.
You do.
And H.H. Buddle, recently returned from America.
How do you do, sir? I beg your pardon.
I said, how do you do?
Terribly sorry. You're jogging. I can't understand you.
How do you do?
What is this blighter trying to say?
He means Jadoo.
Oh, Jadoo.
Buddle is seen in America.
Frightful how the colonies poof about with some mother tongue.
Too true, old muffin.
But what about those chaps who disappeared?
It's filthy, Mr. Burns. We were playing bridge.
The lights went out, the dog barked, the shot rang out.
The lights came on and they were gone.
Ponsonby first, then Leffingwell. They both sat in the same chair.
Show me exactly what happened.
Righto. Let's play another hand of bridge, mates. Will you sit in, Bones?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marmaduke, will you sit in that vacant chair?
Right, sir.
We're ready, Baskerville.
Let me see. I did one heart.
2 spades.
I knock with 3.
I'm Schneider. I say, the lights are off.
The Pekingese of the basket.
Lights! They're on again.
I say, Marmaduke's gone.
That blasted dog barked again.
The Pekingese of the Basketville.
Oh, Bones, do something. 3 Chiselich men have been done away with today.
Yes, and each sat in the same chair.
I shall take the fingerprint.
Nobody touched the chair, Bones. They just sat in it.
Sorry, I'm not equipped for prints that large, old boy. There's only one thing to do. We shall reenact the crime. You, Buddle, sit in that chair.
Not that chair.
It's for Chiselich, Buddle.
For Chiselich. Righto, Bones.
And now, Basketville, we'll play another hand of bridge. Who's bid?
The lights, they're off again.
The Pekingese of the Basketville.
Let go of my hand. Who's holding my hand?
Not so fast, matey. The lights, Buddle. Quickly, the lights.
They're on, Bones.
The mystery is solved, Buddle. Here sits the murderer. The cove who has done in your 3 Chiselich classmates.
Barkley Basketville.
Righto.
This is preposterous, Bones. You can't prove anything.
Oh, no? Then how do you account for this revolver strapped under the bridge table?
Purely a coincidence.
And this push button under the table. When you push it, see? A trap door. Sweeney Todd fashion under the chair gives way.
Just a place for old razor blades.
But, Bones, how do you explain the Pekingese barking?
The dog is concealed in the basement. This other button sends a spark down and gives the Pekingese a hot paw. I suggest you confess, Baskerville.
Yes, Bones, you've got me with my confession down.
You murdered your Chiselich classmate.
I had to with the foul blighters.
Foul blighters, Barkley. The purpose of our class reunion was to present you with a purse of £1 million sterling.
I knew, Buddle. That's why I had to murder the entire class.
You had to kill them because they were going to give you all this money?
The gift tax on £1 million today is £1.5 million.
I see. If you had accepted the gift...
I would have been ruined. The class would have wiped me out.
So instead...
I wiped out the class.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that gasoline powers the attack, and don't waste a drop. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Fred Allen Show, specially rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, the giant plane Constellation flew from California to Washington, D.C. in the record time of 6 hours and 58 minutes. Tonight we bring you a man who knows a man whose brother-in-law saw the Constellation pass over Butler, Missouri. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you. Someone lost a dog in here, Jim. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, you're wrong about that new transport holding the record. The record cross-country flight from California east was made by a man I know.
What man?
Well, Jack Benny holds the record, Jimmy.
Jack Benny?
After he made his last picture at Warner Brothers, Benny went from Hollywood back to Waukegan in 3 hours flat. That's a much better time than he...
So Jack made some time, didn't he?
He lays eggs on our program, too, doesn't he? hard to find a man who is ambidextrous, in the matter of foul proclivity. You said Jack made some time.
Oh, he was really going, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Of course, he had a tailwind coming out of Hollywood, and the Warner Brothers in person chased him as far as Albuquerque. 2 nephews of the Warner Brothers took it up from there. And that's really how Benny made his record.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, just in time. Portland, you look a little stout tonight.
Yes, Mayor LaGuardia made this Potato Week.
Oh, Potato Week, huh?
Uh-huh. And Mama and I have been eating potatoes 3 times a day.
3 times a day. Well, there's a lot of starch in potatoes.
I know. Mama has a stiff leg.
Oh, fine. Well, after eating potatoes for 7 days, your stomach must think you're in Idaho.
Did you observe?
Now, wait a minute. Let's thrash this out. Now, what was wrong? Of course, people in Idaho don't mind eating potatoes. They lay around. They have a big Davenport in the state, you know.
The mayor says next week is Egg Week.
Well, I must remember to get fried, Portland. Tell me, why is the mayor having these different food weeks?
There's a surplus of potatoes, and the hens are laying too many eggs.
Well, why doesn't the mayor speak to the hens?
He isn't tall enough to look over a nest.
Well, he can poke a hole through the bottom of a nest and look up, and good luck to him. What? Someday we will be rescinded. I know an order. What else is hot, Portland?
Did you hear Frank Sinatra on the radio with Major Bowes?
Oh, no. I'd have liked to have seen the Major standing next to Sinatra. It must have looked like flesh and fantasy. And after that gag, I think I'd better get down to Allen's Alley, Portland.
What is your question tonight?
Well, the big thing in New York right now, as you know, is the circus at Madison Square Garden. The Ringling, Barnum, and Bailey show is bigger and better than ever. And since everyone is clamoring to get in to see the big show, our question is, what feature of the circus did you like best this year?
Shall we go?
As the big wasp said to the little wasp, let's buzz along. Well, here is a gentleman who can kiss a girl and brush her off at the same time. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Let's see if our friend, the senator, is in.
Yes?
Senator, that beer doesn't strain your voice, does it, as you talk? Senator Bloat, how do you feel about the circus this year?
Oh, the show is great. Just one thing bothers me about the circus.
Oh, what, Senator?
While the lions are eating, crowds stand around outside the cages pleading with the lions.
Oh, you want these crowds broken up?
Yes. If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through,
yes,
a sign will be placed in every lion's cage.
And that sign will read?
Attention, lions. Do not throw meat out to people. I think so.
Well, the senator will probably get Frank Buck's vote this year. Let's try this next door here.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn. Mrs. Prawn, did you enjoy the circus?
No, I had too much trouble with my old maid sister.
Your sister's an old maid?
For 40 years, she's been trying to trap a man. She's still trying.
Well, what happened at the circus?
We just got inside.
Yes?
A bunch of midgets went by.
I see.
My sister shrieked, "Not that! Not that!" and fainted.
Well, why should your old maid sister faint seeing a few midgets?
She thought they were rationing men.
Well, that brings us to the pre-stuccoed shanty at the end of the alley. I hate to think what may happen here.
Let whistles blast, let sirens scream. Here is Falstaff on the beam.
The manhole minnesinger Openshaw. You have more odes tonight?
My briefcase is straining at the zipper.
Oh, fine.
Have you heard? Said the tongue to the stamp, if you don't start sticking, brother, am I going to give you a licking?
No, I don't think so.
Or, it's easy to slice tomatoes, my mother finds. She pushes them through the Venetian blinds.
No.
My grandfather has a wooden leg. My grandfather likes to rumba. And every time he starts to dance, does Grandpa shake his lumber?
Now, look, Falstaff, if you keep this up, our program will have to subpoena listeners. Tonight, it so happens, we are talking about the circus.
Precisely, etc., etc.
All right. What is your circus poem called?
Alas, alack, what is a yak?
Well, how does it go?
Each year I go to the circus to sample the pink lemonade and see the tumblers and clowns to hear the calliope played. But there's always one thing at the circus that contrives to spoil my visit. It's a weird and smelly quadruped. It's spelled Y-A-K. What is it? Alas, alack, what is a yak? It's hairy in front and bald in the back. It looks like an elk or one of them llamas. Or it could be a cow wearing shaggy pajamas. It might be a stallion whose skin is slack. Alas, alack, what is a yak? When I see a yak, it starts me thinking. Falstaff, I think this can drive you to drinking. Under this strain, you've got a crack if no one defines this zoo's sad sack. You'll go through life babbling like a whack. Alas, alack, what is a yak?
And as Falstaff takes his departure, Maestro Goodman beckons to Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, dedicated to Mr. Morgenthau, is Take It Easy. Was Is My Baby Blue Tonight? Just a sample played by Al Goodman and 25 men who are auditioning for Nails Smith, who is Spike Jones' uncle. Tell me, does your mother like baseball?
Yes. You know, Mama would have made a good umpire.
How do you mean?
Mama never thinks a man is safe if he's out.
Well, enough about baseball, Portland. I have something on the fire. You know, I may produce a big Broadway show shortly. I have the story all written. I have the actors. All I need is the money.
Did you find an angel?
No, but I think I've got a pigeon. The other night, I happened to go into Lindy's to get a fast calorie. As I passed a table, I heard a voice say, "Hey, Fred." Oscar Levant. Oscar, do you mind if I sit here and talk until the waiter comes?
No, Fred. What can we talk about?
Well, let's talk about you.
No, let's pick a pleasant subject. To me, I'm repulsive.
Well, let's talk about me.
To me, you're repulsive, too.
That's your weakness, Oscar, that rancid repartee of yours. You'll never make friends that way.
I'm not interested in making friends, Fred.
Why not?
Well, a man with too many friends has no time to himself. He never gets anything done.
Well, how do you mean?
Haven't you ever heard people say, yes, poor Sidney's got $1 million, but he hasn't got a friend in the world?
Oh, many times.
Then there's the other guy. His feet are sticking out of his shoes. In spots, you can see him through his suit. Everybody says, lucky Irving. He hasn't got a quarter, but he's got 1 million friends.
Well, using this philosophy, Oscar, you must have plenty of money.
That's what I can't understand. How did I get so unpopular in one lifetime?
Well, you really should put on another man to handle it, Oscar. You tell me, what have you been doing lately?
I just finished a concert tour down south.
Well, how did you find the South?
It isn't hard to find. I stayed on the train until I came to it.
Well, tell me, haven't you done any concerts in New York recently?
Yes. Last year I played in Carnegie Hall with Jack Benny. This year I played there with Toscanini.
From no hair to long hair, hey? Well, what did Arturo say when you finished your concert?
Toscanini took me by the hand and said, Gate, you're solid. You really sent me.
Toscanini said that, huh? What was your reaction?
I had the awful feeling that I would never play with Toscanini again.
Well, tell me, Oscar, does Toscanini ever appear in those towns where you give concerts?
No, I think he's afraid to play small towns.
Why?
Toscanini was conducting the Nutley, New Jersey Symphony some years ago.
Yeah?
At the first rehearsal, Toscanini said, "Give me more brass, boys."
Give me more brass, boys. What happened?
They threw a cuspidor at him.
Well, look, Oscar, why don't you give up this concert racket? Why should you be a stooge? Oscar, there's only one way to make money today. Open a Broadway show. The theaters are all coining money. Have you tried to get tickets for the Theater Guild show, Oklahoma, yet?
I have tickets for May 1st.
May 1st?
1947.
You see, Oklahoma is the biggest hit New York has had in years. The song Oklahoma has been adopted by the state as its official song. Oscar, if you could invest a little money in a show like that, you'd make a fortune.
Where can you find a show like Oklahoma, Fred?
I have written one, Oscar.
No kidding. What is your show called?
North Dakota.
North Dakota. That's an original title.
My show's all original, Oscar. The music is sensational. One scene, just to give you an idea, one scene is a farmhand's ballet. The whole stage is a wheat field. 200 farmhands are going against the grain. In another scene, there are 300 cows on the stage.
With a show like this, you won't need theaters. You can play it in barns.
Why, my show North Dakota will make Oklahoma look like Rhode Island, Oscar.
What is the story of your show, Fred?
Well, as the show starts, instead of having an overture, 4 bulls come into the orchestra pit. The 4 bulls... The 4 bulls look out at the audience and bellow. Then the curtain goes up. It's the county fair on a side street at Fargo. The natives are singing their state song.
Dakota, where from miles on you can see its prairie.
Where there's no Times Square, just lots of air, and the men you meet are pretty hairy.
North Dakota, there is nothing there but sky and dirt. We know we belong to...
Wait a minute, hold it, just a minute. Something, yes, Oscar, something wrong?
Fred, I thought you said your show was original.
Well, it is.
That song is the same as the title song of Oklahoma.
Oscar, this song is North Dakota. Does North Dakota sound anything like Oklahoma? North Dakota is 2 words.
But it's the same music.
How can it be the same music? I wrote this song myself.
What system did you use? The little steel formula?
Look, Oscar, why worry? This is only the opening number in the show. We can advertise the show to start at 8:30. We can ring up at 8:15. The theater will be empty. Nobody'll hear the song.
Why don't you open the show with an intermission? Then you won't have to use the song at all.
Say, that's a good idea. We'd have our choice, one of the 2 intermissions. Well, look, let's get on with the show.
What happens next?
Well, the second scene is the Hockenlocker farmhouse in North Dakota. It's winter. Outside it's 60 below zero. I'm Zeke. I'm just about to ask old man Hockenlocker for his daughter's hand when my sweetheart rushes in and says...
Hey, Paul, a hired hand forgot to fetch in Bluebell, your prize sow.
Got to fetch in Bluebell, eh?
Mhm.
Keepers, where is she?
Down in the lower 40.
Bluebell's a goner, Judy. No living man can fetch Bluebell on a night like this.
I'll fetch Bluebell for you, Mr. Hockenlocker.
It's 60 below zero outside, Zeke.
Freezing weather don't bother me none when I'm fetching, Mr. Hockenlocker.
You don't mind the cold? How come?
Here's the reason.
For the cold, I don't give a hoot, 'cause I'm wearing my new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing my new union suit with the hinge on the back. With my hinge, some figure I'm a-cutting. Down the road, you can all see me strutting. Fits me close and keeps me comfy, and there ain't no slack. The cloth's pure wool and the buttons are brown. The seams sure hold it together. The arms roll up and the legs roll down in case there's a change in the wear. It's my itchy little suit with the hinge on the back.
Fred, wait a minute.
Now, Oscar, don't tell me that this song is reminiscent.
Fred, did you hear the song Surrey with a Fringe on Top?
Surrey with the fringe on top?
It's in Oklahoma.
Again with the Oklahoma. What has fringe got to do with my union suit, Oscar?
I wouldn't know. I mean the melody.
The melody. How does this other song you mentioned, how does this Surrey go?
Chicks and ducks and geese better scurry when I take you out in the Surrey.
Chicken, ducks, and geese. That's a barnyard sonata. My song is the saga of a union suit.
But the music.
Look, Oscar, who'll know it? A couple of musicians like you and
Rogers and Hammerstein.
And Rogers and Hammerstein.
And their lawyers.
And Well, all right, let them sue. You know, it's possible the two brains might have the same idea.
Only it took your brain a year to get warmed up.
But look, Oscar, if you want to pick on my show, why don't you wait until I finish? Now, the next scene is the big wedding. The justice is saying,
Do you, Zeke Allen, take Judy Hockenlocker to be your wife?
Do.
And do you, Judy Hockenlocker...
Hold on, Justice, hold on. This letter just come for Zeke.
Who's the letter from, Zeke?
It says selective service. Hold on, folks. The wedding's off.
What's the letter say, Zeke? You're pale.
I'll tell you why I'm pale.
His arthritis is bad and his feet hurt. Oh, his tongue's like a motorman's glove. His life isn't gay. What a start for a day. With that old local draft board a look in his way.
Oh, what a miserable morning. Oh, what a horrible day. Instead of getting married, they're putting me in 1A. Yes, they're putting me in 1A. Oscar, don't tell me you heard anything like that in Oklahoma.
Fred, this is the worst case of thievery since Hitler took Czechoslovakia.
Now, look, Oscar, you're a songwriter. Confidentially, don't all songwriters, on the side, don't they steal a little from Chopin, Beethoven, and Tchaikovsky?
But those guys are all dead. Oscar Hammerstein and Dick Rogers, who wrote the Oklahoma score, are still living.
Well, at least I'm no ghoul, Oscar.
I think I'll call Oscar Hammerstein now.
Now, wait a minute. Wait, live and let live, will you, Oscar?
But how can you bring your show to Broadway?
Well, I'll do what they do in all of those moving pictures. Just before my show finishes, I'll come out on a stage and say, Ladies and gentlemen, any resemblance between this music in North Dakota and the music in Oklahoma is purely co-instrumental. And then we go into the big finale.
Dakota, where the radio's going on all day.
And the natives prance to the national bond dance, and when they make hay, it's really hay, hey!
So we say, mares, dotes, and lambs, dive. We're only saying you're doing fine, North Dakota, North Dakota. N-D-N-O-R-T-H, North Dakota.
The Fred Allen Show, specially rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight?
No, I missed it.
Well, Mr. Benny said that his grandfather was writing jokes on our program. This is one of the jokes his grandfather wrote. It was hardly worth the trouble of translating it from the time his grandfather wrote. Well, I don't, Jimmy, poor old Jason out there in Washington. I don't go for horses or nightlife, Jimmy.
Say, speaking of nightlife, Fred, have you seen that this 30% tax has been ruining the nightclub business?
Oh, business is terrible, Jimmy. I looked in one nightclub. The bartender was crying.
Oh, he was lonesome?
No, he had mixed a Mickey, and there was no one in there to give it to. The poor fellow. The band was playing. The waiters were dancing with each other. And the bouncer was keeping in practice, throwing himself in and out of the place. It looked very bad in there. I would say...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, did you have rice for dinner? You're puffing.
It's been...
You put the business in, the puffing business in?
It's been hot this week.
Yeah, it sure has.
It was so hot Thursday, I saw a soldier.
Uh-huh.
His dog tag had distemper.
His dog tag? Yes, it certainly was hot. I saw an Army officer the other afternoon walking up and down Broadway for over an hour.
Why?
He was making privates salute him so he could get a little breeze from the Army. But apart, that's the trouble. You know, Thursday it's warm, you write a lot of hot jokes, then it rains all day today, so the hot jokes... But apart from... we should come here with nothing on the paper at all. We'd be much better off. At least you could wrap something in it when we were through it. Apart from the heat, what's new, Portland?
Did you read about the triplets?
Oh, you mean the triplets who were born here in New York this past week?
Yes. The mother named them Eenie, Meenie, and Miney.
No Mo?
No, there were only 3.
Well, that's what the man said when his lawnmower was broken, you know.
What?
No Mo.
No Mo what?
Never mind your southern dialect, forget the whole thing.
Did you hear about Mayor LaGuardia's new health insurance plan?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. You know, if you take out a health insurance policy, you're protected in case of sickness.
How does it work?
Well, it's very simple. Now, suppose you have a sudden pain during the night. It's your appendix. You call the city hall. The mayor rushes to your house with rubber gloves on and removes your appendix instantly. During your convalescence, of course, you keep up the payments.
If you don't keep up your payments, what happens?
Well, the mayor suddenly appears at your house with two aldermen and a bottle of alcohol and puts your appendix back in again. And now that you're all together, the health insurance is great. The mayor's homesick today trying it out himself. And now that you're all together again, Portland, let's drop around to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, of course, the biggest news of the week was the OPA announcement that all meats, with the exception of beefsteaks and roasts, were taken off the ration list. And so our question tonight is, what is your reaction to this new OPA meat ruling?
Shall we go?
Well, as one bagpipe player said to the other bagpipe player, let's blow. You name it, we have it. You name it. Here we are back in Allen's Alley. Back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Hello, kid. What's cooking?
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
The name is Pablo E. de Peaches.
I must have knocked on the wrong door.
Come on, what's on your mind, kid? Make hurry up. I happen to be very boozy.
Well, tell me, Mr. Eat the Pitches, how do you feel about this new meat ruling?
Meat to me is nothing for to worry about.
Why not?
In my restaurant, I constantly order one thing, boiled salmon.
I see.
Every day, 3 times a day, I'm ordering boiled salmon.
You must like boiled salmon.
I hate boiled salmon.
Well, then why do you eat it 3 times a day?
Who is eating it?
Well, if you don't eat the salmon, why do you order it?
With the boiled salmon is coming green beans.
You mean?
Green beans I like, green beans I eat. So long, kid.
Eat the Peaches is all Greek to me. I wonder what could happen if I knocked here.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Fanny Farmer?
No, not necessarily, Mrs. Nussbaum. Tell me, is the meat ruling affecting you?
To put it bluntly, you'll excuse it.
Uh-huh.
Meat, since a little girl, I am not touching.
Oh, you are allergic to meat?
No, something has
happening?
Well, what happened, Mrs. Nussbaum?
When I am a little girl, a teensy-weensy, my mumsy is going to the movies. It is bank night.
Your mother went to the movies and you stayed home?
Mumsy is saying, darling, you are getting hungry. In the icebox is a tongue.
Yes.
Mumsy is leaving, and instantly I'm getting hungry. From the icebox, I'm taking out the tongue.
Yes.
I'm lifting up the knife to cut a piece.
Yes.
The tongue is saying, stop.
The tongue spoke to you?
The tongue is saying, if you was a tongue and I was a little girl, would I eat you? Think it over.
The tongue said, think it over?
The tongue said, think it over. This was 20 years ago, since I'm not touching meat.
You haven't touched meat for 20 years? Why?
I'm still thinking it over. Thank you.
That brings us to the little cobweb festooned house at the end of the alley.
You knock, stranger. I'll call your bluff. Falstaff, sir, will do his stuff.
Well, Mr. Openshaw, you have more poems tonight?
Indubitably. Have you heard, since my sweetheart had her face lifted, I call her my skin-up girl?
No.
Or, the little sardine said, beat me, daddy, and wiggled her gills at the Finn and Haddie?
No.
My brother was a gunner, but he made the general nervous, so they took my brother's gun away and put him in limited service.
Now, look, Paul. Let's not horse around. If you've written an OPA meat poem, what is it called?
A fig to you, Mr. Chester Bowles.
A fig to you, Mr. How does it go?
A fig to you, Mr. Chester Bowles. With your meat surveys and your sausage poles, you can raise red points as high as you wish. You can ask blue points for oysters and fish. You can put back beef and lamb on your list. You can ration pig's feet if you insist. You can ban all kidneys and casseroles. A fig to you, Mr. Chester Bowles. When I say fig, it isn't a taunt. With your meat and points, you can do what you want. Meat may be a must to the hungry barbarian, but not to me. I am a vegetarian.
And as Falstaff starts munching a soybean, Maestro Goodman, aroused by the crunching, frantically summons High-Low Jack and the Dame, their song, San Fernando Valley. That was just a dash of You May Not Remember, a new song written by Mr. George Jessel for the motion picture show business, starring Joan Davis and George Murphy. This picture, incidentally...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Portland?
Have I any more jokes to tell?
Well, not right now. Why, are you going out?
Yes. My sister's a whack. Her pinup boy is Victor Mature. She wants me to get his picture.
Oh, you mean Sinatra is through?
My sister likes muscles.
Oh, muscles. Then Mature is her man. The hair on Mature's chest weighs more than Sinatra. You know where to find Vic Mature?
Yes. He's with the Coast Guard show Tars and Spars at the Strand.
And that's the break I've been waiting for, Portland.
What?
Well, now that Victor Mature is on the road with his Coast Guard show, Tars and Spars, it looks as though I may have to go to Hollywood. I talked with a big movie producer this week.
What producer?
George Jessel. You know, George Jessel has given up acting and singing. He's producing pictures for 20th Century Fox. Now, I read in the paper the other day that Georgie was in New York looking for actors, so I went over to see him.
What happened?
Well, I got over to the 20th Century Fox building. I found Mr. Jessel's office. There was a big platinum door with a diamond doorknob. I knocked, and a voice said...
Come in.
Georgie Jessel. Georgie, it's certainly good to see you again.
I'm sorry, old man, but I don't seem to place you.
Georgie, you know me.
I never forget a face. How I could forget such a puss is a mystery to me.
But, Georgie, I've known you for 20 years.
It must be a different Jessel.
There are two Jessels?
I am Jessel, the producer. The
Oh.
other Jessel is an obscure vaudeville actor. He does something with the telephone. He sings off key. A distant relative.
Oh, a distant relative. Well, I could swear you're the same Jessel, the wilted gardenia, sen on your breath. You were on my radio program last year.
How did we do?
We didn't get a laugh.
Oh, you're Fred Allen. Well, why didn't you say... My goodness.
But tell me, Georgie, how does it feel to be a big producer at 20th Century Fox?
Hollywood has cast its magic spell over me, Fred. Jessel the troubadour, the bon vivant, the Broadway playboy is dead.
You mean you've changed, Georgie?
I am through with nightlife, Fred.
You mean you sleep nights?
Yes. When I roll over at 3 a.m. now, it is not in the gutter.
Well, you certainly look good. The last time I saw you, you were whiter than a seagull's chest.
Again, Jack Benny's grandfather.
His
I'll tell you. Hollywood life certainly agrees with me, Fred.
Well, I can see that.
Oh, you should see my house out there. 2 swimming pools.
2 swimming pools?
Yep. One is for my Hollywood friends. That's filled with spring water.
And the other pool?
That's for my Bronx friends. That's filled with seltzer.
Good.
In the deep end, I keep a few sturgeon, always.
Oh, in the swimming pool, a few sturgeon. You have one of those big houses, I suppose.
Well, not too big. It's like Radio City. It's only not so tall. In Hollywood, we'd call it a bungalow.
Oh, a bungalow. Is it a marble house?
Oh, no. Pink stucco with a lavender roof. It's the only house like it in Hollywood.
Pink stucco with a lavender roof.
The others are lavender stucco with pink roof.
Oh, well, yours stands out. Well, tell me, for the front doorbell, do you have a set of those chimes?
What chimes? In the vestibule, I have a chorus of 200 voices.
200 voices?
When you ring my bell, they all sing Shostakovich's new symphony. The Spike Jones arrangement.
Oh, the latest.
And you wait a second, and the Skouras brothers let you in.
They come to the door in single file. Well, tell me, George, your grounds about the house. They're landscaped, of course.
Landscaped? Outside the house, I have 300 peacocks making like a hedge, you know.
300 Say, it must be wonderful living in Hollywood, Georgie.
Oh, you can't beat it, Fred. At night, when I come home after a hard day at the studio, I sit back in my big mink rocking chair. 2 doves hold up my suspenders. And a small fawn is sitting by my side.
You need a small fawn there, do you?
Yes. When I'm reading a book, I come to the end of a page.
Yes.
The fawn presses his damp muzzle into my hand. The finger is wet. I turn the page.
Yeah, that is living, George.
Yes. But in Hollywood, you've got to take the bitter with the sweet. Of course, there isn't any bitter, so you
keep on with the sweet. Well, enough about Hollywood, Georgie. I read that you are here in town now casting for one of your new pictures.
That's right. I am looking for actors.
Well, frankly, that's why I'm here, Georgie. How about me? I can act.
I know, but I sort of had in mind a younger man.
Well, I'm still on the sunny side of 30.
Well, you've been on the sunny side too long, Fred. In fact, you're starting to peel a little right over here.
Now, look, Georgie, you must have some part I can play. What is your next picture?
Well, you see, Fred, the trend now is biographical pictures. Darryl Zanuck has just finished The Life of Wilson. It's a wonderful picture. Only last month we released Buffalo Bill. All the big hits are stories of famous historical figures.
Oh, your picture is the life of a famous person, is it?
No. I'm going to make a series of pictures about the forgotten people in history.
Oh, what people?
Well, now here, every studio's made the life of Abraham Lincoln. They show Lincoln as a boy splitting rails.
That's right.
Yeah, but what about Halavar Bowditch?
Who was Halavar Bowditch?
Who was Halavar Bowditch? He was the axe sharpener who sharpened the axe for Lincoln so he could split the rails. Poor Halavar Bowditch is a forgotten man.
And you are making the life of this Halavar Bowditch?
Halavar Bowditch, yes. In 27 reels, too. Different reels will be playing in all the theaters in New York at the same time. It'll be Halavar Bowditch week.
I will watch out for it later in the season. So tell me, what other forgotten man pictures are you going to make, Georgie?
Well, I may do the story of Tom Tit Muckenfuss.
Tom Tit Muckenfuss?
Don't make me say it again. But this fella... This fella was a little boy who tied the tail on Benjamin Franklin's kite the night that Franklin discovered electricity.
Oh.
Then again, I may do the life of Sasha Zautenstahl.
Who was Sasha Zaltenstall?
Who was Sasha Zaltenstall? At the Boston Tea Party, when the whole harbor was full of tea, Sasha Zaltenstall chucked in a lemon.
Oh. Well, you've certainly got some great pictures coming out, Georgie.
I feel that moviegoers are in for a treat. Really, I do.
Gosh, Georgie, in one of these pictures there must be a part for me.
By golly, I just happened to think. I'm going to make a big Western picture.
About a forgotten man?
Yes, this is a true story of Buffalo Bill's nephew.
Buffalo Bill had a nephew? What was his name?
Moose Max.
Moose Max.
That's what I'm calling the picture, Moose Max.
And you say there's a part for me?
A part? Why, Fred, you'll be the star. You'll play Moose Max himself.
Well, what is the picture about, Georgie?
Well, the story tells how Moose Max, the fighting sheriff, captures Pancho Villa.
Sounds exciting.
Exciting. Say, listen, with you as Moose Max and me as Pancho Villa.
Oh, you're in the picture, too?
Yeah, but who sees me?
Oh, well.
I'm Pancho Villa. I'm hiding all the time, you see? You hog the whole thing.
Well, I don't want to hog
it.
it.
Now, listen, Fred, we're not crazy at 20th Century Fox. We will make you a second Jennifer Jones.
Well, that sounds great, Georgie. Now, how does the picture start?
All right, the screen is black.
Yes?
Then one word is flashed on the screen. Moose.
Moose.
Then it's black again. Then another word. Max.
Max.
And then there's a fanfare.
Mr. George Jessel presents Moose Max.
Directed by P. Milford Jessel, George Jessel's uncle.
Photography by Pasquale Jessel, George Jessel's cousin. Story by Donald Ogden Jessel, George Jessel's brother-in-law.
Gowns by Mrs. Jessel, George Jessel's mother.
And introducing a personality new to moving picture audiences. Meet the star of Moose Max, Wolfgang Muff.
Now, wait a minute, George. Now, wait. George, you said I was the star of the picture. Who is this Wolfgang Muff?
This is you, Fred. This is you. Wolfgang Muff is your new screen name.
Well, Wolfgang Muff.
Now, look.
George.
Now, look. We are launching you on a new career. You've got to change your name. You see, a new star is born.
Well, go ahead with the story, Georgie. I'm Moose Max. You're Pancho Villa. Now, what happened?
All right. Now, for 2 years, you've been on my trail. As the story opens, I'm hiding in a cave. I think I have outwitted Moose Max. And I start talking to myself. Safe in this cave. Pancho Villa, you're safe from Moose Max. Over the desert, over the hills, he has chased me, but now the chase is over. I have thrown Moose Max off the trail. Moose Max, that jackass, that skunk. To think Moose Max would catch the great Pancho Villa. But listen. Horses, hoofs. It is Moose Max. Quick, out of the back of the cave. They will never catch Pancho Villa. Adios, Moose Max.
Now, wait a minute.
What do you mean, wait a minute? What seems to be wrong?
Oh, wait. You say I'm the star of the picture? I didn't have a line in there.
Well, now, wait a minute. Fred, you are the whole scene. You're the whole scene.
I was?
Well, now, listen. Who was Pancho Villa talking about? Wilkie? He was talking about Moose Max.
Well, I'm Moose Max.
Well, of course. Well, if Moose Max didn't frighten Pancho Villa, he'd still be in the cave, wouldn't he? There wouldn't be any picture at all.
But, Georgie.
Now, look, don't be a schnook, will you, please? Because in the second scene, you're even bigger.
I'm bigger. In the first scene, I was a horse's hoof. Now I'm going to be even bigger in this. Are you in the next scene, too?
Yes, but I'm just as soon. Now, you see, it's a year later. You've got me trapped. It's a dingy little border town in Mexico. Lupe Cuchillo, a cafe hostess, is hiding me in her hacienda. Yes. I, Pancho Villa, sit in the corner, brooding.
Pancho, why fall in the corner all day brooding, you see?
Ah, caramba. This is finished for Pancho Villa. Lupe, my little cucaracha. Which way to turn? Moose Max has Pancho caught. He is caught like a retardo in a tracaccia. Pancho Villa, whose life is roaming the plains with a song on his lips, No more to slap on the back the dancing muchachas. Pancho Villa is caught, surrounded.
Quiet, Pancho. Outside I hear the noise.
That is Moose Max.
Pancho, out the window.
Again, Pancho Villa escapes. Adios, Moose Max. Fred!
This is a new suit.
Fred, you were great. I want to tell you were great.
Great?
Yes, those gunshots. What percussion. What bang-bangs. Listen, at Stalingrad, they never heard shots like that.
Now, look, Georgie, forget the guns. Let me shoot my mouth off a little, will you?
Fred, you don't seem to understand the movie technique.
What technique? I'm Moose Max and Wolfgang Muff, and neither one of me has said anything yet.
Now, look, Fred, remember all those Charles Lawton pictures? All through them, Lawton says practically nothing. And then at the end, he has one tremendous speech.
Oh, I have a speech.
Have you a speech? In this next scene, your speech at the end is your bid for dramatic fame.
Well, what happened?
Well, now llisten, you've tracked me down.
Yes?
Trying to get away, I get caught in the quicksand.
Quicksand?
In the quicksand.
Quicksand.
I realize the jig is up. As the scene opens, I am in the quicksand, lamenting my plight. Tamale mio. The long chase is over. Pancho Villa is a dead Ducaracho. I am sinking in the quicksand. Oh, who is this coming? It is Moose Max. So, you are here, Moose Max. No! Don't tell me. I know you trapped Pancho, but look, Moose Max. You are in this quicksand, too. 5 years you have chased Pancho Villa. No! Don't talk. Let first Pancho finish. Now, you are up to the waist in the quicksand. Pancho is taller than you. We are sinking, Moose Max. 5 years I have waited to hear you talk, Moose Max. The quicksand is up to my chest, or it is up to your nose, Moose Max. You are sinking. Speak, Moose Max.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, radio's foremost writer and producer Norman Corwin. Portland Hoffa. Alan Reed is Falstaff Openshaw. Minerva Pius is Mrs. Nussbaum. The Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo, Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mother's Day. If I had my way, tonight I would introduce my mother. But since I have a family to support, and I need this job, you know who I'm going to introduce. So here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you are well spoken. I caught your opening remark. Just happened to be going by as you were announcing me.
Good.
And I heard you say that this is Mother's Day. Did you spend the day with your mother?
Why, no, Fred. My mother's working in a shipyard 7 days a week. I have to get her up at 4 o'clock every morning to go to work.
Oh, you should have done something for your mother today, Jimmy.
Oh, I did, Fred. This morning I didn't wake Mother until 4:30.
Until 4:30? You let your mother sleep an extra half hour on Mother's Day?
That's right.
You're a good boy, Jimmy Wallington.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Tell me, Fred, did you remember your mother today?
Oh, yes, Jimmy. You know, I was an incubator baby. I sent a forget-me-not to the American Can Company at Moline, Illinois. The American Can Company was a good mother to me, Jimmy. I was born F.O.B. Rock Island some years ago, and as I look back to the...
Alan!
Portland. Well, Portland, what's new?
The paper said Mayor LaGuardia almost got a sponsor for his radio program.
Oh, I saw that. Some perfume company made the mayor an offer. I'm glad he turned it down.
Why?
Well, how would it sound if the mayor of New York City came on the air singing one of those singing commercials, you know, like this? Good evening, folks, I'm on the air, bringing you my perfumes rare. Tune in each week at this hour. You too can smell like the little flower.
Have named the perfume after the mayor.
You mean like an evening in Paris?
Yes. call it an afternoon at City Hall.
Oh, that would be a rare odor. Well, tell me, what else is new?
The president came back from his vacation.
I know. We had a nice rest at Mr. Baruch's place.
How does the president happen to go to Mr. Baruch?
Well, he probably got the idea from the radio, calling all men to Barney's. And calling reminds me, Portland, we'd better start calling on our friends in Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, last week when some meats were taken off ration lists, people hoped that sugar would soon be more plentiful, too. But the War Food Administration says that sugar stocks have decreased and the end of sugar restriction is not in sight. And so our question tonight is, how are you getting along these days with your quota of sugar?
Shall we go?
As the Lone Ranger said to Silver, away! Gentleman has his head on upside down. Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, how do you feel about this sugar conservation?
Sugar must be used sparingly.
Have you taken any action, Senator?
Yes. If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
yes,
people will be forbidden to mention sugar even in conversation.
Oh, I see.
It will be against the law to call your girl sugar, sweetie, or honey.
Well, have you stopped all sweet references in your own conversation, Senator?
Yes. When I play golf and miss a putt on the green, I don't say, oh, sugar anymore.
What do you say?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I think I heard a chickadee chirping in the senator's beard. Now, let's see what happens here next door.
Hello, eat what's cooking.
What was your name again, brother?
Pablo Easy Peasy.
Oh, that's right. Well, tell me, Pablo, how are you doing with your sugar quota?
Tutti Pie, I'm doing altogether without sugar.
Oh.
I'm using a substitution.
A substitution?
Sure. It looks like sugar.
Yeah.
It feels like sugar.
Uh-huh.
It even smells like sugar.
Looks like sugar, feels like sugar, and smells like sugar. What is it?
Salt.
Salt. You put salt on everything?
Sure, I like salt.
Well, doesn't eating all this salt make you thirsty?
I like water, too. Do me something. So long, Tootsie Pie.
Well, let's try this next door.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. How are you doing with your sugar quota?
Sugar, he says. Every day my husband is eating 10 pounds sugar.
Your husband eats 10 pounds. He's a sugar fiend?
Sugar my husband is putting on pot roast.
Uh-huh.
Sugar on pickled herring.
Uh-huh.
Sugar on ice cream. Sugar on sugar.
Sugar on sugar, he puts, huh? Well, where do you get all this sugar?
Every morning, first I'm going to Kaplan's Cookie Kitchen.
Yeah.
Next I'm going to Shapiro's Strudel Trency.
I see.
Then I'm going to Doberman's Donut Dunkery.
Well, what do you do at all these bakeries?
At every store I'm buying 2 dozen sugar donuts.
Uh-huh.
When I'm getting 20 dozen sugar donuts, I'm going home.
And then?
I'm scraping the sugar off the sugar donut.
Uh-huh.
The sugar I'm giving to my husband.
You buy 20 dozen donuts every day just to get the sugar?
Exactly.
Well, what do you do with all of the donuts?
Who knows? I got 7 closets full.
Well, that brings us to the little FHA job at the end of the alley.
Ah, glorious gathering before it disperses. Falstaff's here to recite a few verses.
Ah, You seem to be in a mood tonight, Stroller Openshaw. You have forged some new dactyls?
Indubitably.
Really?
Have you heard, said the cutlet to the herring, you have your nerve? I'm the main dish. You're just the hors d'oeuvre.
No.
Or, I was just about to kiss her when she whispered sedately, does your cigarette taste different lately?
No.
Or, the old soldier was reminiscing. He fondly fondled his sword and said, How well I remember the Battle of Montgomery Ward.
Now, wait. No wonder people keep mistaking this program for information, please. You are chronically irrelevant. Tonight we are mulling over the sugar problem.
Precisely.
I know. What is your poem called?
Without a little sugar, it can't be.
It can't be what?
My poem provides the answer.
Oh, I see. We have to hear it to get the answer.
Yes.
Well, how does it go?
Home to a whale is the ocean. Home to a mouse is the pantry. Home to a gopher is a hole in the ground. But without a little sugar, it can't be. Home to a worm is an apple. Home to a clam is its shell. Home to a moth is a pants leg. Home to a frog is a well. Yes, every animate object has a different conception of home. To each it's a haven, a sanctuary, when one is too tired to roam. But without a little sugar, it can't be. That is the gist of my poem. For it takes just a little sugar to make a place home, sweet home.
Thank you. And as Falstaff leaves us with his granulated thought for the day, Maestro Goodman raises his peppermint stick baton to conduct Hilo, Jack, and the Dane, their song, Saltwater Cowboy. That was just a dash of I Love You, played by Cole. We don't have time to mention the rest of his name. Written by Cole, rather. Played by Spike Goodman and his city sons-in-law. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
Can I sing my song now?
What song?
Mama and I have dedicated a song to Frank Sinatra, Peace and Fred.
Oh, I know that. I heard Frankie had a terrible time at the hospital. One night, 2 germs dragged him out in the hall. The next night, the cat had him, they tell me. What is your song called?
Here's to our Frankie.
Oh, good. How does it go?
Here's to our Frankie who's not feeling well. We hope you get better, not worse. While we wait for you to recover, all I want to say is, brother, I certainly would like to be your nurse. If anyone has to be sick, every Sinatra chick says it could happen to Crosby.
Oh, no. Portland, this is one time you should get the gong before the song. I mean, that's the whole trouble with this program. It's too silly. From now on, we are going to cater to the intelligentsia, Portland. I talked with a man who has showed me the light, Norman Corwin. Those are silly, Norman. Your programs make sense. Your dialogue, those wonderful sound effects. Why, I remember once you had a dinosaur walking around on a program. How did you reproduce that dinosaur's footsteps?
Oh, I worked 6 months on that sound, Fred.
Really?
Yeah, I had cows in the studio stepping on wet cement.
Wet cement, huh?
I had 2 kangaroos strapped together hopping on beaver boards.
Kangaroos.
I tried a horse with his shoes off, trotting on damp Kleenex.
Well, how did you finally get the dinosaur step?
I had a duck walk around the microphone.
A duck, huh?
The duck had a megaphone tied on each leg to magnify the sound.
Oh, a little duck with megaphones on it. Now, I'd like to have taken a gander at that duck. You excuse my foul interruption there. Norman, you had another sound, I recall. 2 Eskimos rubbing noses.
Oh, that was no problem, Fred.
No?
I got the Eskimo effect by bumping 2 avocados.
You bumped your avocados, huh? Gosh, I wish I could get some of those. A show like that you couldn't do out of season, could you? Gosh, I wish I could get some of those wonderful sounds on my program.
But, Fred, you use sound effects.
Sound effects. All we have is a few little doorknobs. Our sound man has no bones in his knuckles. You can't even hear the knock.
Haven't you ever tried any elaborate sound effects?
Well, only once. In one sketch, we had a caterpillar slide down a slippery elm tree, bump against a pussy willow, and then land in a pile of chicken feathers.
How did you work that out?
Oh, we had a terrible time. First, we tried dropping the white of an egg on some Jell-O, and then letting a cup of custard ooze out on a mound of lint.
And
that didn't work.
You couldn't hear a thing. The lint was faulty, I'm sure.
Well, how did you finally get the sound of a caterpillar sliding down a slippery elm tree, bumping against a pussy willow, and then landing on a pile of chicken feathers?
The sound man was gone 3 months. When he came back, he had it. He tied some peach fuzz to the end of a tassel and started spanking a wet toupee. And after that, I quit using sound effects on the program.
Well, I guess it's all for the best, Fred. You stick to your type of program, I'll stick to mine.
No, you're not talking me out of it, Norman. I have heard every program you have ever written. I, myself, have written a play fraught with significance, which also accidentally has a message.
What's the play about?
Well, it's the simple story of Jack and Jill as you, Norman Cohen, might do it on the air. Now, I have the script here. If you'll be kind enough to read the narrative part, I'll show you how it goes.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack and Jill.
Columbia presents a sequel to 26 by Corwin. One by Allen.
This is Norman Corwin bringing you the radio version of Jack and Jill, based on an idea taken from the private files of Mother Goose. We all know this simple little nursery rhyme. Who hasn't heard a little child recite?
Jack and Jill went up the hill to get a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after.
Ah, but do we know what conflict of stark emotion, what flames of passion, what depths of tragedy lay behind this innocent little rhyme? This, then, is the true story of Jack and Jill.
I am Jack. I lived with my father and mother at the bottom of the hill. The world thought we were a happy family. Happy, ha 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 ha. I hated my father. My father hated me. Why did I hate my father? Perhaps it was the little things he did that irked me, like asking me to take off his shoes and then kicking me in the sinus when I bent over. Or perhaps it was Father's habit of throwing his old razor blades into my breakfast cereal. That's how I got my big, wide mouth. Only the middle of my mouth has lips. As hatred for my father grew, disturbing thoughts entered my mind. I kept hearing voices. The voices said,
Kill your father, strangle your father, poison your father, shoot your father, kill your father, kill your father, kill your father.
The true story of Jack and Jill might never have been known if it wasn't for a pail of water. One day Jack was in the barn, thinking of ways he could kill his father. He had just finished making a tiny booby trap to slip in his father's corncob pipe. You see, the booby trap would go off when his father inhaled and blow the old man to bits. Suddenly, the barn door opened.
Jack!
Yes, Father?
Take this pail up the hill quickly and get some water.
Water?
Yes, Mother just set fire to herself.
Yes, sir.
Now, you get the water, and I'll go in and fan the blaze till you get back.
Yes, Father.
Hurry, Jack.
Yes, Father. Get the water, Jack. Hurry, Jack. Get the water, Jack. Who does he think I am, Gunga Din? But wait. Who is this stepping out from behind yonder bush? It is a maiden, young and fair. She speaks.
Hey, Bub, which way's the Paramount?
Who are you?
The name is Jill. I was with the other Jills and 4 Jills in a Jeep. It hit a bump and I got bounced out.
So you are Jill.
Yeah, Jill Jakubowski.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
This dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, is not to be found in the original Mother Goose version. Any similarity between this play and any Norman Corwin production is purely coincidental. We return you now to the dialogue.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill.
Jack.
Jill. I love you, Jill. Love. Love. Into my bleak little world, love crept on rosy dimpled knees, as Jill and I sat there and schmoozed on the hill. The music of her musical name ran musically through my head, like musical music. The trees, the grass, the breeze seemed to be singing.
Jill Jakubowski. Jill Jakubowski. Jill Jakubowski. Jill Jakubowski.
Jill Jakubowski.
Yes, it was love. Like two lambs, Jack and Jill tiddly-divied on the hill. The air was filled with laughter and merry dotes. And then, suddenly, Jack remembered the water. A pail of water. After all, his mother was on fire. Frantically, he grabbed the pail and said,
Jill, come with me.
Where?
Up the hill to get a pail of water.
Are you kidding?
But Jill, my love.
I'm hip to that up the hill jive, Bob. The next thing it'll be Essence.
All right. You wait here, Jill. I'll be right back.
At the top of the hill, Jack stopped. Disturbing thoughts raced through his mind. A voice within Jack said,
Will Jill be there when I get back? If I get the water, I may lose Jill. I won't get the water.
Get the water. Don't get the water.
Get the water.
Don't get the water. Water, 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 water.
I can't lose Jill.
He'll take about he'll take about he'll take about he'll take about
If I don't get the water, Mother will burn. If I do get the water, I'll lose Jill. Mother, Jill. No matter what I do, I'll lose Jill or Mother. There is only one solution. I'll stand here on the hill. I'll do nothing. Nothing.
And so poor, confused Jack just stood there on the hill. Days went by. Months went by. Soon, the whole country was talking about this boy who stood alone on the hill. Walter Winchell on his broadcast excitedly reported,
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America, and all the ships and dry docks. From a reliable source, I have just received word that Jack and Jill have... For further details, read undercover.
Pravda, official Russian newspaper, said,
Ihr братцо студое, понедельник, пятница, четверг, непострой, воскресенье, Chicago Cubs 8, Brooklyn Dodgers 7.
In a room in Washington, a group of die-hard politicians was having an emergency meeting. The air was tense. A senator from Vermont said,
You say this guy, Jack, hasn't moved? No, and he hasn't said a word. And he hasn't done anything?
No.
Does it look as though he is going to do anything?
No.
Gentlemen, I nominate Jack as the next Republican candidate for president.
What would Jack do? What would Jack do? What would you do? His world had crashed about him. His mind snapped. Over and over he babbled.
I've lost Jill. My mother's a clinker. It's my father's fault. My father, he sent me for water. If I had killed my father, he couldn't have sent me for the water. Dead men fill no pail. I'll kill my father now. Here he comes out of the silo. Where's my gun? Here it is. I raise my gun. My finger feels to the trigger. I press...
Stop. Wait a minute, Fred.
Yes, Norman? Oh, is something wrong?
Fred, is this the way my programs sound to you?
Why, yes, Norman.
Give me that gun.
Now, wait a minute, Norman. Don't put down that gun.
No, Fred. If this is what I'm doing to radio, there's only one way out. This is Norman Corwin saying goodbye, all.
Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Norman Corwin for committing artistic suicide on our program tonight. Next week, our guest will be Victor Mature. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that gasoline powers the attack. Don't waste a drop. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
The Fred Allen Show. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the Mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen, Juliet said, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Benjamin Franklin said, early to bed, early to rise. Red Skelton said, I doed it. But all I ever get a chance to say is, here he is again. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, I do wish you'd stop with those corny introductions you have. You start the program off as though you're reading a page in the Farmer's Almanac.
Well, I'm
Expect
getting...
a weather report after I come on. What
Well,
to do
I
in
tell you,
your
Fred.
garden Friday.
Yeah. Tell you, Fred, I'm getting tired, you know. It's the end of the season, thinking up that funny stuff every week.
Oh, you think up all that funny
Yeah.
stuff that doesn't get laughs that you have? Well, look, Jimmy. Forget your funny stuff. Why don't you be like Don Wilson? Get yourself a slogan.
Well, what is Don's slogan?
Eat a better breakfast, do a better job.
Eat a better breakfast.
Do a better job. With that stomach Don Wilson has, he looks as though he has 3 jobs and is eating a better breakfast for each job. Why don't you get a slogan, Jimmy?
Well, never mind my slogan, Fred. What's new this week?
Well, not much. As I scanned through the papers, I read that up in New Hampshire they're making alcohol out of potatoes now.
Oh, potato alcohol must be pretty strong.
Oh, 2 drinks and you think you're in Idaho, Jimmy. You don't have to bother with train reservations or anything. I saw in the paper also that 4 boys towed a dead whale in and left it on the shore at Rye Beach.
A dead whale? Didn't the people complain?
No, they thought that the Benny program was on the air. They just... I see that...
Mr. Allen.
Well, Portland, gee whiz. You should have come in on the applause the whale got and saved the wear and tear on the audience. We don't want the audience to weaken as the night goes along. You look mighty chipper this evening, Portland. Is your face sunburned, or are you wearing your liquid stockings a little high tonight?
It's sunburned.
Really?
Mom and I went to Coney Island today.
Ah, Coney Island, the poor man's Far Rockaway. Where the elite meet to wet their feet, and bathers from Bensonhurst come with their liverwurst. Tell me, was the beach crowded?
Oh, it was packed.
Really?
Some Marines were there practicing maneuvers.
Marines practicing at Coney Island?
Mama says if the Marines can land at Coney Island, they can land any place.
I guess that's true. Tell me, did your... Tell me, I saw a girl bather going down with a bottle of peroxide to establish a bleach head down there. I don't know. While you were at the beach, did your mother go swimming?
Yes, but Mama had a lot of trouble with her new Victory bathing suit.
Oh, a Victory bathing suit?
Mm-hmm. It's cut V in the back for Victory.
Well, what was your mother's problem?
Mama's suit was too big. Her V was dragging.
Well, tell me, did your mother stay in the water long?
No, Mama laughed too much.
Your mother laughs when she swims. Why?
Well, there's a leak in Mama's water wing.
A leak, huh?
When the air comes out, it tickles Mama.
Your mother should have married the smiling Irishman. Their children might have been hyenas. And the hyena can wait for his own laugh. I'm going down to Allen's Alley.
Have you a question?
You bet. You know, this week the head of the United States Victory Waste Paper Salvage Committee reported that not only New York City, but the entire nation is falling down on the job of salvaging old and waste paper for the war effort. And so our question tonight is, are you still turning in every scrap of old paper to do your bit?
Shall we go?
As one trout fisherman said to the other trout fisherman, let's troll along. You name it, we have it here. Well, Portland, when are you unveiling your Adam's apple, sir? Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. Let's see if our pudgy friend, the senator, is in.
Yes?
Senator Blow?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. There's a mouse in my Victrola. But don't quote me.
Why not?
If the mouse eats something in my Victrola, it will be off the record.
What about the lag in the waste paper drive, Senator? Are you taking action?
Yes. If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through...
Yes?
People will have to save all old paper. Confetti, box tops, racing forms. Chinese laundry tickets.
In other words?
You will have to send in every scrap of paper you have except fly paper.
And if you have fly paper?
You're stuck with it. I thank you.
Well, up to now, we have accomplished nothing. Let's try next door here.
Hello, Mr. Smellin. What's cooking?
Well, tell me, Mr. Eat the Peaches, are you doing your part in the waste paper campaign?
I'm overdoing it.
You're overdoing it? How do you mean?
Well, today I'm having pains in my stomach.
Yeah.
So I'm going to the doctor.
Yes.
The doctor is start to write a subscription.
And?
I says, don't write that subscription, Doc. Save the paper.
Save the paper. And the doctor didn't write the subscription,
He
eh?
told me the name of the medicine.
Well, did you buy it?
On my way to the drugstore, I'm forgetting the name.
What do you know?
And I still have the pains in my stomach.
Well, now, look, perhaps I can help you. I'll name a few medicines. They may remind you. Was it Ipecac?
No.
Sulfanilamide?
No.
Penicillin?
Wait a minute. It's beginning to come back.
Good.
I think I got it.
Good. What is it?
Name a state on the West Coast.
California?
No.
Oregon?
No.
Washington?
Please, come a little bit farther east.
Illinois?
No.
Indiana?
No.
Michigan?
Michigan. This could be the state, Michigan.
Fine. Well, what is the name of the medicine?
I'm coming to it.
Oh.
Name in Michigan some important cities.
All right. Battle Creek?
No.
Kalamazoo?
No.
Detroit?
Detroit. This could be the city.
Good. And the medicine is?
Don't rush me. Name some big industries in Detroit.
Automobile?
No.
Shipping?
Shipping. Where do they ship?
On the Great Lakes.
What lakes?
Lake Superior?
No.
Lake Erie?
Erie. Now I'm all set.
Well, it's about time. You've got it?
Not quite.
Well, what now?
What big event in history took place on Lake Erie?
In 1813, there was a big naval battle.
Who was fighting?
Commodore Perry's fleet fought a British fleet from Liverpool.
Liverpool, that's it.
You've got the name of the medicine?
Carter's Little Liverpool. So long, kid.
It proves the Greeks had a word for it. Well, here's another door.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Tallulah bankrupt.
Hardly. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you still saving your waste paper?
Incessantly.
Well, good.
At home, I am rinsing out old Kleenex and sending in.
Yeah?
Old newspapers, the forwards I'm sending in.
Oh, you're good.
Magazines, the Reader's Indigestion I'm sending in.
You just save paper at home, eh?
Also at my husband's delicatessen.
Oh, your husband has a delicatessen, has he?
Nussbaum's Knockwurst Nook.
Oh, no.
If you don't see what you smell, ask for it.
Oh. Well, tell me frankly, what paper can you salvage in your husband's delicatessen?
Old Dickies from the waiters I'm sending in.
Good.
Pixie cups after using I'm sending in.
Pixie cups, good.
Old paper napkins I'm sending in.
Now, wait a minute. How can people eat without napkins?
Oh, in the delicatessen is a Sam Bernard, a dog.
Uh-huh.
Your hands is greasy. You are calling a waiter.
I see.
The waiter is whistling.
Yes.
The Sam Bernard is running to your table and pointing the back.
And?
You are wiping on the Sam Bernard the greasy hands, thank you.
I guess for kiddies, they have a little Pekingese in the restaurant there. Well, that brings us to the tiny house with the burlap Venetian blinds.
Greetings all, alack-a-day. It's Falstaff's turn to have his say.
Salutations, Bard Openshaw. You and the Muse have been up to something?
Observant you.
Oh.
You guessed it.
What is new in your little realm of dactyl, Falstaff?
Have you heard? Said the she-crocodile with a knowing smile, I'll just be an old bag after a while.
No.
Or, she lied when she told me she came from Fargo. I knew that her father was Umbriago.
No, I haven't heard that either.
My little cousin swallows flies by the dozen. If you hear something buzzing, it's just my cousin.
Now, wait a minute. Thanks to you, this program sounds like the quiz kids with their voices changing. Tonight, we are mulling over the lag in the waste paper drive.
Why, I am here, precisely.
Oh, fine. What is your paper poem called?
If you ask why I have no poem tonight.
That's the title. If you ask why I have no poem tonight. How does it go?
If you ask why I have no poem tonight, I will tell you it's the power of suggestion. When I sat down to start my masterpiece, I asked myself this question. If our war effort needs every scrap we have, it's my duty to forego my rhyme. For when I write a poem, it's not only a poem, it's a waste of paper and time. So instead of using that sheet of paper on which I'd intended to write, I gave it into the waste paper drive. That's why I have no poem tonight.
And as Falstaff throws dank kisses to his fans, we turn to see what Maestro Goodman is up to. Fortunately, he's up to High-Low Jack and the Dame's number, and it's Sing a Tropical Song. Thank you, High-Low Jack and the Dame. And now, ladies...
Mr. Goodman, is everything ready?
Quiet, Portland.
When I say take it away, Mr. Goodman, you play.
Take it away, Mr. Goodman. What is this?
Oh, we're getting ready for the big celebration.
Why give up? What is today?
It's my birthday.
Your birthday?
Take it away, Mr. Goodman.
Oh, that's fine.
Everybody.
Now, look, Portland. Hey, what is this? Someone's almost knocking at the door. Come in. Gosh, everyone from Allen's Alley is here. Well, Portland.
Pardon me?
Yes, Senator Blow.
Portland, the Senate of the United States wishes you a happy birthday.
Thank you, Senator.
The Supreme Court has also voted you a happy birthday 8-1, with Justice Frankfurter dissenting.
Well, Portland.
One side, Mr. Smellin.
Mr. Eat the Peaches. I couldn't place you at first. Haven't seen you for 3 minutes.
Miss Portland Tootsie Pie, I am for to wish you happy returns.
Thank you, Mr. It's the Pitches.
You are needing a birthday cake?
Oh, no, I have a birthday cake.
For the cake you need in candles?
No, I have candles.
When you are lighting the candles?
Tonight?
Here's a match, kid. Happy birthday.
This is some celebration, I must say.
Porcelain! Mrs. Nussbaum.
For your birthday, I'm making up, it could be a jingle.
A poem?
Yes. Happy birthday, I am wishing. Through the years, I'll stick like glue. I forgot to bring a present, so I'm saying mazel tov to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nussbaum.
And here is the Alley Archibald McLeish, Mr. Openshaw.
Have you written a poem for my birthday, Falstaff?
I had a poem, Portland, but now I'm in a jam. Mrs. Nussbaum, the hag, stole my thunder. So all that's left for me is to scram.
It doesn't rhyme, but that's perfectly all right. Now that you've all had your... Well, who is this? Come in.
Happy birthday, Portland.
It's the Mylan sisters. Gosh, what are you girls doing here?
We were rehearsing in the next studio, Portland.
Yes?
We heard you were having a big party.
Really?
We'd like to sing you a song for your birthday.
That'll be swell. What song are you going to sing?
10 Little Soldiers on a 10-Day Leave.
Oh, boy.
There were 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave. All loved the colonel's daughter, Genevieve. Each little soldier led the other to believe that he was going home to spend his 10-day leave. Some took a taxi cab and some a train. Some bought a ticket for a southbound plane. Some took a trolley to the west side of town. The 10 little soldiers, they were homeward bound.
Each took a different direction, each one in search of affection. Imagine their surprise and the shock they received when they bumped into each other calling on Genevieve. The 10 little soldiers went from bad to worse, with 10 little sailor boys that got there first. They crowded her door like a pack of sardines, when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines. Each took a different direction, each one in search of affection. Imagine their surprise and the shock they received when they bumped into each other calling on Genevieve. The 10 little soldiers went from bad to worse, the 10 little sailor boys that got there first. They crowded her door like a pack of sardines, when out walked Genevieve with 10 Marines. Now instead of wearing stripes, they wear their heart on their sleeves. The 10 little soldiers on a 10-day leave.
Thank you, Moylan sister. That was very nice. Well, Portland, it looks as though I am the only one who brought you a present. Here's a little token.
Thank you. Is it perfume?
Uh-huh. If you knew what I went through to get this perfume, department stores are a bedlam today. New help, nobody knows where anything is. It was terrible.
What happened?
Well, yesterday I happened to remember your birthday. I thought I'd get you a present. It was Saturday. Crowds were pushing in and out of department stores. I finally fought my way into one store.
Now, listen, I was at this counter first.
When I got inside, I bumped into a man. He was a floor walker. The floor walker said,
"Can I help you, sir?"
"Yes, I'd like to get a bottle of perfume. Can you direct me to the perfume counter?"
Well, I'd love to, sir, but I don't know where it is.
You're a floor walker and you don't...
Well, I'm new here, sir. I just took this. I'm waiting to get a defense job.
Oh, I see.
I haven't even been down to the bargain basement yet for my basic training.
Oh, you haven't? Well, I tell you, I'll look around. I may be able to locate the perfume counter myself.
No, you're a customer. You want perfume, I'll find it. This way, sir.
All right.
Right through here, please.
Okay.
Now cross over here.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. We're going around in a circle.
Really? Oh, diddle. It was me all the time.
You mean the perfume?
Yes, I've been smelling my own gardenia.
Oh, that's good.
I'll hold my nose and try again. I'll find that perfume counter for you. Right through here.
Say, wait a minute. What is that? What is that crowd milling around there?
That, sir, is the empty counter where we used to sell nylon stockings.
Oh.
It's sort of a shrine now.
I see.
Everything has been left just as it was the day we sold the last pair.
Really?
The salesgirl's body, the blood on the counter, handfuls of women's hair.
Well, look, say, isn't that the perfume counter?
So it is, just across the aisle. Good luck, sir.
Thank you. I guess I am lucky. Say, miss.
What's on your mind, Buster?
I want to get a bottle of perfume. Can you suggest...
Are you kidding? What do I know from perfume?
Well, you're the sales girl, aren't you?
I just got this job an hour ago. If you see what you want, point to it and I'll wrap it up.
Well, let me see. What is that bottle there?
Called Surrender.
Well, no.
Here's the same thing, double strength.
What is that called?
Unconditional surrender.
No. This is for a little girl.
Oh, here's something she'll go for. Breath of Sinatra.
Breath of... I have heard him sing. I often wondered what he had done with his breath.
We bottle it. It's selling like hotcakes.
Oh, is it really? Breath of Sinatra. I'll take a bottle. Can you wrap it as a gift?
Here's a box on the shelf already wrapped.
Good.
Must be the same stuff. $6.
Fine. Here's your money.
Thanks. Here's your perfume, Bright Eyes. Hope you make the grade.
Well, thank you very much. Here's a desk over here. I have a birthday card for Portland. I'll just unwrap the box and put the card inside. Hey, what is this? This isn't perfume. It's a flat stick. What is that dame trying to pull? Say, miss.
Are you back, Dream Boy?
You gave me the wrong box. I wanted perfume. Look at this thing.
What is it, a chopstick somebody stepped on?
Who knows what it is? Take this thing back and give me my perfume.
Sorry, mister, I ain't allowed to exchange no merchandise. You'll have to go to the exchange window.
Well, you made the mistake.
Oh, no,
why should I? Well, why should I have to go?
What's all this row? I could hear it in men's underwear.
I just bought some perfume. This girl here gave me the wrong package. Look what I've got.
Oh, you lucky, lucky boy. This is pre-war.
Never mind pre-war. What is this thing?
It's a pimento paddle.
What? What is a pimento paddle?
Well, that's the stuffed olives. You know how sloppy olives look with their pimentos hanging out?
Oh. If an olive has its pimento hanging out...
You pat the pimento back into the olive with this paddle.
Oh,
And you have the last one and stuff. I know one house where pimentos won't be hanging out this summer.
Now, look. I have no time to go around patting pimentos. I want my perfume.
Well, you'll have to take that up at the complaint window, sir. It's in that corner, window 4.
Window 4, 2, 3. Oh, here we are. Pardon me, is this the complaint department?
Don't ask me, mister. I just this minute took the job.
Well, it says complaint on your window here.
Oh, well, I must be in charge then. What's your complaint?
I bought a bottle of perfume. The sales girl gave me this pimento paddle.
Gee, that's a beauty, isn't it?
I know, but...
They don't make them like that anymore.
Well, I know, but I don't...
Confidentially, the Victory pimento paddles they're making today just don't stand up at all. You paddle one pimento and the paddle splinters. Take this and be happy.
I don't want a pimento paddle. I want my perfume. This is the complaint department. I am making a complaint.
Well, you don't have to bite my head off.
It'll take 2 bites. It might interest you to know if I did decide to bite it
I
off.
can't help it. I told you I was new here. What's your credit number?
I have no credit number. I paid cash.
Cash? Well, you'll have to get a voucher from Mr. Heffeldeffer.
Where is Mr. Heffeldeffer?
Through that door.
Thank you. Pardon me, Mr. Heffeldeffer?
Yes, come right in, sir.
Thank you.
Can I get you a chair? Would you like a sandwich sent up? How about a cigar? Take the box.
No, thanks. I'm in a hurry. I have this exchange voucher.
A customer? Why, you bum. I thought you were one of the help.
I bought a bottle of perfume in this psychopathic ward you're running here, and I got this pimento paddle. Now, if you'll okay my voucher...
Voucher? Why, you dog, you labor baiter coming in here and heckling my help. I'll sign your voucher. There you are. Now get out and stay out. And tell your friends.
I've got friends, and I'll tell them. Believe me, I'll tell them. Now I'll get back to that perfume counter, and I'll get that perfume.
Closing time.
Hey, stop pushing. Wait a minute. Stand back. Stop pushing. Hey, I'm back out on 14th Street. Hey, let me in. Let me in. Hey, let me in. Well, Portland, that's what I went through. The next morning, I went back with a lawyer and got your package.
Can I open it now?
Why, sure.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, this isn't perfume. Look.
It's a pimento paddle. That's done it. I'm going back to that department store. If it's the last thing I'll do, I'll get you...
A bottle of perfume?
No, I'll get you a bottle of stuffed olives with their pimentos hanging out.
Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, Deems Taylor, Portland Hoffa, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and yours truly, Jimmy Wallington. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past week, most of radio's popular comedians, Bob Hope, Jack Benny, and Red Skelton, left the air for the summer. However, one so-called comedian still remains in radio. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're right. As soon as the weather gets a little warm, all of the radio comedians seem to give up their programs.
Say, why is that, Fred?
Well, I don't know why Hope and Skelton give up theirs, but Jack Benny has to quit.
Yeah?
You know, Benny's comedy won't keep in the hot weather.
Well, Jack had some great gags about you last Sunday.
Gags? What gags?
Well, Jack said your face was so wrinkled it looked like the top of a car halfway down.
You see, even on our show, his gags don't get laughs. If he should wrinkles, he should talk about looks, Jimmy. Benny's face is as wrinkled as a private sleeve after he saluted 20 officers. I have seen more hair in a plate of oxtail soup than Benny has on his head. Now, if I told you the whole thing... Well, Portland, Portland, your arrival is timed nicely. We were just discussing a party who left Waukegan as a barefoot boy, and today is bare at the other end.
You mean Jack Benny?
Right. The man with the short arms who carries his money low in his pocket so he can't reach it.
I read that next fall, Jack is going to have a new sponsor.
I know that.
I wonder why.
Well, his old sponsor finally found out that Benny has no teeth. He couldn't even chew those grape nuts he used to talk about. He had to have a friend gum them before he could tell them. You know, on his new program, Benny is going to advertise cigarettes.
Well, at least Jack has lips.
But wait till Benny's new sponsor finds out that Benny has no muscles in his lips. He can't even hold a cigarette in his mouth.
Does Jack's mouth hang down?
Oh, his mouth looks like a limp dimple that talks, really. Well, enough about Phil Harris's straight man, Portland. When those two get together, who is the straight man? I wish we had a good joke right about here.
I know a joke.
You do? Really? What joke?
The man who owns the Mayflower Donut Shop is selling out.
Why is the man who owns the Mayflower Donut Shop selling out?
He's sick of the whole business.
He's sick of... There are enough holes in the script without having them in the conversation, if you don't mind. Well, those are my sentiments exactly, with sugar on them, and I am leaving at once for Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Oh, you bet. This week, Mayor LaGuardia warned that needs of the armed forces during the summer will make greater demands on transportation facilities, and families should cooperate by spending their summer vacations near home. And so our question is, are you going to heed the mayor's warning and spend an at-home vacation?
Shall we go?
As the man with the chill said, I think I'll shake a leg. Sit down. When he was a little boy, his father ran away from home and took the razor, so you really can't. Here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Let's see if I read the street sign the wrong way from right to left. Let's see, been with Jessel so long, occasionally I read from right to left. Let's see if our stout friend, the senator, is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, about Mayor LaGuardia spends your vacation at home campaign. Are you taking action?
Yes. If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through...
Yes?
Vacations this summer will be abolished.
Well, how are you going to stop people from going out of town, Senator?
If you are a vacationist...
Yes?
When you go to the railroad depot...
Yes?
The man at the ticket window will refuse to sell you a ticket.
But if I give the man an argument about needing a vacation...
He will tell you where you can go. I thank you.
Well, the senator's got something there. The senator's best know how the rind on a watermelon feels. Well, let's try here next door.
Hello, kid. What's cooking?
Well, Mister, we have any way you want. We get laughs through the nose anyway. Well, Mr. Eat the Pictures, what are your vacation plans?
Well, kid, for 20 years, I'm always to take the same vacation.
For 20 years, eh?
Sure. Every summer, I'm going to Acropolis duty ranch.
Yeah?
The first day, while I'm getting on a horse,
Yeah?
the horse is balking up a bronco.
Uh-huh.
I am falling off.
Yeah?
I'm breaking my leg in 2 places.
In 2 places, huh?
There is an echo there.
Oh, that would do it. Well, you have the same accident every summer?
Every year for 20 years, a horse is breaking my leg in 2 places.
And this year?
I'm staying home.
You mean?
I'll get a hammer and break my own leg in 2 places. So long, kid.
Well, Pablo is lucky he still gets the break. Now, let's see what more can happen. Let's try this door here.
No.
Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about the mayor's at-home vacation plan?
I am personally making 200 families staying home.
200 families? How?
I am running American Plan, a summer boarding house.
Oh, really?
Mrs. Nussbaum's Buena Vista Rancho Grande.
Fine. Well, you serve food at your place, do you?
Food, he says. For breakfast, you are getting first Wheaties.
Wheaties, huh?
Then is coming poached eggs on pickled herring.
Yes?
Under the herring is waffles with honey dripping.
Yes?
Next is Sparkle Brown Betty with inside meatballs.
This is breakfast?
A la carte.
Oh, a la carte.
For lunch is a heaping mound chicken liver and casserole.
Gosh.
This is floating in sour cream. In which down under I am concealing Blintz's a la king. Finders is keepers.
Oh, that's good. But tell me, this is lunch. What about dinner?
After lunch, who could eat in dinner? Guests is falling on the floor, laying in hammocks, moaning, biting.
Well, tell me. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you get out to your place?
In Jersey, gradually you are coming to it.
Which route do you take?
You are going through the Holland Tunnel.
Uh-huh.
Halfway through the Holland Tunnel, you are turning left.
I see.
This is bringing you to Nussbaum's Buena Vista Rancho Grande.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Ann, if you are running this wonderful boarding house, how are you going to force 200 families to spend their vacations at home?
Aha. This summer they are coming, and the door is a sign.
And the sign says?
Closed for the duration. Thank you.
And that brings us to the duplex packing case at the end of the alley.
Alas, alack, willy-nilly, Falstaff's here, the silly Billy.
Harlequin Openshaw. We have more poems tonight?
Indubitably. Have you heard, I thought she was marrying me for my money, but I found she was after my apple honey?
No.
Or said the flounder to the whale, why brag of intuition? You're just a sardine with a thyroid condition?
No.
Or perhaps this one. Since they played that game of hide and go seek, Mother hasn't found Father for over a week.
Now, look, Falstaff, this is the straw that sent the camel to the chiropractor. Tonight we are talking about Mayor LaGuardia's at-home vacation campaign.
Precisely.
Well, if that's why you were here and you've written a vacation poem, what is it called?
V is for vacation.
How does it go?
Every winter I plan my summer vacation, 2 weeks of travel touring the nation. Sleeping at tourist camps, gulping down cokes, driving the Chevy, meeting new folks. But this year, with the war, my plans are all changed. I've got a different vacation arranged. This summer I'll be busy spading and hoeing. Back of my house, a garden is growing. I'm doing my bit to relieve transportation by staying at home on my victory vacation.
Thank you, Falstaff. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland.
I brought my autograph book. Who is our guest tonight?
Well, we haven't any guests, Portland. I have had a terrible week.
What happened?
Well, last Tuesday night, I dreamed I was a songwriter, and in my dream, I wrote a song.
What sort of a song?
Oh, it was a wonderful song about a girl in the whack. It's called First Class Private Mary Brown. In my dream, the words and music came to me as plain as day. They were wonderful. Listen. First Class Private Mary Brown. She wore that uniform like $1 million gown.
Gosh, that's swell.
Well, I thought the Army might be interested in a song about the girl in the whack, so I called up a major I know, Major Burroughs. And Major Burroughs said they were rehearsing a war bond show at Carnegie Hall. Well, sir, I ran over to Carnegie Hall. I was just going in the door when the doorman said...
Wait a minute. Are you with the Philharmonic?
No, I haven't eaten for 4 days. That's what makes me look this way. I tell you, I've got a song First class private Mary Brown. She wore that uniform like $1 million gown.
Don't tell me with that voice you're going to sing in Carnegie Hall.
No, but this is my song. I want to get it in this war bond show they're rehearsing. Now, whom do I see?
Mr. Deems Taylor.
Uh-huh.
Now, sit here on the stage a minute. Mr. Taylor's rehearsing High-Low Jack and the Dame. They're running through a number. Just stop.
Oh, I see. Wait a minute. That's my song. Who's in charge of this rehearsal?
I am.
Who are you?
James Taylor.
Now, look, Mr. Taylor, I'm Fred Allen. You can't get away with this.
Now, please stop yelling, Mr. Allen. This is Carnegie Hall.
I don't care if it's Borough Hall. Where did you get that song, First Class Private Mary Brown?
Private Frank Lesser gave it to me. He wrote it.
A private in the Army writes songs?
Why, Private Frank Lesser wrote Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition. In My Arms, They're Either Too Young or Too Old. What Do You Do in the Infantry? Oh, he's written plenty of hits.
Well, look, let me tell you, he didn't write Private First Class Mary Brown, Mr. Taylor. That song came to me, the same words, the same music, in a dream.
In a dream? Where do you live?
On 58th Street, in the same house with Oscar Levant.
Uh-huh.
I try to live there.
Well, that explains it.
That explains what?
Did you hear this song in your dream last Tuesday night?
Tuesday night, that's right. How did you know?
Well, Tuesday night, Private Lesser and I were visiting Oscar Levant, and Lesser sang this song for us.
You mean my dream?
Look, Lesser sings like an auctioneer. You must have heard his voice in your sleep coming up the air shaft.
Well, what do you know? Private First Class Mary Brown, my big song gone. You know, it's lucky I have written a couple of other Army numbers, Deems.
Oh, you have? What are they, Fred?
Well, one is I'll be one sad sack till my whack gets back. Say a prayer for me when I'm on KP. You know, I think I'll quit radio and write songs. It's a soft racket. You write a song, somebody names it before the gong, or it's on the hit parade. You make a fortune.
Well, it isn't quite as easy as that.
Well, what's hard about it?
Well, before you can write a song, you have to have an inspiration.
And this, you mean every songwriter?
Mm-hmm. Why, even the fellow who wrote, Milkman, Keep Those Bottles Quiet, had an inspiration.
He did, really? You have that right from the feed bag, huh?
Yes.
Well, all right. If you need an inspiration, suppose it's January, Deems. I happen to see a snowstorm. It gives me an inspiration, and I write a song called Each Little Snowflake Tells Me Everything's Jake with You. Now, my song is written, now what?
Well, first you have to have your song published.
I see.
Then you have to get somebody on the radio to sing your song.
Well, I know Carmen Lombardo.
Well, you can't go right to Carmen Lombardo, Fred.
Why?
Well, Carmen works for Guy Lombardo.
Oh, I go to Guy, huh?
No. You can't see Guy until his agent okays you.
Well, how do I work it?
Well, you take Guy Lombardo's agent, for cocktails every day.
Yes.
Well, 2 months later, he gets you in to see Guy.
2 months later, uh-huh.
You take Guy to lunch for 6 or 8 weeks.
6 or 8 weeks, yeah.
3 months later, Guy sneaks you in to see Carmen.
Yeah.
Well, you take Carmen to the Stork Club. You wine him and dine him.
And as he finishes eating, I whip out my song. Carmen reads it over by the light of his crepe Suzette and says he'll sing it, right?
No, Fred. Carmen turns you down.
Now, wait a minute. You mean after Lombardo's agent and all the Lombardos have been eating and drinking on me for weeks? Carmen refuses to sing my song. Why?
Well, you wrote your song in January.
Yes.
It's taken you 6 months to get to see Carmen Lombardo.
So?
It is now the middle of July.
And?
Your song, Each Little Snowflake Tells Me Everything's Jake with You, is out of season.
Well, that's a fine finish.
So you see, Fred, being a songwriter isn't what is cracked up.
Well, I guess possibly there is a possibility that you are right, Deems. There's only one way to make money today. Write a Broadway show. The theaters are coining money. Have you tried to get tickets for the Theater Guild show Oklahoma yet?
I have tickets for May 1st.
May 1st? This is June.
May 1st, 1947.
Oh, 1947.
Oklahoma's a sensation, you know.
Oklahoma is the biggest hit New York has had in years. All of the other states are jealous of Oklahoma, Deems. You know, the first man who puts on a show glorifying another state will make a fortune.
Yes, but where can you find a show about another state, Fred?
I have written one. Deems?
No. What is your show called?
South Dakota.
That's a great title.
It is.
Didn't you write a show called North Dakota?
That was 2 months ago, Dean. This is a whole new show. If you think Oklahoma's a smash, Deems, wait until you hear South Dakota.
Why, it sounds bigger than Oklahoma already.
Why, the idea is original, the music is sensational. My show, South Dakota, will make Oklahoma look like Rhode Island.
What's the story of your show, Fred?
Well, as the show starts, instead of having an overture, Deems, 3 big pedigreed bulls come into the orchestra pit. The 3 bulls look out at the audience disdainfully and bellow. As the curtain goes up, it's the county fair at Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The natives are singing their state song.
Dakota, where for miles all you can see is prairie.
Where there's no Times Square, just lots of air, and the men you meet are pretty hairy.
Dakota, there is nothing there but sky and dirt.
Where the boundary lines are Burma shave signs, and buzzards circle round alert. We know we belong. Wait, hold it, Quiet, just a minute, group. Yes, Deems, is something wrong?
Fred, I thought you said your show was original.
Well, it is.
Well, that song's the same as the title song of Oklahoma.
Deems, this song, if you were listening, is South Dakota. Does South Dakota sound anything like Oklahoma? South Dakota is 2 words with a hyphen.
But it's I know, but it's the same music.
How can it be the same music? I wrote this song myself.
Uh-huh. You had a dream the night Oscar Hammerstein played Oklahoma for Oscar Levant.
Now, look, Deems, why worry? I don't get all of my inspirations out of the air shaft. This, after all, is the opening number. We can advertise the show to start at 8:30. We can ring up at 8:15. The theater will be empty. Nobody will even hear the song.
Look, why don't you open the show with an intermission? Then you won't have to use the song at all.
Say, that's a good idea. We'll put the show together, take the intermission out of the middle, and put it on before the show starts. Well, that's a swell idea. Thanks. I'll make a note of that. Let's get on with the show.
What happens next?
Well, the second scene in the show is the Hockenlocka farmhouse in South Dakota. It's winter. Outside, it's 60 below zero. I'm Zeke. I'm just about to ask old man Hockenlocka for his daughter Judy's hand when Judy rushes in and says,
Oh, the hired hand forgot to spot you in Bluebell, your prize sow.
Keepers, where is she?
Down in the lower 40.
Bluebell's a goner, Judy. No living man can fotch Bluebell on a night like this.
Can fotch Bluebell, Mr. Hockenlocka.
It's 60 below zero outside, Zeke. 60 below's too cold for fotching.
Not for me, Mr. Hockenlocka. Reason weather don't bother me none with my fotching.
You, don't mind the cold, Zeke? How come?
Here's the reason. For the cold, I don't give a hoot, 'cause I'm wearing my new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing my new union suit with the hinge on the back. With my hinge, some figure I'm a-cuttin'. Down the rug, you can all see me struttin'. Fits me close and keeps me comfy, and there ain't no slack. The cloth's pure wool and the buttons are brown. The seams sure hold it together. The arms roll up and the legs roll down in case there's a change in the weather. To Sis Roebuck goes all the credit. They made me a suit and I'll never forget it. With that suit, there's nothing that any man can ever lack. It's my itchy little suit with the hinge on the back.
Fred, wait a minute.
Yes, Deems. Now, don't tell me that this song is reminiscent.
Fred, did you hear the song Surrey with the Fringe on Top?
Surrey with the fringe on top?
Yes, it's in Oklahoma.
Again with the Oklahoma. What has fringe got to do with my union,
Oh,
sir?
I wasn't getting personal. I mean the melody.
Well, how does Surrey go?
Chicks and ducks and geese that a scurry when I take you out in the Surrey?
There's something to the melody, the argument you have about the melody, but with that chicken, ducks, and geese, that is a poultry polka. My song is the saga of a union suit.
But the music!
The music, who will know it, Dean? A couple of musicians like you and...
Rodgers and Hammerstein.
And Rodgers and Hammerstein.
And their lawyers.
And their lawyers. Well, so let them sue. It's possible, you know, the two brains might have the same idea.
Yes, only it took your brain a year to get warmed up.
Now, look, Dean, if you want to pick on my show, at least wait until I finish. The next scene is the big wedding scene. The justice is saying...
Do you, Zeke Allen, take Judy Hockenlocker to be your wife?
Do.
Do you, Judy Hockenlocker?
Hold on, Justice. This letter just come for Zeke.
Who's the letter from, Zeke?
Says here, selective service. Hold on, folks. The wedding's off.
What's the letter say, Zeke? You're pale.
I'll tell you why I'm pale.
His arthritis is bad and his feet hurt. Oh, his tongue's like a motorman's glove. His life isn't gay, what a start for a day. With that old local transport, a look in his way.
Oh, what a miserable morning. Oh, what a horrible day. Instead of getting married, they're putting me in 1A. Yes, they're putting me in 1A. Well, Dean, don't tell me you heard anything like that in Oklahoma.
Fred, this is the worst case of robbery since Jesse James laid that pistol down.
Now look, Deems, you're in the music racket. Confidentially, don't all songwriters steal from Chopin, Tchaikovsky, and Nick Kenny?
Well, I'll tell you, Fred, you see, most of those fellows are dead. Oscar Hammerstein and Dick Rogers, who wrote the Oklahoma story, are still living.
Well, at least I'm no ghoul, Dean.
You know, I'm president of ASCAP. I think I'll call Oscar Hammerstein.
Now, look, Deems, live and let live.
But how can you bring your show to Broadway?
Well, I'll do what they do in all those moving pictures. Just before my show finishes, I'll come out on the stage and say, ladies and gentlemen, any resemblance between the music in South Dakota and the music in Oklahoma is purely co-instrumental. And then...
Dakota, where the radio's going on all day.
And the natives prance to the national barn dance, and when they make hay, it's really hay, hey!
We say, Mary, Joseph, and Cesar. We're only saying you're doing fine, South Dakota, S-D-S-O-U-T-H, South Dakota.
The Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, will return next Sunday at the usual time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.